and the system that tried to erase them has changed. They are no longer moving with the speed of absolute certainty. They are afraid. Wei Liang thought about this. Bibi Dong had not killed him when she could have. She had escalated. She had sent Ren Fei. Then when Ren Fei failed, she had sent the eraser. The pattern was not the pattern of someone acting with perfect confidence in their own supremacy. It was the pattern of someone adapting to failure, testing different approaches. What was the previous teacher like? Wei Liang asked. Unknown to me, Shin Yu said. The records were destroyed too thoroughly for personality to survive the erasure. But I can tell you what their students became. They were among the most formidable cultivators of their generation. None of them became Spirit Hall administrators. All of them became independent forces. That is what Spirit Hall feared then. It is what they fear now. That my students will become independent forces, Wei Liang said. That your students will become independent forces of teaching, Shin Yu corrected. Not simply strong cultivators. Teachers. People capable of passing on what you have taught them. That creates a problem Spirit Hall cannot solve through the traditional methods of elimination. She stood. I will conduct a formal arbitration. The investigation will be thorough. Spirit Hall will be compelled to justify every action they have taken against Shrek Academy. And if they cannot provide legal justification, which I suspect they cannot, then the Grand Council will rule against them. And if they refuse to accept the ruling? Wei Liang asked. Then they will have violated the foundational principles that allow the Grand Council to exist at all, Shin Yu said. In that case, it becomes a question of whether the majority of the council will support enforcement. My assessment, they will. Bibi Dong's faction controls resources and fear-based loyalty. The broader council values stability and institutional legitimacy. She moved toward the door, then paused. But Wei Liang, I must be clear, this arbitration buys you time, not safety. The system will adapt again, and eventually, something will have to give. After she left, Wei Liang sat alone in the library for a long time. The scholar's lantern's passive light still glowed in his spirit architecture, but dimly. The energy expenditure during the battle had taken more from him than he had admitted to anyone. He could feel the strain like a weight in his chest. It would take a week to recover, Shin Yu had estimated. Perhaps longer. A week. The mentor system notation appeared. Teaching tier upgrade available. Saint Mentor status unlocked. Wei Liang studied the option without accepting it. He was learning that every upgrade came with invisible costs, not in power, but in complexity. Saint Mentor would include something new. Some expansion of the system's reach into his own capabilities. He was not ready to accept that yet. Instead, he closed his eyes and, for the first time since arriving in this world, allowed himself to acknowledge the size of what he was attempting. Not conquering, not even just teaching, but changing the structure of how teaching itself could work. 300 years of precedent suggested that was precisely the kind of ambition that made you disappear. He thought about Lu Yan, recovering in her quarters. He thought about Tang San, sealed in the dormitory with the other students, already writing questions for when training resumed. He thought about Zhao Wuji, standing outside the door with a willingness to fight that had cost him friends and authority over the years. He had told them he was a teacher. He was going to have to be good enough for that to be true. Chapter 102. The archive speaks. The arbitration hearings would begin in 3 days. Elder Shin Yu had returned to her temporary quarters in the Academy's guest pavilion and spent 2 days reviewing every document Flinder could provide. Training logs, rank progression charts, incident reports, correspondence with Spirit Hall. She worked methodically, making notes in a precise hand, occasionally asking clarifying questions through Zhao Wuji. On the afternoon before the hearings began, she requested to speak with Wei Liang again, this time not alone, but with Lu Yin and Tang San present. Wei Liang wanted to refuse on the grounds that Tang San was a student and should not be involved in the mechanics of what might become legal defense. But Shin Yu had been clear, the student's perspective was relevant data. And more importantly, Tang San had asked to be there. They met in the same library space, but the atmosphere had shifted. This felt less like an interrogation and more like what it was, a convergence of people who all understood, at some level, that they were trying to preserve something that the institutions around them were not built to accommodate. I need to ask you directly, Shin Yu said, addressing Wei Liang specifically. Are you aware of what the historical mentor system was designed to do? Wei Liang chose his words carefully. It operates through the teaching relationship. Students advance faster than they should. I gain cultivation benefits from their advancement. But I understand it is more than a simple power transfer system. It is, Shin Yu confirmed. The historical texts I found, fragmentary as they are, suggest the original mentor system was designed to solve a specific problem. In the ancient cultivation hierarchy, there was a gap. Students could advance through personal effort or combat experience, but but the speed of that advancement was limited by the student's own capacity to absorb teaching. A teacher could explain a technique, but the student had to integrate it through their own cultivation pathway. She set down another document, older than the first. The mentor system was designed to accelerate that integration, to make the teaching construct itself capable of identifying bottlenecks in a student's growth and providing targeted acceleration at the moment the student was most ready. A teaching tool, Lu Yin said. A teaching tool so effective it became a threat, Xinyu corrected. Because when you make teaching that efficient, the power disparity between teachers and students collapses much faster. A teacher who can accelerate student advancement becomes strategically valuable, and strategically valuable individuals create power struggles. Tang San had been silent, but now he asked, the previous teacher who was erased, did they have a choice? Or was it done without warning? Xinyu looked at him with an expression Wei Liang could not quite read. An excellent question. The answer appears to be, they had a choice offered to them. The choice was to cease teaching or to cease existing. They chose the third option. They disappeared. That's not a choice, Tang San said quietly. No, Xinyu agreed. It is survival dressed as philosophy. And it is the particular tragedy of the mentor system. It gives you students who become so capable they can reshape the world around them. But it requires you to remain willing to teach them even when the world has decided your students are a threat. She turned to Wei Liang. That is why I needed to see you before the arbitration began. I need to know, are you willing to continue if Shrek Academy wins this case? Or is the previous teacher's logic going to become your logic? Because the arbitration cannot succeed if you are planning to vanish afterward. Wei Liang felt the weight of that question settle across him like a physical force. The easy answer was to say yes. Of course he would continue. The honest answer was more complex. I'm going to refuse to accept an ending where I have to choose between my students and myself, he said finally. If that means becoming a target, then I am a target. But I will not teach in a way that requires me to eventually abandon them to protect them. That defeats the purpose. Xinyu nodded slowly. Then we proceed with the understanding that this is not just a case about whether Shrek Academy can exist. It is a case about whether the mentor system can be allowed to exist in the modern cultivation hierarchy at all. That is a much larger question. Can it be allowed? Lu Yin asked. That depends on whether the Grand Council has learned anything in 300 years, Xinyu said. I will be constructing the argument that the mentor system is not inherently destabilizing. It is simply a teaching methodology that is being suppressed because it creates efficient education. An efficient education creates independence. Spirit Hall fears independence because their authority depends on the scarcity of high-level cultivators. If teaching becomes efficient enough to produce more high-level cultivators, their monopoly on power becomes threatened. That's not going to convince Spirit Hall, Lu Yin said. No, Xinyu agreed. But it might convince the other members of the Grand Council who do not have Spirit Hall's institutional stake in maintaining the current system. And it might convince the records keepers, because I am going to argue that the erasure of the historical mentor system was itself a violation of Grand Council documentation standards. The archive still exists. I have already located sections of it. I will present it as evidence that the Spirit Hall's historical actions were taken without proper council authorization. Wei Liang found himself breathing more slowly. This woman was not simply going to argue that he had done nothing wrong. She was going to argue that the attempt to erase the mentor system had itself been wrong. That was a different kind of argument entirely. It challenged not just Spirit Hall's actions, but their foundational authority. There is one more thing, Xinyu said. She produced a sealed collection of documents. The pages yellowed, the binding old enough to seem almost reverently fragile. This is what I could recover of the archive. The previous teacher's notes. Their students' advancement records. The curriculum they developed. She set it down in the center of the table. I am giving this to you for a specific reason, so that you understand you are not the first person to attempt this, and you are not working without precedent. The previous teacher faced the same obstacles. They developed solutions. Some of those solutions might be useful to you, but more importantly, their existence proves this is not innovation. This is restoration. Tang San reached out toward the archive, then hesitated, looking at Wei Liang. Wei Liang nodded. The student opened the pages carefully, his eyes moving across historical notation that seemed to bend his entire posture forward with attention. There are cultivation records here, Tang San said, his voice tight. Students advancing through ranks. And there's a notation system I don't recognize. It looks like it's tracking something beyond just cultivation level. Completion of teaching cycles, Xinyu said. The previous teacher marked when a student had integrated a major teaching, not just advanced in rank, but achieved a certain quality of understanding. You notice how it accelerates? The first completion took 4 months. By the time the teacher was erased, They were completing a teaching cycle every 3 weeks. That is the trajectory that concerned Spirit Hall. Wei Liang looked at Tang San's face and saw the moment the weight of it settled into place. The previous teacher had been building something. The system had destroyed it. And now, across 300 years, they were building it again. Why are you telling us this? Wei Liang asked. Because the arbitration will be won on legal grounds, Shen Yu said. But you will survive on understanding. If you know what happened before, you can avoid the specific mistakes that led to the previous teacher's erasure. They worked alone. They did not build alliances. They did not have students capable of continuing the work. You have Lu Yin. You have Zhao Wuji. You have the Shrek 7 becoming something that this world has not seen before. That is the difference. Not power. Capacity for persistence. Later that afternoon, after Shen Yu had finished her initial conversation with Wei Liang, Lu Yin found him walking alone in the academy gardens. She had recovered enough from the battle to move without significant pain, though the bruising on her left side was still substantial. The kind of injury that would have meant weeks of disability for most people, but that a cultivator with significant healing capability and access to Oscar's support sausages could overcome in days. She moved carefully, and Wei Liang noticed immediately, adjusting his pace to accommodate her without commenting on it. The silence between them was no longer uncomfortable. It had become the silence of people who understood each other deeply enough to communicate without words. You look like someone who has been given very bad news, Lu Yin said. The good kind of bad news, Wei Liang said. The kind that means I was not insane for trying this. The previous teacher was real. The system was real. Spirit Hall erased it deliberately. That means everything we are attempting has precedent. That does not sound like comfort, Lu Yin said. It is not, Wei Liang said. It is clarification. I have been operating on the assumption that no one had ever done this before, that the mentor system was entirely novel. Learning that it is restoration rather than innovation changes how I understand what comes next. The previous teacher built something that lasted long enough to produce students who reached rank 91. That means the methodology works. That means advancement is possible. What failed was not the methodology, it was the strategy for preserving it. They walked in silence for a while, moving along the academy's perimeter where the morning's battle damage was still visible. The east wall had scorch marks from Ma Hongjuan's uncontrolled flame. The main courtyard's practice ground had cracks from the impact of Ren Fei's opening strikes. The academy would heal from the physical damage. The psychological impact would take longer to integrate. What did Shen Yu tell you about the previous teacher? Lu Yin asked. That 300 years ago, Spirit Hall's rise to dominance coincided with the suppression of a teacher who operated through a mentor system. That the previous teacher had students who became rank 91 cultivators. That when the system was suppressed, the teaching line broke because the students were dependent on the teacher and had never been taught to continue the work without them. Wei Liang paused as they reached the damaged eastern wall. He placed his hand against the scorch marks, feeling the residual heat that Ma Hongjuan's fire had left in the stone. The heat was fading, would be gone within a few days. The cracks would remain longer. The implication, Wei Liang continued, is that the previous teacher's real failure was not in the methodology. It was in creating a situation where the students could not continue the work alone. That is precisely what I cannot do. I have to teach in a way that makes me systematically less necessary. I have to train students who are becoming teachers. I have to document the methodology. I have to spread the work so widely, so firmly, that institutional suppression becomes impossible. That is a significant realization, Lu Yin said. It changes how you should be teaching us. Yes, Wei Liang said. And it explains something that Shen Yu did not say explicitly, but that I understood from what she left unsaid. The previous teacher probably did not understand that their death or erasure was imminent. They probably thought they had more time to prepare, more years to build the system. They were probably caught off guard when Spirit Hall moved against them. And because they had not prepared for that contingency, because they had not spread the work widely enough, because they had not trained students to be independent teachers, the work died with them. He turned away from the wall and looked out toward the distant mountains. The view from the academy was expansive. You could see for miles from the elevated position. The cultivation world was vast. The institutions that controlled it were powerful. But the vastness was real, and the power of institutions could be overcome if the methodology was spread widely enough. I need to operate, Wei Liang said slowly, on the assumption that at any moment, I might be eliminated. Not in a paranoid way, but in a practical way. I need to teach every day as if it is the last teaching I will give, as if every student might be the last student I will directly instruct. That means every teaching has to be complete in itself. Every student has to integrate the methodology deeply enough that they can continue it without me. Every piece of knowledge has to be documented so that it survives erasure. That is a heavy burden, Lu Yin said. It is necessary, Wei Liang said. And it is the only way the previous teacher's students could have survived. If the first teacher had done what I am trying to do, had trained students to be independent teachers, had documented the methodology, had spread it widely, then when Spirit Hall came for the first teacher, the work would not have died. It would have continued through the students. The teaching lineage would have survived and proliferated. Lu Yin was quiet for a moment. Are you saying that you believe you will eventually be erased? I am saying that I believe it is possible, Wei Liang said. Bibi Dong has not decided yet whether to accept the existence of the teaching circle or to continue trying to suppress it. That decision depends on many factors. On my continued advancement, on the multiplication of the teaching methodology, on whether the students I produce become teachers themselves, on whether the work spreads beyond the point where she can control it. The détente we achieve today might last years, might last decades, might become permanent, or it might collapse and lead to final confrontation. He looked back at Lu Yin. What I am trying to do is ensure that regardless of what happens to me, the work continues. That is the lesson from the previous teacher's failure. That is the strategic insight that 300 years of separation has given us. They walked in silence for a while, moving along the academy's perimeter where the morning's battle damage was still visible. The east wall had scorch marks from Ma Hongjuan's uncontrolled flame. The main courtyard's practice ground had cracks from the impact of Ren Fei's opening strikes. The academy would heal from the physical damage. The psychological impact would take longer. What did Xinyu tell you? Lu Yin asked. That 300 years ago, Spirit Hall's rise to dominance coincided with the suppression of a teacher who operated through a mentor system. That the previous teacher had students who became rank 91 cultivators. That when the system was suppressed, the teaching line broke because the students were dependent on the teacher and had never been taught to continue the work without them. Lu Yin processed this. And the implication is that you should not become that kind of irreplaceable. Exactly, Wei Liang said. The previous teacher's failure was not in the methodology. It was in creating a situation where the students could not continue the work alone. That is a significant realization, Lu Yin said. It changes how you should be teaching us. Yes, Wei Liang said. They had reached the damaged eastern wall, and Wei Liang placed his hand against the scorch marks, feeling the residual heat that Ma Hongjuan's fire had left in the stone. I need to teach in a way that makes me systematically less necessary. That means Tang San needs to become a teacher. It means you need to become a co-instructor, not a support role. It means every student needs to understand not just what I am teaching, but why I am teaching it that way. That is a significant shift in approach, Lu Yin said. It is necessary, Wei Liang said. Because the next time Spirit Hall comes, and there will be a next time, I need to know that the work survives even if I do not. Chapter 103. The hearings begin. The formal arbitration chambers had been established in Shrek Academy's main hall, transformed overnight into a space of institutional formality. The Academy's usual training ground had been cleared and replaced with formal seating, benches arranged in a precise geometric pattern that emphasized hierarchy without being crude about it. The judge's platform was elevated just enough to suggest authority without appearing inaccessible. 3 judges sat at the elevated platform, Elder Xinyu in the center, flanked by 2 members of the Grand Council's Independent Evaluation Board. The council members were older than Wei Liang had anticipated, both appearing to be in their late 60s physically, both carrying the particular quality of people who had spent decades making decisions that affected the cultivation world without needing to defend themselves in person. The one on Xunyu's left had rank insignia, suggesting rank 83. The one on the right was harder to read. His cultivation signature was deliberately muted, which suggested either extreme discipline or the kind of power that did not need to be broadcast. Wei Liang sat in the observers section with Lu Yin beside him and Zhao Wuji standing guard at the chamber's entrance. The students were confined to their dormitories per explicit instruction. Xinyu had been clear. Their presence would complicate the proceedings by introducing emotional valences that should not be part of formal arbitration. Whether the students were present or absent would affect how the judges perceived testimony, and presence should be separated from evidence. Spirit Hall had sent 6 representatives. Director Chun Xian led the delegation, a man in his late 60s with the polished appearance of someone who spent his time in administrative offices rather than training grounds. He carried himself with the authority that came from having institutional power, which made it clear he had never expected to be defending himself. He had always assumed that the institution's authority was sufficient to prevent such necessity. Beside him sat 2 senior administrators who looked like they had spent careers supporting Chun Xian's decisions without questioning them. Behind them was a legal specialist in cultivation law, a precise woman with the kind of analytical demeanor that suggested she had systematized the entire field of cultivation jurisprudence in her own mind. And finally, 2 ranking soul masters, both probably rank 70, both carrying the particular composure that came from people who had been instructed to be physically intimidating without being overtly threatening. The imbalance of the delegations was notable. Spirit Hall had brought lawyers and intimidation specialists. Shrek had brought Wei Liang, Lu Yan, and Zhao Wuji, none of whom had legal training. But Xinyu had evidently taken this into account. She had legal expertise available if needed, and she made it clear that this arbitration would not be won through legal sophistication, but through factual demonstration. The case, as Xinyu framed it, was deceptively simple. The petitioner, Shrek Academy, claims that Spirit Hall exceeded its institutional authority in threatening institutional funding and deploying combat personnel against Academy property without legal justification or formal accusation of wrongdoing. The respondent, Spirit Hall through its representative director Chen Xian, claims to have been following established procedures for addressing concerns about irregular teaching practices. We will review the evidence of both claims and determine whether Spirit Hall's actions were within its institutional authority and whether they were justified by documented violations of cultivation standards. She paused, letting the distinction sink in. This was not going to be a simple judgment of whether Shrek Academy's teaching methods were effective or irregular. This was going to be a judgment of whether Spirit Hall had the legal right to do what it had done. What followed was methodical dismantling of Spirit Hall's case. Xinyu moved through the documentation with the precision of someone who had spent decades identifying inconsistencies in administrative procedure. She pulled out the original inspection report that Lu Yan had submitted, the one that had been scathing in its tone, and asked Lu Yan directly, "You inspected this academy. You filed a preliminary report. What specific cultivation standard violations did you document?" Lu Yan, in her testimony, was precise. "I documented no specific violations. I documented concern about advancement rates exceeding expected baselines and teaching methodology that departed from standard certification requirements. But advancement rate above baseline is not, by itself, a violation of any Grand Council standard. And teaching methodology that departs from standard, that is a matter of effectiveness, not legality." Xinyu turned to Chen Xian. "You received this report. Did you request that Lu Yan document specific violations?" "We were concerned about the pattern," Chen Xian said carefully. "A pattern is not evidence," Xinyu said. "I will ask you directly. What specific cultivation standard, documented in Grand Council law or accepted institutional practice, did Shrek Academy violate?" Chen Xian hesitated. The legal specialist leaned over and whispered something to him. Chen Xian's expression tightened. "The students are advancing faster than documented baselines suggest is natural." "Then documented baselines for what?" Xinyu pressed. "For students receiving standard instruction," Chen Xian said. "So the issue is not that the students are advancing faster than naturally possible, but faster than your documented baselines assume is normal?" Xinyu asked, her tone remaining perfectly neutral. "Yes," Chen Xian said, and the moment he said it, he realized he had made an error. "That is not a violation of law," Xinyu said. "That is evidence that the documented baselines are based on assumptions about teaching quality that may not be universal. If a teacher is more effective than the baseline assumes, the students advance faster. That is not irregular. That is the intended result of good teaching." "Can you clarify what you mean by that?" Xinyu asked, her tone neutral. "The students are advancing too quickly," Chen Xian said. "The advancement rate exceeds documented baselines for their skill level and training conditions." "Is there a cultivation law that establishes a maximum advancement rate?" one of the council members asked. Chen Xian hesitated. "Not precisely. But there are standards, expectations about what constitutes natural progress. These students exceed those expectations." "By how much?" Xinyu asked. 2 to 4 months ahead of projected advancement," the legal specialist answered, intervening to protect Chen Xian from further vague testimony. "In comparison to what baseline?" Wei Liang heard himself asking. He had not intended to speak, but the words came out anyway. Xinyu did not stop him. "Because the baseline used for students in other regional academies assumes a certain quality of instruction. If the instruction quality is higher, the advancement baseline should be adjusted accordingly." Chen Xian's face hardened. "This is not the time for the subject of the arbitration to testify." "Actually," Xinyu said, "it is. The subject of the arbitration has a right to respond to claims made against them." "Please continue, Wei Liang." Wei Liang found himself standing, unsure of when he had made that decision. "The advancement rate of my students matches the quality of the teaching they are receiving. It is not that they are advancing faster than possible. It is that I am teaching more effectively than the baseline assumes is normal. If the baseline is used to determine whether that teaching is illegal, then the baseline itself is incorrect. That is a circular argument, the legal specialist said. Is it? Wei Liang asked. Or is it an argument that exposes a circular thinking pattern in the baseline itself? You measure teaching quality by looking at student outcome. You then say that teaching that produces exceptional student outcomes must be irregular because it exceeds the expected outcome based on the assumed teaching quality. But that is not evidence of wrongdoing. That is evidence that the assumed teaching quality was wrong. The chamber went quiet. Shinyu wrote something down. The other council members exchanged a glance that Wei Liang could not interpret. Chun Xian looked ready to argue further, but the legal specialist placed a hand on his arm. Continue with the evidence, Shinyu said. The next phase of the hearings involved review of the deployment of Ren Fei. No formal warrant for his appearance had been issued. No formal charges had been filed with Wei Liang or with Shrek Academy. Ren Fei had arrived and made unilateral demands that had no legal basis in current Grand Council procedure. This is the moment at which the case becomes clear, Shinyu said. Spirit Hall possessed concerns about Shrek Academy's teaching methodology. Those concerns were never formalized as charges, never submitted to Grand Council review. And when informal approaches did not produce the desired result, removal of the instructor, Spirit Hall escalated to deploying a combat force without authorization. We were attempting to enforce regional standards, Chun Xian said. Without legal authority to do so, Shinyu corrected. That is the substantive issue. Whether or not Wei Liang's teaching is irregular is now secondary. The primary finding is that Spirit Hall's method of response was itself irregular. It was unauthorized enforcement of institutional will without legal foundation. The arbitration continued for 2 days. By the end of the second day, the legal conclusion was clear. Shrek Academy had done nothing wrong. The advancement rates of the students were high, yes, but they were the result of effective teaching, not violation of any established standard. Spirit Hall's response, the funding threats, the inspection escalation, the armed deployment, had all exceeded Spirit Hall's institutional authority without legal justification. On the morning of the third day, Elder Shinyu delivered the formal ruling. The arbitration committee finds that Shrek Academy has maintained all required certifications. The teaching methodology employed by Wei Liang, the primary instructor, does not violate any established Grand Council standard. The advancement rates of the 7 students under his instruction are consistent with high-quality pedagogy and do not indicate violation of cultivation principles. The committee further finds that Spirit Hall's escalation of enforcement action against Shrek Academy, including the deployment of ranked personnel under the command of Commander Ren Fei, exceeded Spirit Hall's institutional authority and was conducted without proper Grand Council authorization. Therefore, the committee rules as follows. Spirit Hall shall cease all punitive actions against Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy's funding and institutional standing are restored, and Wei Liang is formally certified by the Grand Council as scholar-grade instructor, the highest non-combat teaching certification available in the current system. She paused, and her gaze moved to Wei Liang. The committee further notes that a mentor system operating within this academy has been identified and described in historical precedent. This represents not a violation but a restoration of historical teaching practices that had previously been suppressed. This committee finds the suppression of such practices to have been institutional overreach, and we note for the record that such suppression should not be repeated without explicit Grand Council authorization and legal justification. As the judges rose, Wei Liang found Lu Yan's hand reaching for his. The arbitration was over. Shrek Academy had won. What came next, Wei Liang understood, was far more complicated. Chapter 104. The moment after the news spread through Shrek Academy within the hour. The students emerged from their dormitories for the first time in 3 days, moving with the careful uncertainty of people who had been confined and were not entirely sure what world they were re-entering. Wei Liang saw the question in their eyes. Had the arbitration resolved the conflict, or had it merely delayed it? He called a full assembly in the courtyard, the main training ground where they had drilled together for months. The space felt different now, marked by the scorch patterns from the battle, by the visible cracks in the pavement where Ren Fei's combat power had left lasting impressions. He stood before them without ceremony, aware that what he was about to explain would determine how they understood what came next. "We won the arbitration," he said simply. "Spirit Hall has been compelled by the Grand Council to cease enforcement actions against the Academy. Your advancement and my teaching have been formally validated as legal and acceptable. Your ranks are yours. Your progress is legitimate." He let that settle. The relief in the students' faces was visible but cautious. They had learned that victory with institutional systems was often temporary. Tang Xin stepped forward. But we're still going to have to fight. Wei Liang did not correct him. There was no point. The student understood the fundamental reality that the teacher himself had only recently fully grasped. Yes, the arbitration has bought us time and legal standing. It has not removed the underlying conflict. Bibi Dong has not agreed to accept the ruling. She has not agreed to cease her opposition. What we have is a temporary pause in her direct action, not because she has agreed to stop, but because direct action now has legal consequences. What does that mean? Oscar asked. His usually cheerful expression was serious. The battle and its aftermath had matured him in ways that standard training could not. It means that if Spirit Hall moves against us openly, they will face institutional consequences, Wei Liang said. The Grand Council has ruled in our favor. Direct action against us would be seen as Spirit Hall defying the Council's authority. That is politically costly. But there are other ways to apply pressure that are not direct. There are legal maneuvers. There are institutional mechanisms. There are systems of slow strangulation that do not require overt violence. So she will use those instead, Xiao Wu said. She was still recovering from the battle. There was bruising on her rabbit spirit form, and her transformation control was not yet back to full efficiency. But her clarity was unaffected. She will attack through channels that are not technically violations of the Council's ruling. That is likely, Wei Liang said. Which means our preparation is not finished. We have won the first confrontation. The second one will require different strategies. Ma Hongjuan's frustration was visible. So we beat them in the battle, and they beat us in politics? How is that winning? It is winning this round, Wei Liang said. And that matters because we can only fight the battles we are equipped for. We cannot defeat Bibi Dong in personal combat. Her power is too great. But we can defeat her institutional arguments. We can demonstrate, through the arbitration, that Spirit Hall's position is based on fear rather than law. And that forces them to adapt. It forces them to think more carefully. It buys us time. He looked at each of them in turn. Time is what we need. Time for you to advance further. Time for your capabilities to mature. Time for the teaching methodology to establish itself firmly enough that suppressing it becomes impossible. The arbitration gave us months of that time. Perhaps longer, if we are strategic about how we use it. Dai Mubai was quiet for a moment, then asked, what do we do in that time? We prepare for the next phase, Wei Liang said. We train harder. We advance further. We become the kind of cultivators that Bibi Dong has to take seriously as individuals, not just as students of an irregular teacher. And we document everything we are learning so that the knowledge survives even if we do not. How long is temporary? Ma Hongjun asked. I don't know, Wei Liang said, and appreciated that the students did not flinch from the honesty. 8 to 12 weeks is a reasonable estimate. Long enough to prepare, not long enough to become complacent. The assembly dispersed into smaller clusters, and Wei Liang allowed himself a moment of stillness. Lu Yin found him as he stood alone in the courtyard, watching the light shift across the training ground where they had drilled together for months. You should be celebrating, she said. I am, Wei Liang said. This is what celebration looks like to me now. Not triumph. The absence of immediate crisis. I had forgotten what that felt like. Lu Yin sat on the courtyard wall, and after a moment he joined her. The scholar's lantern pulsed gently inside his spirit architecture. It was recovering from the battle injury, growing stronger with the rest. He did not mention to Lu Yin that he was aware of her presence through the passive resonance field, the way it detected her cultivation signature and tracked it with a gentleness that had nothing to do with threat assessment. The document Elder Shinyu gave you, Lu Yin said. The archive. Have you read it? Not all of it, Wei Liang admitted. Tang Xin has been reading the cultivation records. He is comparing them to his own advancement track. And he looks like he is seeing himself in historical precedent, which is useful for him to understand. Less useful for me, because it makes him more certain that what we are doing here matters beyond our immediate context. Lu Yin smiled slightly. That sounds like a problem for later. Many problems for later, Wei Liang agreed. But yes, mostly that one. They sat in silence for a while, and Wei Liang became aware of the particular peace that came from not needing to speak. He had lived for months in a state of constant tactical assessment, looking for the next point of failure, the next attack vector, the next institutional pressure point. To sit with someone and simply exist in the same space without that assessment. It was almost frightening in how much it relaxed something he had not realized was tense. I need to talk to you about something, Lu Yin said eventually. It is complicated. I wanted to wait until after the arbitration to bring it up. Bring it up now, Wei Liang said. The eraser has been operating independently longer than Bibi Dong was willing to openly acknowledge, Lu Yin said. The people I contacted inside Spirit Hall mentioned his name twice. both times in contexts that suggested he had disobeyed orders and continued pursuing you without authorization. That is unusual for Spirit Hall operatives, Wei Liang said. Extremely unusual, Lu Yin confirmed. It suggests two things. Either the eraser is confident enough in his position to operate outside formal hierarchy, or Bibi Dong is willing to tolerate his continued pursuit specifically because she wants you dead but does not want the official record to show it. Wei Liang processed this. It was the kind of distinction that mattered more than it seemed. If Bibi Dong wanted him dead officially, the legal consequences would be substantial. But if she was willing to have him killed through an unofficial channel, an assassin operating outside formal orders, that removed the legal standing that had just been granted, she is going to escalate, Wei Liang said. Not through direct military action, through assassination. The arbitration has closed one door. She is going to look for another. Yes, Lu Yin said. And when she does, the question becomes, how do you defend against someone who is trying to kill you while remaining in a position where you can continue teaching? It was, Wei Liang realized, the central paradox of his situation. The mentor system required him to be present with his students, available for their learning. But presence made him a target. Teaching made him a target. The very things that made him effective as an instructor made him vulnerable as a person. I do not accept the premise that those are incompatible, Wei Liang said. I have survived 3 direct assassination attempts now. Lu Yin, I was not trained for combat. I do not have a strong spirit. I am not a cultivator of unusual capability. The fact that I am still alive suggests that being a good teacher is, in some way, a form of defense. That is not a reliable defense strategy, Lu Yin said. No, Wei Liang agreed. But it is the only defense strategy one have that does not involve abandoning the work. Everything else requires sacrifice. This requires faith that my students' advancement matters enough that it creates its own kind of protection. Lu Yin looked at him with an expression he could not quite read. That is remarkably optimistic for someone who has seen what optimism gets erased from the historical record. I read the archive, Wei Liang said. The previous teacher made a specific choice. They valued their own safety more than they valued continuing to teach. That choice gave them personal survival, but it also meant their work died with them. Their students were strong, but none of them became teachers. The lineage broke. He turned to look at Lu Yin directly. I am making a different choice. I am betting that if I teach well enough, long enough, that eventually the work cannot be erased even if I am. Because there will be multiple teachers, multiple teaching lines. The system will have reproduced itself. And if you die before that reproduction happens? Lu Yin asked. Then I lose, Wei Liang said simply. But if I run, if I hide, if I teach in ways that make me less vulnerable, then I lose anyway. I just lose more slowly and with less dignity. Lu Yin reached over and took his hand. The gesture was not romantic, though it carried the weight of something that might become romance if they both survived long enough to let it. It was the gesture of someone acknowledging that another person had made a choice and choosing to stand beside that choice. Then I am going to make sure you have every advantage that is possible, Lu Yin said. The eraser is coming back. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. When he comes, I will be there. And we are going to solve that problem the same way we solve all the others, by making you better at what you do and making the students stronger than they were before. Chapter 105. Recovery phase. The week after the arbitration was declared a recovery period. Classes continued, but at a reduced intensity. The students worked on consolidation exercises, strengthening their understanding of techniques they had already learned rather than pushing toward new breakthroughs. Wei Liang taught from a position of limited energy, aware that his scholar's lantern was still dimmed, still healing from the battle. It was during this week that Tang Xin first asked the question Wei Liang had been expecting since chapter 100. The student found him in the courtyard at dusk, sitting alone with a training log spread across his lap. You knew the arbiter was coming. How? Wei Liang did not deny it. Dean Flender told me the day after Ren Fei's capture. He had sent a message through channels to the Grand Council, not through Spirit Hall, but through the Independent Evaluation Board. He asked for an arbitration. The request had to be approved. The approval had to result in assignment of an arbiter. Xinyu is the most senior arbiter available. She has a reputation for thoroughness and a historical interest in teaching systems. So when she appeared, you were already expecting her, Tang Xin said. Yes. And you did not tell us. No. Tang Xin sat down beside him. Why? Because I needed you to teach yourselves how to trust the process of advancement without needing to understand every variable in the larger institutional context, Wei Liang said. You have spent weeks watching me make decisions you did not have context for. That teaches you something important. That sometimes you advance not by understanding the complete picture, but by doing the work in front of you well, and allowing the outcome of that work to speak for itself. That is a teaching tactic, Tang Xin said. It was not accusatory. It was observational. Yes. The mentor system is giving you points for this conversation, is it not? Tang Xin asked. Wei Liang did not respond immediately. The mentor system was indeed providing information. He could feel the gentle pulse of it, noting that Tang San had reached a specific threshold of understanding about the mechanics of instruction. A breakthrough in the student's comprehension of systems. Yes, he said finally. Can I see the mentor system? Tang San asked. No one else can see it, Wei Liang said. It exists only in my spirit architecture. You can see its effects, the advancement of your peers, the changes in the teaching style, the resonance field. But the system itself remains hidden. That is a vulnerability, Tang Xin said. If anyone else could operate the mentor system, Spirit Hall would want to study it. Control it. Yes, that is why it remains hidden, Wei Liang said. The previous teacher operated with the same constraint. Their students never saw the system. They only saw the results. In some ways, that is better. It means the teaching becomes not about the system, but about the method. The principles can survive even if the system is lost. The system, on the other hand, cannot survive if everyone understands how it works. Tang Xin was quiet for a moment. You are building something that you are going to have to give away eventually. Because if you keep it, it dies with you. But if you teach it, you have to trust that your students will use it correctly. Yes, Wei Liang said. And that is, fundamentally, what teaching is. Trusting that what you give away will be used wisely by the people who receive it. The previous teacher did not make that choice, Tang Xin said. No, they chose certainty over trust. That was their loss. The conversation ended there, and Wei Liang watched Tang Xin walk back toward the dormitories. The student's gait had changed. He was carrying himself with the posture of someone who had just integrated a piece of understanding that would shape how he moved through the world. That was the kind of advancement that the mentor system noted and rewarded. Not rank breakthroughs. Understanding breakthroughs. Over the next few days, Wei Liang became aware of a subtle shift in how the students approached their training. They had always been dedicated. Now they were additionally aware that their dedication was being assessed on multiple levels, not just whether they advanced in rank, but whether they advanced in the quality of their thinking about advancement. It made some of them slightly more careful. It made others, particularly Tang San, remarkably more aggressive in their intellectual engagement with the material. By the end of the recovery week, the scholar's lantern had recovered enough to operate at full resonance field capacity. Wei Liang tested it alone in the training yard at night, walking the field's perimeter to confirm that the 31-meter range still held. It did. The ring that had manifested during the Saint Mentor upgrade was stable. The spirit felt stronger. He returned to the courtyard and found Lu Yin waiting. Xin Yu is leaving in the morning, she said. She is returning to the Grand Council to file her formal record of the arbitration. She wants to speak with you before she goes. They found Elder Xin Yu in the guest pavilion, her belongings already packed, arranged with the kind of efficiency that suggested she had been ready to depart from the moment the arbitration concluded. I am going to submit a formal report, she said without preamble, that recommends the reinstatement of historical mentor system research within the Grand Council's archives. The previous attempt to suppress knowledge of the system was a breach of institutional protocol. This will take time, probably years. The Spirit Hall faction will resist. What are you asking of us? Wei Liang said. Survival, Xin Yu said. Bibi Dong's opposition to your work is ideological. She fears what you represent. But ideology can change if the cost of maintaining it becomes too high. If you survive long enough, if your teaching lineage becomes established enough, eventually she will have to accept the reality of what you have created. The question is, can you maintain what you are building for that long? I do not know, Wei Liang said. That is the correct answer, Xin Yu said. Confidence would be a liability. But I will tell you this. The previous teacher had one critical weakness. They were alone. You are not. You have Lu Yin. You have Zhao Wuji. You have 7 students who are becoming exceptional. More than that, you have now established a legal framework that protects you. The Grand Council's ruling is binding. Spirit Hall cannot openly move against you without facing consequences. That does not mean they will not try. It means they will be more creative about how they try. She placed something on the table between them. A single piece of paper, sealed with formal Grand Council notation. This is authorization for you to make limited research requests directly to the Grand Council's Archive Division. I have included recommendations for specific sections related to historical teaching systems. If you need to understand how the previous teacher operated, you can now access those records without going through Spirit Hall. Thank you, Wei Liang said. Do not thank me, Xin Yu said. Thank me by surviving long enough to make this matter. The archive was erased once before. It is possible it could be erased again. If it is, I want it to be because you did not deserve to preserve it, not because you did not try hard enough. She left the next morning. Wei Liang and Lu Yin walked her to the gate and watched her depart with the same steady pace she brought to everything else. It occurred to Wei Liang that he would probably never see her again. She had accomplished her purpose, applying institutional weight to protect the space in which Shrek Academy could continue to exist. Beyond that, the work was his. Chapter 106. The escalation point. 2 weeks after Shun Yu's departure, a message arrived at Shrek Academy addressed to Wei Liang personally. It came through no formal channel. It had been left in a student's dormitory room, placed on a pillow with no note, no explanation. Oscar discovered it during a random dormitory check and brought it directly to Wei Liang without opening it. The message was written in precise script on dark paper. Good students. Shame about the teacher. It was unsigned, but there was no question about who had written it. The eraser. The assassin who had failed during the battle for Shrek. Who had retreated with a promise to return. Who was apparently now moving on a new timeline, one that did not include Spirit Hall's official authorization. Wei Liang showed the message to Lu Yin and Zhao Wuji, but not to the students. The decision was strategic. Panic would be counterproductive. What was needed was preparation. He is testing you, Lu Yin said, seeing if you will respond, if you will run, if you will change your behavior. What should I do? Wei Liang asked. Exactly what you would have done if the message had not arrived, Lu Yin said. Teach, train, do the work. Do not acknowledge the threat unless it becomes direct. The week after the message, Wei Liang received authorization from the Grand Council Archive Division and submitted his first research request. He asked for everything they had on the previous teacher's curriculum structure. The response came back within days, 17 documents, some in fragments, some complete. They detailed how the previous teacher had structured the advancement process for their students, what kind of bottleneck exercises they had used, what kind of support they had provided at critical transition points. The parallels to Wei Liang's own work were startling. He had developed many of the same principles independently, which suggested that the principles were not idiosyncratic. They were elemental to the teaching methodology itself. The archive showed that he was, in some ways, reinventing the wheel. But it also showed him where the previous teacher had made mistakes, specific structures that had not worked, approaches that had led to burnout. He shared this information with Lu Yin, but kept it from the students, at least initially. The historical knowledge was useful for him as a designer of the curriculum, but it could be paralyzing for the students to know they were following a path that had been explicitly erased from history. Better to let them feel like pioneers until they were ready to understand the weight of precedent. By the end of the 3rd week, Ren Fei had been released from Shrek Academy's custody. The arbitration had rendered his continued imprisonment legally unjustifiable. He left without speaking to anyone, though Wei Liang felt his cultivation signature as he departed, a heavy, ponderous thing that carried the weight of humiliation. A title de law had been captured by a young teacher and his students. That was not something that faded quickly from a person's emotional landscape. The night after Ren Fei's departure, Wei Liang was alone in the training yard when Tang Xin found him. He is going to come back, Tang Xin said. It was not a question. Yes, Wei Liang said. And when he does, we will have to fight him again, Tang Xin said. That is likely. Tang Xin was quiet for a moment. The mentor system has been tracking something new in my advancement. I have noticed the notation changes. It is no longer just about rank progression. It is tracking something it calls leadership resonance. I do not know what that means. Wei Liang found himself smiling slightly. It means you are ready to teach others. Not just advance yourself, but help others advance. That is a different kind of threshold. Am I at that threshold? Tang Xin asked. You will be soon, Wei Liang said. If the work continues as it has. And if it does not? Tang Xin asked. If Bibi Dong decides that the cost of allowing this to continue is too high, then you will need to decide whether you continue alone, Wei Liang said. Whether you become the teacher that I cannot be. Whether you preserve the work that we have started. Tang Xin nodded slowly. I can do that. I understand the principles. I can teach others. I know, Wei Liang said. That is the point. That is what I am building toward. Not a teaching system that depends on me. A teaching system that can survive without me. 2 weeks after Shun Yu's departure, a message arrived at Shrek Academy addressed to Wei Liang personally. It came through no formal channel. It had been left in a student's dormitory room, placed on a pillow with no note, no explanation. Oscar discovered it during a random dormitory check and brought it directly to Wei Liang without opening it. The message was written in precise script on dark paper. Good students. Shame about the teacher. It was unsigned, but there was no question about who had written it. The eraser. The assassin who had failed during the battle for Shrek. Who had retreated with a promise to return. Who was apparently now moving on a new timeline, one that did not include Spirit Hall's official authorization. Wei Liang showed the message to Lu Yin and Zhao Wuji, but not to the students. The decision was strategic. Panic would be counterproductive. What was needed was preparation. He is testing you, Lu Yin said, seeing if you will respond, if you will run, if you will change your behavior. What should I do? Wei Liang asked. Exactly what you would have done if the message had not arrived, Lu Yin said. Teach, train, do the work. Do not acknowledge the threat unless it becomes direct. The week after the message, Wei Liang received authorization from the Grand Council Archive Division and submitted his first research request. He asked for everything they had on the previous teacher's curriculum structure. The response came back within days, 17 documents, some in fragments, some complete. They detailed how the previous teacher had structured the advancement process for their students, what kind of bottleneck exercises they had used, what kind of support they had provided at critical transition points. The parallels to Wei Liang's own work were startling. He had developed many of the same principles independently, which suggested that the principles were not idiosyncratic. They were elemental to the teaching methodology itself. The archive showed that he was, in some ways, reinventing the wheel. But it also showed him where the previous teacher had made mistakes, specific structures that had not worked, approaches that had led to burnout. He shared this information with Lu Yin, but kept it from the students, at least initially. The historical knowledge was useful for him as a designer of the curriculum, but it could be paralyzing for the students to know they were following a path that had been explicitly erased from history. Better to let them feel like pioneers until they were ready to understand the weight of precedent. By the end of the third week, Ren Fei had been released from Shrek Academy's custody. The arbitration had rendered his continued imprisonment legally unjustifiable. He left without speaking to anyone, though Wei Liang felt his cultivation signature as he departed, a heavy, ponderous thing that carried the weight of humiliation. A title de law had been captured by a young teacher and his students. That was not something that faded quickly from a person's emotional landscape. The night after Ren Fei's departure, Wei Liang was alone in the training yard when Tang Xin found him. He is going to come back, Tang Xin said. It was not a question. Yes, Wei Liang said. And when he does, we will have to fight him again, Tang Xin said. That is likely. Tang Xin was quiet for a moment. The mentor system has been tracking something new in my advancement. I have noticed the notation changes. It is no longer just about rank progression. It is tracking something it calls leadership resonance. I do not know what that means. Wei Liang found himself smiling slightly. It means you are ready to teach others. Not just advance yourself, but help others advance. That is a different kind of threshold. Am I at that threshold? Tang Xin asked. You will be soon, Wei Liang said. If the work continues as it has. And if it does not? Tang Xin asked. If Bibi Dong decides that the cost of allowing this to continue is too high, then you will need to decide whether you continue alone, Wei Liang said. Whether you become the teacher that I cannot be. Whether you preserve the work that we have started. Tang Xin nodded slowly. I can do that. I understand the principles. I can teach others. I know, Wei Liang said. That is the point. That is what I am building toward. Not a teaching system that depends on me. A teaching system that can survive without me. Chapter 107. The threshold shifts. 3 more weeks passed with no direct attack. The eraser's message sat in Wei Liang's awareness like a weight, present but not immediately pressing. It was the waiting that mattered. The knowledge that something was being prepared, something was being calculated. The eraser was not a person who moved without certainty. He was a specialist in assassination. That meant he was studying Wei Liang's routines, looking for vulnerability, preparing the strike with the kind of care that professional killers invested in targets that mattered. During this time, the students continued their advancement. Oscar reached rank 35, moving beyond the support role he had occupied for months and into the position of a true cultivator with his own combat capacity. The mentor system rewarded Wei Liang with another battle memory card, this one detailing a technique for sustained energy projection. It was more useful in some ways than the previous cards had been, not a defensive technique or an evasion, but a tool for extending power in a way that connected to his scholar's lantern spirit. Ma Hongjun continued to refine his Phoenix Flame control, working with Lu Yin on the intersection between emotional regulation and cultivation power. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai pushed toward rank 40, their paired fighting style becoming something genuinely formidable. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure pagoda evolved a second support attribute, healing resonance, which enhanced the academy's capacity to handle injuries and training stress. And Tang Xin moved toward something that had no name in the cultivation hierarchy, something that seemed to exist in a space between advancement and teaching. He was beginning to mentor the other students directly, to explain complex concepts in ways that accelerated their understanding. It was the kind of work that Wei Liang had been building toward, the first genuine teacher emerging from the student lineage. It was during the 4th week of waiting that the eraser finally returned. He came during the morning meditation session, not through the front gate, but through the east wall, entering the academy like a ghost materializing from the morning mist. Wei Liang felt his presence through the soul resonance field, a cultivation signature moving with deliberate stealth, attempting to mask its nature. He did not move. He did not call for help. He simply continued the meditation instruction, his voice steady as he guided the students through breathing patterns, aware that the eraser was watching from the shadows of the courtyard entrance. When the meditation ended and the students rose, the eraser stepped forward into the light. He was smaller than Wei Liang expected, which was the first sign of how dangerous he was. Professional assassins did not rely on physical presence or intimidating appearance. They relied on technique. This man looked almost ordinary, middle-aged, unremarkable cultivation or a signature, nothing in his bearing that screamed threat. That was a second sign. Wei Liang, the eraser said, "We have business to conclude." The students instantly moved backward. Wei Liang raised a hand before anyone could move further. "This is between myself and this man. You will retreat to the dormitory building." "Now, teacher," Ma Hongjun started. "Now," Wei Liang said, not unkindly, but with the absolute authority that came from being the adult in the situation. The students obeyed, moving in disciplined retreat. Tang San was the last to leave, and he looked back once with an expression that suggested he wanted to argue further, but understood that the moment was not the one for it. When they were gone, Lu Yin emerged from the meditation hall where she had been observing. "I am not leaving," she said. "I did not ask you to," Wei Liang said. The eraser studied both of them with the clinical precision of someone assessing a problem. "You are prepared to die for a teaching methodology," he said to Wei Liang. "That is what I do not understand. I have eliminated 6 irregular instructors over the course of my career. All of them broke eventually. All of them chose survival. You have chosen differently. Why? Because teaching is not a choice you make to survive," Wei Liang said. "It is a choice you make despite the fact that survival might not be the outcome." The eraser nodded slowly, as if confirming something he had suspected. "Then I am going to give you a choice. Leave Shrek Academy. You can go anywhere. You can teach anyone. But you do it in a way that does not directly challenge Spirit Hall's authority structure. That is the cost of your life." "I refuse," Wei Liang said. "I thought you might," the eraser said. And then he moved. He did not attack Wei Liang directly. He attacked Lu Yin. The strike came from the side, a technique designed to incapacitate rather than kill, which suggested he was maintaining some form of professional code. It also suggested he understood that taking Lu Yin would be more effective than taking Wei Liang. It was tactical assassination strategy applied to a teaching situation. Lu Yin moved to block the strike, but she was not fast enough. The eraser's speed was that of someone rank 60 minimum, probably higher. Her mirrored lotus activated to copy his technique, but the speed of his attack meant she was copying something already past, not something present. Wei Liang did not think. He released the scholar's lantern's resonance field in an uncontrolled burst, projecting it outward in all directions with power he did not know he possessed. The effect was immediate and dramatic. A sphere of calming force that disrupted the eraser's movement mid-strike, destabilized his cultivation balance, and forced him to divert energy to maintaining his own equilibrium. That was enough. That was all Wei Liang needed. Lu Yin finished her blocked counterstrike by borrowing a technique from her stored memory, one of the standard defensive forms, and drove the eraser backward. Zhao Wuji emerged from the academy building and took position beside them without being called. The eraser retreated. He did not run. He backed away slowly, reassessing. His expression barely changed. "You are beginning to understand," he said. "That is unfortunate. For you. That means the next stage will require different methodology." "What next stage?" Wei Liang asked. "The one where Bibi Dong takes personal interest in the problem," the eraser said. "You have survived long enough to make this about her directly. That changes the nature of the threat considerably." He vanished then, moving with the kind of speed that was not about cultivation rank, but about technique. Specialized movement that left no trail, no energy signature, nothing for the scholar's lantern to track. When he was gone, Wei Liang found himself shaking with adrenaline crash. Lu Yin was checking him for injuries, finding none. Zhao Wuji was looking toward the dormitory where the students were undoubtedly listening to everything that had just happened. "Gather them," Wei Liang said. "All of them. And tell Elder Xinyu something for me. Through whatever channels you use. Tell her that the reckoning has accelerated. Bibi Dong is coming. And this time, she is coming herself." Chapter 108. Preparation for the final confrontation. The students emerged from the dormitory in formation, led by Tang San. Wei Liang could see the question in their eyes, the fear and excitement mixed together. This was the first time they had seen direct combat, seen him move with cultivation power, understood that the threat was not theoretical. The knowledge that an assassin had breached the academy's perimeter, that an active killer was interested in their teacher, created a different kind of weight than the theoretical knowledge of Spirit Hall's opposition had created. What happened? Ma Hongjun asked, and his voice carried the particular tone of someone who had just realized that the danger he had been academically aware of was now concrete and present. What happened is that the timeline changed, Wei Liang said. The person who just left is an assassin named the Eraser. He is one of Spirit Hall's Black Ops operatives. What matters about him is not that he is dangerous. You have seen that already. What matters is that his presence here, his continued interest in eliminating me, means that Bibi Dong is willing to tolerate action outside normal institutional channels. She has moved past the point of wanting to suppress Shrek Academy through legal means. She has decided that direct elimination is more efficient. That means she is not going to respect the arbitration, Xiao Wu said, her voice quiet but precise. She had always been the one to see the strategic implications most clearly. The quiet ones always did. They had less momentum from their own emotions to overcome. Yes, Wei Liang said. The arbitration created a legal framework that protects Shrek Academy institutionally. But it did not make Bibi Dong accept that protection. It made her recognize that she cannot move against the academy as an institution and maintain political viability. So she has adapted. She is now moving against me as an individual. A private assassination removes the legal standing that the arbitration provided. If the teacher is dead due to personal conflict rather than institutional action, the academy still exists, but the mentor system dies with me. He looked at each of them in turn. I need to make something clear. None of you are required to continue this. The training you have received, the advancement you have achieved, that is yours. You can leave Shrek Academy. You can continue your cultivation in private. You can choose a path that does not involve standing against someone as powerful as Bibi Dong. No judgment. No shame. Just the simple recognition that this has become dangerous in ways that the earlier phases were not. There was a long silence. Wei Liang was surprised to find that he had meant it. He genuinely would have accepted their departure. The work was important, but it was not so important that it justified destroying the futures of his students. And let you fight alone? Dai Mubai said. The white tiger cultivator stood straighter. No, that is not what we do. Yes, if that is what you choose, Wei Liang said, acknowledging the commitment, but not releasing them from the weight of it. I will not be damaged by that choice. I will understand it. It is the choice the previous teacher's students made, and it is a valid one. They chose safety. Because of that choice, the previous teacher's work was erased. But they survived. We are not making that choice, Tang San said. His voice carried the weight of speaking for the group, and as he spoke, the other 6 students nodded in silent agreement. Not with the kind of dramatic synchronization that suggested rehearsal, but with the quiet consensus of people who had talked about this already, who had processed the choice privately, and who were now simply confirming what they had already decided. Wei Liang felt something shift in his chest, not exactly hope, but a recognition of what he had built. 7 people who were willing to stand beside him, not because they had to, because they chose to. That was the difference between a teaching methodology that was imposed and one that was truly owned by the students. It was not in the advancement rates. It was in the choice to continue even when the difficulty increased. Then we prepare, he said. And the preparation starts with understanding what we are actually facing. Over the next hour, Wei Liang laid out everything he understood about Bibi Dong. Her rank, 95, near limit do law. Her cultivation style, combat-focused, not support or control, which meant she was designed to defeat individual opponents rather than support ally networks. Her institutional position, Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, which meant she commanded resources and authority that made even titled Deloa operatives answer to her. He explained that she did not fear Wei Liang personally. She feared what he represented, the teaching system that could create cultivators faster than the traditional hierarchy allowed. She is going to come here, Wei Liang said, probably within the next 4 to 6 weeks. The eraser's appearance was a signal. She is sending a message. Escalate your response or prepare for final confrontation. The waiting is over. The institutional pressure is being replaced with direct action. How do we prepare? Oscar asked. His usual humor was gone, replaced by the seriousness that came when he understood the full weight of what was being asked. Oscar had always been the one who understood that humor was a shield, and he set the shield aside when genuine danger appeared. By becoming stronger, Lu Yin said. She was standing beside Wei Liang now, her presence a statement in itself. By understanding your limits and then systematically expanding them. By learning to fight together in ways that are more sophisticated than anything we have drilled before. By building redundancy, so that if Wei Liang falls, the work continues through you. That last part, Ning Rongrong said, stepping forward. Her voice had changed in recent months. She was no longer the spoiled princess who had arrived at Shrek Academy months ago. That is not acceptable. Wei Liang looked at her. Wei Liang does not fall, Ning Rongrong said. Her voice was precise, carrying the kind of authority that came from the combination of her noble lineage and her months of intense training. If that is the price of becoming stronger, then the price is too high. We do not prepare to lose you. We prepare to not lose at all. The statement hung in the air. It was, Wei Liang understood, the moment where the student transcended the traditional student role. She was setting terms. She was refusing to accept the hierarchy of loss. She was insisting on a victory condition that included the survival of the teacher, not as a possibility, but as a necessity. The other students looked at Ning Rongrong, and Wei Liang could see them processing her words. There was something powerful in her refusal to accept sacrifice. It was not naive. They all understood the danger. But it was a kind of faith that said, we will find another way. We will survive together or not at all. Then we all have to survive, Wei Liang said. All 8 of us. Lu Yin, Zhao Wuji, and the 7 of you. That is the contract. We do not prepare for loss. We prepare for survival. How? Xiao Wu asked. By understanding that Bibi Dong cannot kill all of us at once, Wei Liang said. She is powerful, but she is not omnipotent. She has perhaps 4 to 6 title de law in her immediate guard. You are not at that rank yet, but you are advancing toward it. And more importantly, you are becoming something that individual cultivation rank cannot measure. You are becoming a unit. You are becoming something that functions with a coherence that individuals, no matter how strong, cannot match. Then we prepare, he said. And the preparation starts with understanding what we are actually facing. Over the next hour, Wei Liang laid out everything he understood about Bibi Dong. Her rank, 95, near limit de law. Her cultivation style, combat-focused, not support or control. Her institutional position, Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, which meant she commanded resources and authority that made even title Doa operatives answer to her. He explained that she did not fear Wei Liang personally. She feared what he represented, the teaching system that could create cultivators faster than the traditional hierarchy allowed. She is going to come here, Wei Liang said, probably within the next 4 to 6 weeks. The eraser's appearance was a signal. She is sending a message. Escalate your response or prepare for final confrontation. The waiting is over. How do we prepare? Oscar asked. His usual humor was gone, replaced by the seriousness that came when he understood the full weight of what was being asked. By becoming stronger, Lu Yin said. She was standing beside Wei Liang now, her presence a statement in itself. By understanding your limits and then systematically expanding them. By learning to fight together in ways that are more sophisticated than anything we have drilled before. By building redundancy, so that if Wei Liang falls, the work continues through you. That last part, Ning Rongrong said. That is not acceptable. Wei Liang looked at her. Wei Liang does not fall, Ning Rongrong said. Her voice was precise. If that is the price of becoming stronger, then the price is too high. We do not prepare to lose you. We prepare to not lose at all. The statement hung in the air. It was, Wei Liang understood, the moment where the student transcended the traditional student role. She was setting terms. She was refusing to accept the hierarchy of loss. Then we all have to survive, Wei Liang said. All 8 of us. Lu Yin, Zhao Wuji, and the 7 of you. That is the contract. We do not prepare for loss. We prepare for survival. How? Xiao Wu asked. By understanding that Bibi Dong cannot kill all of us at once, Wei Liang said. She is powerful, but she is not omnipotent. She has perhaps 4 to 6 title de law in her immediate guard. You are not at that rank yet, but you are advancing toward it. And more importantly, you are becoming something that individual cultivation rank cannot measure. You are becoming a unit. You are becoming something that functions with a coherence that individuals, no matter how strong, cannot match. The final preparations began immediately. Wei Liang worked with Lu Yin to design what he called the integration protocol, a series of exercises that pushed the students not toward individual breakthroughs, but toward synchronized advancement. They would train in formation, practicing the way they flowed energy to each other, the way Oscar's support sausages could stabilize a weakening team member, the way Ning Rongrong's pagoda could synchronize its effects across all 7 rather than scattering its power. Tang Xin took on the role of formation strategist, analyzing their combined capability and identifying what he called the weak points in Bibi Dong's logical approach. He reasoned that even the most powerful individual had assumptions about how they would be attacked. Those assumptions created vulnerabilities. By understanding what those assumptions would be, they could prepare responses that broke expected patterns. She will expect hierarchy, Tang San explained during a planning session. She is rank 95. She will assume anyone below rank 80 is effectively irrelevant in a direct confrontation. She will focus on eliminating Wei Liang and the title de law she brings with her. She will not expect us to be coordinated. She will not expect us to be dangerous. So we use the expectation of irrelevance, Dai Mubai said. We use the expectation of irrelevance, Tang San confirmed. We let her focus on Wei Liang. And while she does, we establish a perimeter that prevents her from accessing the academy. We do not fight her directly. We fight the space. We make it impossible for her to reach what she came for. Over the weeks, the students advanced. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing reached rank 40, crossing into Soul King territory. The advancement was marked not just by their individual journals, but by the visible change in how they carried themselves. They were no longer students approaching the professional threshold. They were approaching it. Oscar stabilized at rank 35, the advancement slower now because his primary focus was no longer individual growth, but group function. He began to understand his sausage-making ability differently, not as a tool for his own advancement, but as a tool for group survival. He created what he called sustenance sausages, designed not for short-term power boost, but for long-term endurance in extended combat. And then, in the 5th week after the Eraser's departure, something happened that changed the entire calculus. Dai Mubai, during a morning training session with Zhu Zhuqing, pushed through a barrier that had been forming in his cultivation for weeks. His rank advanced to 41. The advancement was expected. What was not expected was the mentor system's response. A notification appeared in Wei Liang's perception, titled De Law Advancement Path Unlocked. Student has reached threshold where titled De Law Advancement is statistically probable within next 18 months. Accelerated curriculum option available. The students gathered around Wei Liang as he processed the notification. He explained it to them. Dai Mubai is now on a path that leads to titled De Law rank. It is possible. It is not inevitable. He will have to make the choices that commit him to that advancement. But it is possible. Which one of us reaches titled De Law? Ma Hongjun asked. The ones who commit to the choice, Wei Liang said. Dai Mubai has taken the first step. The others will take it when they are ready, or they will choose a different path. Both are valid. Tang San was looking at Wei Liang with an expression that suggested he had just realized something important. That changes what Bibi Dong is afraid of. It is not just you. It is that your students will become titled de law. Multiple titled de law, from outside her control. That would fundamentally alter the power structure. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is what she is afraid of. That is what the previous teacher was building toward. And that is why she is coming. Chapter 109. The message clarifies. The message came through an official Grand Council courier, which was how Wei Liang knew it was genuine and how he knew it was important. The courier did not enter the academy. He remained at the gate and delivered the message to a formally designated witness, Zhao Wuji, before departing. The message was written on official Grand Council paper. It was addressed to Instructor Wei Liang of Shrek Academy, and it bore the formal seal of Bibi Dong, Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. I have observed your progress with interest, it read. Your students are remarkable. Your teaching is clearly effective. I have one simple proposal. Transfer to Spirit Hall's leadership program. You will continue your teaching with greater resources, greater authority, and greater protection. Your students may continue their advancement without the threat they currently face. All you have to do is accept that Spirit Hall provides the institutional framework within which such teaching occurs. If you refuse, then I regret to inform you that I cannot continue to respect the Grand Council's arbitration findings. I can provide clear evidence of regulatory violations that the previous arbitration overlooked. Those violations will require another hearing. The timeline will be compressed. I will arrive in person to present that evidence, which will necessitate a direct confrontation with your current institution. Choose quickly. You have 2 weeks. Wei Liang read the message 3 times before showing it to anyone else. It was, he understood, a genuine offer. Not a threat disguised as an offer, but an actual choice. Bibi Dong was willing to give him what he wanted, the resources to teach, the students to work with, the institutional protection, if he was willing to work within her framework rather than against it. You are not going to accept, Lu Yen said. It was not a question. No, Wei Liang said. Because if I do, I am no longer a teacher. I am an extension of Spirit Hall's power structure. My students advance not for themselves, but for the institution. That is the inverse of what I am trying to build. She is not going to be pleased, Lu Yen said. No, Wei Liang agreed. But at least now she understands that I understand what this is about. It is not about me being dangerous. It is about what I represent being incompatible with her vision for the cultivation world. He called an assembly that afternoon and read the message to the students. He explained Bibi Dong's offer and his rejection of it. He told them plainly, "She is coming. In 14 days, she will arrive at Shrek Academy. We will either find a way to survive her arrival, or we will not. The outcome depends entirely on how well we have prepared." "What are you going to tell her?" Xiao Wu asked. "The truth," Wei Liang said. "That I refuse her offer. That I will continue teaching here, regardless of her opposition. That my students' advancement belongs to them, and to no institution but themselves." The 2 weeks that followed were the most intensive training period Wei Liang had created since becoming a teacher. Every day began before dawn and ended after sunset. The integration protocol evolved into something more sophisticated, a full system for how the 7 students could operate as a single coordinated entity while maintaining their individual capabilities. Zhao Wuji worked with them on combat positioning, teaching them how to use the academy's physical layout as a tactical advantage. Lu Yin drilled them on reading opponent behavior, on identifying weak points in technique, on adapting on the fly to unexpected attacks. Wei Liang taught meditation, breath control, energy management, all the subtle arts that allowed a cultivator to function at their peak for extended periods. Oscar's sausage-making reached a new level of sophistication. He began creating what he called resonance sausages, designed specifically to interface with the mentor system's soul resonance field and create amplification effects. It was an application of his talent that required him to understand cultivation theory at a level he had never needed before. He rose to the challenge. Ma Hongjun refined his phoenix flame into something precise and controlled. He worked with Zhu Zhuqing on synchronized attacks, the way her shadow techniques could set up space for his flame to strike with maximum effect. They began to understand each other at a level deeper than conscious communication, anticipating each other's movements. Xiao Wu worked on extending her transformation capabilities beyond simple physical change. Lu Yin taught her how to use her rabbit spirit's inherent speed advantage in a tactical context, how to flank and support rather than charging directly. Xiao Wu's role evolved from damage output to strategic positioning. Ning Rongrong pushed her 9-treasure pagoda toward a unified effect. Instead of providing separate support attributes, she began to understand how to create synergy between them. Her pagoda became not a collection of individual supports, but a cohesive system. Tang San, meanwhile, stepped into the role of battle strategist fully. He was no longer just helping the others advance. He was orchestrating their advancement, understanding how all 7 of them fit together as a complete system. His blue-silver grass became not just a weapon, but the communication medium for the entire formation. In the final 2 days before Bibi Dong's arrival, Wei Liang gathered all of them for a moment that had nothing to do with training. It was evening, and they sat in the courtyard together, Lu Yin, Zhao Wuji, and the 7 students. "When she arrives," Wei Liang said, "I want you to understand something clearly. We are not trying to defeat her. Bibi Dong is a limit dola. The combined power of all of us would not match her individual capability. What we are trying to do is create a situation where defeating us becomes more costly than accepting our existence. We are trying to make it true that the effort required to destroy Shrek Academy is greater than the benefit gained from its destruction." "How do we do that?" Ma Hongjun asked. "By being indispensable," Wei Liang said. "By having become something that cannot be replaced. By having built a system of teaching that is robust enough to survive even if I die. By being the kind of students that other cultivators will want to learn from, will want to protect." "That is not a strategy," Dai Mubai said. "That is a hope." "Yes," Wei Liang said, "but hope backed by preparation. And preparation backed by months of work that you have all done. So when she arrives, you will not be hopeful. You will be confident, because you will know, from direct experience, that you are capable of more than you thought possible." He paused. "And if she kills me, if that happens, then Tang San, you will become the teacher. You have the knowledge. You have the capability. You have the respect of the others. The mentor system may not transfer to you. I do not fully understand the system's mechanics. But the teaching will continue. That is the real victory. Not my survival. The continuation of the work." Tang San looked at him for a long moment. "I accept that responsibility, but I am not planning for it to become necessary." "Neither am I," Wei Liang said. "But I accept that it is possible. And I want you to know that I accept it. That makes it easier for you to do what needs to be done if the moment comes." The next morning, Bibi Dong arrived. Chapter 110. The confrontation arrives. She did not enter the academy. She stood at the gate with 6 title doa flanking her. Not 4, as Wei Liang had predicted, but 6. It was a show of force that made a statement. I am prepared to level this place if that is what it takes to stop you. Wei Liang walked to the gate with Lu Yin and Zhao Wuji. Behind them, maintaining distance but within sight, the Shrek 7 stood in formation, not hostile, but present. Witnessing. Bibi Dong was not what Wei Liang expected. He had imagined someone whose cultivation power manifested visibly, someone whose presence dominated through sheer dominance. Instead, he encountered someone whose power was so complete that she had no need to announce it. She looked almost ordinary, middle-aged, composed, with the particular quality of someone who had made decisions that shaped the world and had long since stopped questioning those decisions. Wei Liang, she said. Her voice was calm, not threatening, simply present. You received my message. I did, Wei Liang said. And you have chosen to refuse my offer, Bibi Dong said. Yes. Why? Bibi Dong asked. And the question seemed genuine, as if she actually wanted to understand his reasoning rather than simply pursuing confirmation of what she already thought. Wei Liang chose his words carefully. Because the offer, while generous, comes with a cost that I cannot pay. It requires me to subordinate the advancement of my students to the institutional authority of Spirit Hall that transforms them from independent cultivators into tools of the institution. I am trying to build something different. A mentor system, Bibi Dong said. Restored, I understand, from historical practice. You are aware of what happened to the previous teacher. I am, Wei Liang said. And yet you chose this path anyway, Bibi Dong said. She looked genuinely interested. That suggests either remarkable courage or remarkable stupidity. I am still determining which. It is neither, Wei Liang said. It is the only path that makes sense. The previous teacher had to choose between their students and themselves. I am refusing to accept that choice as inevitable. I am trying to create a situation where both are possible. Bibi Dong smiled. It was not a cruel smile. It was almost friendly. You are trying to change the fundamental dynamics of how power functions in this world. You are a remarkable person, Wei Liang. Truly, most people understand, eventually, that some ambitions are too large. You have not reached that understanding yet. No, Wei Liang agreed. I have not. Then let me provide the understanding, Bibi Dong said. She stepped forward, and as she did, the very air around her seemed to shift. The cultivation pressure she released was not directed. It was simply the weight of her presence made manifest. It was enough to drive Wei Liang backward 2 steps. It was enough to make the students behind him feel small. She was telling him, without words, what she was capable of. That is rank 95, she said. The force required to reshape a battlefield. The force required to break cultivation barriers. The force required to change the world. She withdrew the pressure, and the air returned to normal. You are rank 40. Your students are rank 35 to 42. Do you understand the disparity? Yes, Wei Liang said. And yet you persist, Bibi Dong said. That is the part one do not understand. Most intelligent people, when faced with overwhelming power, accept the reality of their limitation. You seem to believe that intelligence and preparation can overcome raw power. That is a fallacy. Is it? Wei Liang asked. He released his own cultivation pressure then, something he had not done with intention before. The scholar's lantern expanded through his spirit architecture and projected outward, not as a battle aura, but as what it was, a calming field that demanded nothing, threatened nothing, but created a space of clarity. It did not match Bibi Dong's power, but it offered something different, the possibility of coexistence rather than domination. Bibi Dong felt it. She looked at him with an expression that suggested she had just seen something interesting. That is not a weapon. No, Wei Liang said. It is a tool for teaching. It helps students understand themselves more clearly. It accelerates their integration of concepts. It has no combat application. And that is what you believe will save you? Bibi Dong asked. I believe that if you level this academy, you destroy 1 teacher and 7 students. If you allow it to continue, you create a situation where other students will come. Other teachers will emerge from those students. The methodology will spread. Eventually, the scarcity model that your power depends on becomes obsolete. You can delay that transformation by destroying what we have built, but you cannot prevent it. Bibi Dong was quiet for a moment. You are asking me to accept the erosion of my own power for the greater good of the world. That is a significant ask. No, Wei Liang said. I am asking you to accept that your power is erosion-proof. That real authority does not depend on monopoly. That if your methods are good, they will survive. And if they need the suppression of alternatives to survive, then perhaps they are not as good as you believe. That is philosophy for people with power to spare, Bibi Dong said. I do not have that luxury. I have institutional authority because I have maintained control of the advancement pathways. If those pathways multiply beyond my ability to manage them, I lose the authority. That is not acceptable to me. Then what do you propose? Wei Liang asked. Bibi Dong looked past him at the Shrek 7 standing in formation. She studied them individually, as if assessing each one. Finally, she turned back to Wei Liang. I propose a continuation of the current arrangement. You continue to teach. You continue to develop your mentor system. But you do it in a location that I designate, under observation that I maintain, with students that I approve. In exchange, you and your academy are protected, and your students advance under institutional authorization rather than despite it. That is the same offer you made in the message, Wei Liang said. With a difference, Bibi Dong said. This time, the cost of refusal is explicit. I will not destroy the academy immediately, but I will make it clear that Shrek cannot continue to operate. I will enforce the previous arbitration findings ruthlessly while interpreting them as narrowly as possible. Your funding will be removed. Your students will be expelled. Your instructor status will be challenged through every available legal channel. You will have 2 years, maximum, before Shrek Academy becomes untenable. After that, you can choose to work within my framework or disappear. It was, Wei Liang understood, a threat framed as a mercy. Bibi Dong was offering him the chance to accept her authority voluntarily before she crushed him through institutional pressure. It was a sophisticated approach, not raw power but systematic attrition. I need time to consider, Wei Liang said. You have 1 week, Bibi Dong said. Send me your answer through the Grand Council's courier system. If the answer is acceptance, we will negotiate the details. If the answer is refusal, she paused. Then we will see how long your faith in the power of good teaching can sustain you against the weight of institutional opposition. She turned and walked away. Her title de law guards followed. They did not retreat hastily. They departed with the measured pace of people who did not need to demonstrate urgency. When they were gone, Wei Liang found his hands shaking. Lu Yin steadied him. Zhao Wuji placed a hand on his shoulder. Behind them, the students remained in formation, silent. That, Wei Liang said, was worse than I had anticipated. She is not trying to kill you, Lu Yin said. She is trying to absorb you. That is a much more sophisticated strategy. And if she succeeds? Dai Mubai asked. Then everything we have built is preserved, Wei Liang said. But only as a tool of her institution. That is the cost of accepting her offer. That is the thing I cannot accept. Chapter 111. The final week the decision Wei Liang made was not to accept Bibi Dong's offer. He also did not refuse it immediately. Instead, he spent the week in careful preparation for what he understood would come next, the systematic dismantling of Shrek Academy's institutional support through every legal and political channel that Spirit Hall could access. On the first day after Bibi Dong's departure, Wei Liang called an emergency council with Dean Flinder, Lu Yin, Zhao Wuji, and Tang San. He explained to them the full implications of what Bibi Dong had said. She was not going to launch a direct assault. She was going to use institutional mechanisms to make Shrek Academy untenable. The funding threats were the first step. The removal of students through pressure on their families was the second. The challenge to Wei Liang's instructor certification was the third. One by one, the supports that made the academy viable would be stripped away. Can we survive that? Dean Flinder asked. The dean was aging. The stress of the previous months had marked him, had carved new lines into his face. We can, Wei Liang said, if we prepare for it now. The key is that we do not need to survive as an institution. We need to survive as a teaching methodology. Those are different things. He explained his strategy. They would not resist the institutional pressure directly. Instead, they would gradually transform Shrek Academy from a formal institution into something informal. They would locate other facilities, other funding sources. They would prepare the students for advancement outside the academy's physical location. They would document the teaching methodology so that it could continue even if every physical location was destroyed. He contacted Xinyu through formal Grand Council channels and explained the situation. The Elder Deloise's response came back within days. She was preparing to submit a formal record to the Grand Council documenting the mentor system's legality and historical legitimacy. The record would make it politically difficult for Spirit Hall to openly move against the teaching methodology. It would not prevent institutional pressure, but it would constrain the forms that pressure could take. He made preparations for what would become necessary if Bibi Dong followed through on her threats. He worked with Tang San to identify other possible locations where the teaching circle could operate. He worked with Lu Yin to establish contacts with independent cultivators who might provide support. He worked with Zhao Wuji to develop a contingency training plan that did not require the academy's facilities. And he worked with the students to move toward the final advancement threshold they would need to survive what came next. By the end of the week, Zhu Zhuqing had reached rank 40, joining Dai Mubai and crossing into Soul King territory. The breakthrough had come during an intensive one-on-one session where Wei Liang had pushed her through the psychological barriers that had been preventing the advancement. Xiao Wu had advanced to rank 38, approaching the same threshold. Her transformation control had stabilized during the process, suggesting that the psychological work was as important as the cultivation work. The mentor system had activated advancement projections for multiple students, showing probability curves that suggested at least 4 of them had potential to reach title d'Or rank in the next 2 to 3 years if they continued with the current training intensity. That was remarkable. That was the kind of acceleration that would fundamentally change the cultivation landscape if it became common. More importantly, Tang San had reached what Wei Liang's bloodline insight now identified as a completion threshold for teaching integration. He was no longer simply a student advancing through ranks. He was a student becoming a teacher. The distinction was not just theoretical. It meant that when other students worked with him, they experienced accelerated advancement, much as they did with Wei Liang. He was becoming a secondary vector for the mentor system's multiplication. The transformation was beginning to cascade. The mentor system was multiplying the vector through which teaching could occur. What had begun with Wei Liang and 7 students was becoming Wei Liang and 7 students, one of whom was becoming a secondary teaching vector. That multiplication meant that if Wei Liang was removed, the work would not die. It would continue through Tang San. On the morning Wei Liang was scheduled to submit his formal refusal to Bibi Dong, he called the students together one final time. Not in the dormitory rooms or the training grounds, but in the courtyard, the central space where all the major declarations had been made. I am refusing her offer today, he said. I am doing so knowing that it will trigger institutional pressure that will probably make Shrek Academy untenable within the timeline she specified. I am doing so knowing that you may have to continue your advancement elsewhere. I am doing so knowing that I may not be here to guide that continuation. He looked at each of them, seeing the weight of the decision settle on their faces. They were young. The oldest was barely 25. They should have been focused on advancement and growth, not on institutional conflict. But I am doing it because the alternative, accepting that institutional authority should dictate how and where teaching occurs, that alternative is, for me, unacceptable. Because if I accept that authority now, I accept it for all of you. And I will not do that. He paused. But I am doing it because the alternative, accepting that institutional authority should dictate how and where teaching occurs, that alternative is, for me, unacceptable. What happens next? Oscar asked. His voice was practical, focused on the immediate tactical question rather than the larger moral one. What happens next is we prepare for a world where Shrek Academy may not exist, Wei Liang said. We prepare for each of you to become independent enough to continue your advancement alone if necessary. We prepare for Tang San and the others of you who show potential to become teachers to develop that teaching capability. We prepare for the work to continue even if the institution that houses it is destroyed. I can do that, Tang San said. His voice was certain. I understand the methodology. I can teach others. I know, Wei Liang said. And that knowledge allows me to make this choice. That is what the previous teacher did not have. They had powerful students, but no students who were becoming teachers. So when the institution was destroyed, the work ended. That is not going to happen here. I know, Wei Liang said. And that knowledge allows me to make this choice. That is what the previous teacher did not have. They had powerful students, but no students who were becoming teachers. So when the institution was destroyed, the work ended. That is not going to happen here. He composed the formal refusal that afternoon. It was a short document, 3 sentences stating that he could not accept the offer, that he understood the consequences, and that he would continue his teaching work regardless of institutional barriers. He sent it through the Grand Council courier system. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Wei Liang composed his formal refusal to Bibi Dong. The message was written on official Grand Council paper, the kind that made documents legally binding when filed through proper channels. He wrote carefully, choosing each word with the precision that came from understanding that this single message would trigger the events that would reshape the next years of his life. Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, the message began, I have considered your offer carefully. I have weighed the advantages of institutional protection against the cost of institutional subordination. I have understood the timeline you specified and the institutional pressure you have indicated you are prepared to apply. Having fully considered all factors, I must respectfully decline your offer. The message was short, just those paragraphs. But the brevity was itself a statement. Wei Liang was not explaining his reasoning. He was not asking for reconsideration. He was simply declining. The message carried the weight of finality. I will continue my teaching work at Shrek Academy, where it currently operates. I will continue to develop the mentor system through the methods I have established. I understand that you have indicated this refusal will result in institutional pressure against Shrek Academy and against my instructor status. I accept these consequences. The final paragraph was what mattered. However, I wish you to understand that the institutional pressure you have indicated may be less effective than you anticipate. Shrek Academy is no longer merely an institution. It has become a community. My students are no longer simply advanced cultivators. They are becoming teachers. The work we are doing has begun to multiply beyond the point at which it can be suppressed by institutional action alone. I do not offer this as a threat, but as an observation about the likely trajectory of what we have begun. Wei Liang read the message 3 times, looking for any phrase that might be misunderstood as aggression or provocation. There was none. It was simply clear. He understood what Bibi Dong was proposing and was rejecting it. But he also understood that her strategy was based on assumptions about how quickly the teaching circle could be destroyed, and he was informing her that those assumptions were already invalid. He sealed the message with his personal stamp and gave it to a trusted courier from the Grand Council. The courier would deliver it directly to Bibi Dong's office, ensuring that the message was received authentically. Within hours, Bibi Dong would know that Wei Liang had refused her final offer. That night, Wei Liang did not sleep. He sat in the courtyard and felt the weight of the choice he had made. He had just committed to a course of action that would likely result in the institutional destruction of Shrek Academy. He had chosen conflict over safety. He had chosen the long game over the short-term peace. Lu Yin found him before dawn. She sat beside him without asking for explanation. "You sent the refusal," she said. "Yes." "Then what comes next?" she asked. "What comes next," Wei Liang said, "is that we stop fighting on the defensive. We have been reacting to Spirit Hall's moves. We have been trying to survive their pressure. That ends. What comes next is that we build something so strong, so distributed, that institutional pressure becomes irrelevant." "How long does that take?" Lu Yin asked. "Years," Wei Liang said. "But we have time. The arbitration bought us that. And what we build in those years will be worth the cost of institutional pressure." Chapter 112. The unraveling begins. The institutional pressure began the very next week. Spirit Hall filed a formal complaint with the Grand Council citing concerns about Shrek Academy's financial practices. An audit was requested. The Academy's books, which had never faced serious scrutiny before, suddenly became subject to intensive examination. Then came a challenge to Wei Liang's instructor certification. The claim was that his scholar-grade instructor status was provisional, pending review of ongoing teaching practices. An evaluation committee was appointed. Then the student enrollment pool began to dry up. Families who had been considering sending students to Shrek Academy either withdrew their interest or were pressured to do so. The Academy had operated with a relatively small number of students, the 7 core students and a handful of secondary attendees. Now even those secondary attendees were being recalled or prevented from attending. It became clear within a month that Bibi Dong was executing a systematic disassembly. She was not moving fast enough to trigger legal intervention from the Grand Council, but she was moving with enough consistency that Shrek Academy's institutional viability was in genuine question. Can the Academy survive this? Ning Rongrong asked Wei Liang during a training session. Financially? Probably not, Wei Liang said. Dean Flender is already concerned about how long they can maintain operations without external funding. Institutionally? Definitely not. Unless something changes, Shrek Academy as an institution will become unsustainable within the timeline Bibi Dong specified. And what happens to us? Ma Hongjun asked. What happens depends on what you choose, Wei Liang said. Each of you is now strong enough to continue your advancement independently. You could leave Shrek. You could seek positions elsewhere. You could continue your cultivation privately. Or, Tengson asked, or you continue your advancement here, informally, without the institutional protection that Shrek Academy currently provides, Wei Liang said. We become not students and teacher at an academy, but a training circle working together outside institutional frameworks. The teaching continues, but through personal relationship rather than institutional authority. The students looked at each other. Wei Liang understood that what was happening now was a moment where they had to choose whether they were committed to advancement or committed to being students of Shrek Academy. They were different things. I stay, Daimubai said. With or without the academy. I stay, Zhu Zhuqing agreed. One by one, they committed. All 7 of them chose to remain. Not because the academy offered them something materially. They had passed the point where formal instruction was necessary. But because they understood that what they were choosing to remain part of was something larger than individual advancement. By the time 2 months had passed since Bibi Dong's ultimatum, Shrek Academy was operating as a semi-formal institution. Dean Flender, in a move that surprised Wei Liang, announced a voluntary reduction in operational status. The academy would continue to exist, but it would no longer attempt to maintain the formal institutional structure that Spirit Hall could use as a pressure point. The implications were significant. The academy could not be accredited. It could not offer formal certification. Its students were advancing outside the traditional institutional hierarchy. What the 7 students were becoming was not formally recognized cultivators advancing toward specified ranks, but independent practitioners advancing through personal commitment and external teaching. It was, paradoxically, exactly what Bibi Dong feared most, a system of cultivation and advancement that existed entirely outside her institutional control. The mentor system, sensing the change, sent Wei Liang a notification: institutional independence achieved. Teaching framework operating outside traditional hierarchy. Adaptation bonus. Soul resonance field increases to 40-meter radius. Mentor system gains new function, lineage tracking. Available for immediate implementation. Wei Liang accepted the lineage tracking function without fully understanding what it meant. What manifested was unexpected. He could now sense, with perfect clarity, every teaching event that occurred around him. He could feel Tang San's teaching to the other students. He could feel Lu Yan's instruction in combat technique. He could feel Zhao Wuji's mentorship and tactical awareness. The mentor system was showing him that teaching was no longer flowing in one direction. It was beginning to flow in multiple directions. The system of teaching had achieved what it was designed to achieve: reproduction of the teaching function beyond the primary instructor. Chapter 113. The alliance deepens 6 months after Bibi Dong's ultimatum. The ultimatum that Wei Liang had refused and that had triggered the institutional dismantling of Shrek Academy. The formal institution no longer existed. But the teaching work not only continued, it accelerated. 7 students continued their advancement on trajectories that were advancing faster than at any point before. A teacher and co-instructor continued their work with deepened understanding and capability. And the teaching that occurred at the academy's physical location had expanded beyond anything Wei Liang had anticipated when the formal institution collapsed. Word had spread, somehow, through channels that Wei Liang could not fully identify, that something important was happening at a location near the city. Not through formal announcements or institutional advertising, but through the quiet transmission of knowledge that occurred when students started to achieve remarkable breakthroughs and began to talk about how they had achieved them. Students from other regional academies began to arrive, asking to observe the training, to learn the methodology, to understand what was happening at Shrek. Most of them were turned away. The physical space was limited, and the work required concentration that external observers disrupted. But a few were invited to stay. A student from a regional academy with advanced combat potential whose family lineage had not been able to explain to him why his advancement was plateauing. A young cultivator with a rare dual spirit capability who had never found a teacher who understood how to work with both spirits simultaneously. A self-taught practitioner who had been advancing alone through experimentation and pattern recognition, but who knew that without structured guidance, she would eventually plateau. These new students brought with them different spirit types, different advancement challenges, different learning styles. Wei Liang's teaching methodology had to expand to accommodate them. But more importantly, his students had to expand to teach them. The teaching began to multiply beyond Wei Liang's direct involvement. Tang San emerged as the primary secondary teacher. He had reached a point in his own advancement where he understood the mentor system's methodology deeply enough to apply it independently. He worked with new students who had spirit types similar to his own blue-silver grass, but also with students who had entirely different spirit types, teaching them the principles of observation, analysis, and personalized training design. Ma Hongjun began to teach other Phoenix Fire cultivators. The path he had taken to control his own flame, the emotional regulation techniques he had developed, the understanding of how fire could be projected with precision rather than passion. He passed these on to newcomers with the authority that came from having lived through the integration himself. Oscar worked with support-type cultivators, teaching them the dual nature of their role, how to make others strong, while also building their own capability. By the end of the 6th month, the mentor system had generated enough teaching events, enough successful student breakthroughs, enough multiplication of the teaching function that Wei Liang's cultivation advancement accelerated dramatically. The passive advancement that came from his students' work had, in the 6 months of institutional independence, produced significantly more cultivation growth than the previous 6 months of operating within the formal institution. He reached rank 45, Soul King, solidly in the upper middle tiers of cultivation. Then, in a single concentrated week of work with the expanded student group, as multiple breakthrough events occurred simultaneously among the newer students, he advanced to rank 47. The title Doloa threshold was now within sight. not immediate. He would need years to reach 90 if advancement continued at normal rates, but clearly possible within the next year if the work continued at the current intensity and if strategic breakthrough events could be coordinated. More importantly, the power disparity between himself and Bibi Dong had begun to narrow. He was no longer rank 40 against her rank 95. He was rank 47 against her rank 95. The gap was closing, and she would notice the closing, would understand the implications. Lu Yin noticed the change in his cultivation presence first. She studied him during a training session, then asked to speak with him privately. "You are different," she said. "Not just stronger. Different. Like something shifted in how you are carrying yourself." "The institutional collapse has accelerated the teaching reproduction," Wei Liang said. "More students. More teaching events. More advancement happening in more directions. The mentor system is responding to that expansion by generating more points, which is accelerating my advancement. That means Bibi Dong's pressure has had the opposite effect of what she intended," Lu Yin said. "She destroyed the institutional framework specifically to suppress the mentor system's multiplication. Instead, she accelerated it." "Yes," Wei Liang said. She was thinking in terms of institutional control. She did not understand that institutions are not actually necessary for teaching to occur. Teaching is a relationship between individuals. Institutions complicate that relationship. Remove the institution, and the relationship becomes stronger. "That is a dangerous thing to have proven," Lu Yin said. "If the Grand Council understands it, they will want to suppress any and all independent teaching networks. They will see what you have created as destabilizing." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "But by the time they understand it, the work will have already spread too far to suppress. The lineage will exist. Multiple teachers will exist. Multiple teaching lines will be operating. You cannot stop what is already multiplied." He was right. By the time another month had passed, there were now 15 people in various stages of training at what was no longer Shrek Academy, but what people had begun to call the teaching circle. Some were students of Wei Liang. Some were students of Tang San. Some were students of Lu Yin or Zhao Wuji. The teaching had achieved a kind of cellular reproduction, each cell capable of dividing and creating new cells. The mentor system's notation reflected this. Teaching lineage status. Level 3 reproduction achieved. Primary instructor, Wei Liang. Secondary instructors, Tang San, Lu Yin. Tertiary teaching support, Zhao Wuji, 5 students. Estimated total students receiving instruction, 15. Estimated potential teaching vector multiplication, for additional instructors possible within next 12 months. Over the weeks between Bibi Dong's ultimatum and the moment when the institutional pressure would become acute, Wei Liang worked with each student individually on their specific breakthrough barriers. This was not the standard group training that characterized most of their work. This was personalized, intensive, designed specifically for each person's unique cultivation pattern and psychological profile. Dai Mubai's work took place in the early mornings, in the training yard with only Wei Liang and Lu Yin present. The White Tiger cultivator's barrier was pride. His cultivation had been advancing so rapidly, had been so successful in every confrontation, that there was a subtle arrogance in how he approached challenges. He believed that raw power and technique would overcome any obstacle. Wei Liang designed an exercise where Dai Mubai would face opponents he could not defeat through power alone, opponents who had different spirit types, different cultivation strategies, different ways of approaching combat that did not play to his strengths. "You will not win these matches," Wei Liang told him before the first one. "You will lose repeatedly, and each time you lose, you will have the opportunity to understand why, and to integrate that understanding into your cultivation." Dai Mubai's first response was frustration. His second was anger. But by the third match, something shifted. He stopped trying to win through force and started trying to understand. He asked questions. He analyzed. He approached combat as a problem to be solved rather than a challenge to be overpowered. It was that shift, from domination to understanding, that allowed the advancement to occur. Zhu Zhuqing's work took place in meditative silence, just the two of them in a sealed chamber where no external stimulation could intrude. Her barrier was doubt, a subtle, corrosive doubt that her advancement was real, that she was not somehow cheating the system, that her quick progress was not evidence of instability rather than effectiveness. Wei Liang used a technique he had developed. He had her analyze the mentor system's records of her own advancement, showing her the exact mechanisms by which her cultivation had progressed. But more than that, he had her teach. He brought in a newly arrived student who was struggling with early advancement, and he had Zhu Zhuqing guide that student through the fundamentals. As Zhu Zhuqing taught, she began to understand, at a deeper level, that her own advancement was real. If she could teach it to someone else, then it was real. The doubt did not disappear entirely, but it was integrated. It became something she could acknowledge and work around rather than something that undermined her confidence. Xiao Wu's work took place in the forest near the academy, in an environment where her rabbit spirit could fully express itself. Her barrier was fear of transformation, the fear that advancing her spirit would mean losing her human identity, that she would become something alien and strange. Wei Liang did not try to convince her that this fear was invalid. Instead, he created a meditation where she deliberately transformed, fully, into her rabbit spirit state, and then held that state while remaining consciously aware of herself. "You are afraid," Wei Liang said to her in rabbit form, his voice reaching her through the resonance field, "because you have not fully experienced what you are becoming. Fear of the unknown is natural, but there is nothing alien in what you are becoming. You are becoming more fully yourself, not a different person. This rabbit form is not a cage. It is a capability that is part of you." Ma Hongjuan's work was the most difficult. His phoenix fire needed emotional regulation, which meant Wei Liang had to create exercises where Ma Hongjun had to project power while maintaining absolute emotional control. He sat Ma Hongjun in a meditation space and had him project his flame at targets that would only register as successfully hit if the flame was perfectly controlled, perfectly precise, perfectly calm in its application. Any emotion attached to the flame, Wei Liang told him, and the targets will reject it. You cannot project through anger. You cannot project through passion. You can only project through clarity. The exercise was maddening for Ma Hongjun, whose whole cultivation style was built on passionate intensity. But slowly, over weeks, he learned to separate emotion from power. He learned that his phoenix fire was most effective when it was cold, when it was calculated, when it was the pure expression of technique without the interference of feeling. The breakthrough, when it came, was not into greater power, it was into greater control. Oscar's work involved the most practical challenge. He had to learn to access his cultivation power independently of his sausage making. Oscar's spirit, as a support type, was designed to enhance others. But Oscar himself had to develop the capacity to stand alone, to project power independently, to understand that he was not just a utility that made others strong but a cultivator in his own right. Wei Liang took him to an isolated area and had him spend a week with no sausage ingredients, no manufacturing equipment, nothing but his raw cultivation capability. For 7 days, Oscar had to access his spirit power without the support infrastructure he had built around it. The first days were terrifying. He felt weak, underpowered, like he was losing access to his own identity. But by the 4th day, something shifted. He realized that the weakness he felt was not real. His power was still there. It had just always been filtered through his sausages, and without that filter, it felt different, but not lesser. Ning Rongrong's work required her to relinquish control. The 9-treasure pagoda cultivator came from a noble family that had trained her to command rather than cooperate. Wei Liang had her follow his instructions exactly, without modification, without alternative approaches, for a full meditation session. No space for her to suggest better methods. No allowance for her preferences. Absolute submission to external authority. She hated it the first time. She was angry the second time. But by the 3rd session, she understood. There was power in cooperation, in following instruction, in trusting that someone else's guidance was valid even when it departed from her instincts. The advancement came not from learning new power, but from learning to work with others' power. And finally, Tang San. His work was not in the usual sense of advancing his rank. His work was in learning to teach. Wei Liang had him spend time with each of the other students individually, learning their specific barriers, understanding their specific cultivation patterns, and then creating teaching interventions tailored to each of them. "You are ready to teach," Wei Liang told him, "when you can understand that every student is a complete system in themselves. Not a broken thing that needs fixing, not a puzzle that needs solving. A system that has patterns, and your job is to help that system understand its own patterns." Tang San's breakthroughs came rapidly after that. Not breakthroughs in personal rank, but breakthroughs in understanding the teaching methodology. Each student he helped advance provided him with deeper comprehension of how the system worked. Chapter 114, The Meditation. It was during this period that Wei Liang found himself spending long nights in meditation, working with the scholar's lantern at depths he had not explored before. The spirit was changing. It was becoming something different as his cultivation advanced. The passive light that had begun as a simple scholar's tool was becoming something with combat capability, something with the kind of force that could resist even titled low-level opposition. One night, Lu Yin found him in the meditation yard. She sat beside him and waited until his meditation cycle completed. "That meditation lasted 3 hours," she said. "You were not moving. I was not sure you were breathing. Wei Liang said. Slowly, the scholar's lantern was teaching me something about its own structure. It is not a spirit designed for combat, but it is becoming combat capable as my cultivation advances. The combination of teaching utility and combat utility is what makes it rare. That is what frightens Bibi Dong, Lu Yin said. Not that you are strong, but that you are strong in a way that is useful for teaching. Most strong cultivators are useful for domination. You are useful for growth. That is a different kind of threat to her power structure. Wei Liang meditated on this. I have been thinking about what happens next. After the teaching lineage establishes itself. After I have reached title Dolor rank, which seems likely now. After the mentor system has proven itself capable of multiplication and persistence. What then? Then you have won, Lu Yin said. No, Wei Liang said. Winning is not the correct goal. The goal is continuation. The work has to continue beyond me, beyond all of us. That requires creating systems that can survive the loss of any individual, including me. He was quiet for a moment. I am going to propose something. I want you to become co-head of the teaching circle, with equal authority to mine. Not subordinate. Not secondary. Equal. Tang San is becoming capable of it too. In fact, I am going to propose that we move toward a model where no single person is the primary authority, but authority is distributed among the teachers. That is a significant shift, Lu Yin said. It is also necessary. But Wei Liang, understand what you are asking. You are asking to diminish your own authority. You are asking to make yourself replaceable. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is exactly what I am asking. Because that is the only way the work survives. The previous teacher's students did not continue the teaching because they were never taught that the teaching could be continued without their teacher. They were dependent. They treated their teacher as irreplaceable. When the teacher was erased, the work died. He looked at Lu Yin. I refuse to create that dependency. I am going to systematically work to become unnecessary. And I am going to give that same instruction to every teacher who emerges from this system. Teach in a way that makes yourself unnecessary. That is the core principle that preserves the work across generations. Lu Yin took his hand. Then that is what we will do. We will create something that can survive you. And then we will create something that can survive all of us. Until the teaching is not a person. It is a principle. And principles do not die. Chapter 115. The final breakthroughs begin. The mentor system notation appeared during the final week of the story's journey toward critical mass. Major advancement window opening. Recommend concurrent breakthrough attempts across student line. Estimated 4 to 6 students eligible for 10 rank advancement over next 2 weeks. Proceed with advanced breakthrough protocols. Wei Liang understood immediately what this meant. The breakthrough was not optional. It was the natural culmination of the work they had been doing. The students had reached the point where advancement was not just possible, it was necessary. The system they had created had built pressure toward breakthrough. And if that breakthrough was coordinated, if all 4 students advanced simultaneously, the cascade effect on the mentor system would be extraordinary. He called Tang San first. They met alone in the library, in the quiet space where so many important conversations had taken place over the months. The walls were lined with books and scrolls, records of the academy's history and the broader history of cultivation. It was appropriate to have this conversation here, surrounded by documentation of the path that had led to this moment. 4 to 6 students are ready to advance 10 ranks simultaneously, Wei Liang said. That level of simultaneous advancement creates a cascade effect on the mentor system. We will gain enough points to trigger my own breakthrough. I will be able to advance substantially, not just 1 or 2 ranks, but a significant jump. How significant? Tang San asked. He had learned, in recent months, to ask the precise questions that needed asking. To title Delua rank, almost certainly, Wei Liang said. Possibly beyond. The cascade from 4 simultaneous 10-rank breakthroughs would be equivalent to the cultivation advancement that typically takes years to achieve through normal means. I could advance 5, 6, perhaps even 7 ranks in a single breakthrough event. Tang San processed this information carefully, and all 4 of them surviving the breakthrough is the key constraint. Yes, Wei Liang said. These are not minor advancements. These are reaching from mid-tier ranks to professional tier ranks. The cultivation pressure at that transition is extreme. The psychological challenge is extreme. The risk of foundation damage is real. Any one of them could fail in ways that would set their cultivation back months or permanently damage their advancement potential. So the question is not whether we do the breakthrough, Tang San said. It is whether we are prepared for it. Exactly, Wei Liang said. And I believe we are. But I need to be clear with you about what this means. If all 4 of them succeed, I will be rank 85 or higher. That puts me in title Dolua territory. That changes the strategic situation with Bibi Dong. She will see you as a threat, Tang San said. Yes, Wei Liang said. But she will also see me as something more than a teacher she can pressure. She will see me as a potential rival. That may be enough to shift her calculations about whether this work is worth destroying. Who are the 4 students advancing? Tang Xin asked. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, Wei Liang said. The other 3, Yu, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, are advancing on different timelines. You are each close to breakthrough, but not quite synchronized with these 4. Your breakthroughs will come in the weeks and months after, which will create additional cascade effects. And if we coordinated all 7? Tang Xin asked. If all 7 of you advance simultaneously, Wei Liang said, the cascade would be so powerful that I would likely reach rank 90. But that would be too much pressure on you. The breakthrough works best when it is distributed across time, when each student gets the individual attention and support they need. Rushing it to create a larger cascade would risk damaging the students themselves. So we do 4 now, and 3 later, Tang Xin said. Yes, Wei Liang said. The work that you have done over the past months, pushing your individual barriers, integrating your understanding, building your teaching capability, that has positioned all of you on the edge of breakthrough. What we do now is carefully, deliberately, move across that edge for the first 4. And what do you need from me? Tang Xin asked. I need you to be prepared to teach the others if something goes wrong with any of the 4. If one of them fails the breakthrough, I want the remaining 3 to still succeed. That requires having a teaching vector that is not dependent on me remaining conscious or available. Tang Xin nodded. I can do that. And Lu Yan will support the individual breakthroughs. Each person needs someone with them during the advancement. Lu Yan will work with Dai Mubai. I will work with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhao Wuji will work with Oscar. You will work with Ma Hongjun. The breakthrough protocols began 3 days later. They were not rushed. Wei Liang had learned from months of training that advancement worked better when it was not forced. Each student was taken to a private space where they could engage their cultivation without distraction. Each was given an individualized exercise designed to push them toward the breakthrough threshold while providing support that prevented catastrophic collapse. Dai Mubai's breakthrough came first. The White Tiger Spirit, already formidable at rank 42, had been building pressure toward rank 50 for weeks. Lu Yan worked with him through a meditation pattern that Wei Liang had designed specifically for breakthrough moments. It took 8 hours. When it was done, Dai Mubai had advanced to rank 50. The Soul King threshold was not just crossed, it was solidified. The White Tiger's power was now stable at a level where cultivation techs would consider him a mid-tier professional cultivator. Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough followed a similar pattern. The Hellcat's spirit advanced from rank 41 to rank 51. The speed was remarkable. She had been advancing faster than most cultivators should be able to, and the breakthrough maintained that momentum. Oscar's breakthrough was the most delicate. His cultivation had always been support-focused, and the traditional breakthrough protocols did not account for support-type spirits well. Zhao Wuji had to adapt the standard pattern, creating something custom for a sausage-making spirit approaching a professional threshold. Oscar advanced to rank 40, technically lower than the other 3, but stable and solid. More importantly, he reached the point where his sausage production had combat application that extended beyond simple support. He could now create explosive sausages, defensive sausages, and the resonant sausages he had been experimenting with. Ma Hongjuan's breakthrough was the climax. His Phoenix Fire had always been powerful but unstable. The advancement to rank 50 required him to achieve a level of emotional regulation that he had been working toward for months. Wei Liang stood with him through the breakthrough meditation, and at one point, when Ma Hongjun was wavering between collapse and breakthrough, Wei Liang released his scholar's lantern fully, projecting all the light and clarity it possessed into the meditation space. The effect was immediate. Ma Hongjun stabilized. The Phoenix Fire found its center. He advanced to rank 50 with a flame control that he had never achieved before. When all 4 of them had completed their breakthroughs, Wei Liang felt the mentor system activate. The surge of teaching points was extraordinary. The notification read, 4 simultaneous 10-rank breakthroughs completed. Cascade effect triggered. Primary instructor cultivation advancement initiated. Wei Liang felt the cascade like a wave. His own cultivation, which had been stable at rank 47, began to accelerate. The accumulated growth from 4 students simultaneously advancing 10 ranks each was equivalent to months of normal teaching advancement compressed into a single moment. He entered a meditation state and let it happen. The advancement swept through him, rank 48. Rank 49. Rank 50. The title Dolua threshold was crossed. He was now ranked 90 or higher. He could not determine his precise rank from inside the advancement state, but it was clear that the cascade had pushed him well into professional territory. The advancement continued. Rank 51. Rank 52. And finally, it stabilized. Wei Liang emerged from the meditation state and stood in the courtyard with his cultivation presence now radically different. He was rank 82. Title Doloa. Tang Sen felt it before Wei Liang could communicate it. The student's cultivation signature registered the change, and Wei Liang watched as understanding crossed Tang Sen's face. The teacher was no longer a mid-tier cultivator with a powerful spirit. The teacher was now a professional tier cultivator with a spirit that had evolved into something genuinely formidable. The implications cascaded. The power disparity between Wei Liang and any potential attacker had changed. Bibi Dong was rank 95. Wei Liang was now rank 82. The gap was closing. More importantly, Wei Liang's advancement meant that he was no longer strategically vulnerable. He could defend himself. He could defend his students. He could defend the teaching work without relying entirely on cleverness and preparation. The breakthrough protocols that Wei Liang had designed were not simple advancement techniques. They were comprehensive systems for pushing a cultivator from one tier to the next while maintaining the integrity of their cultivation foundation and their psychological stability. Each breakthrough followed a pattern, but each also required personalization based on the student's specific barriers and strengths. For Dai Mubai, the White Tiger cultivator, the protocol involved pushing him through a combat challenge that required him to fight opponents specifically designed to counter his usual approach. The challenge forced him to adapt, to find new techniques, to understand that raw power alone was insufficient. The breakthrough came when Dai Mubai realized that the limitation he was experiencing was not imposed from outside. It was his own internal belief that power should overcome all obstacles. The moment he released that belief, the advancement flowed. For Zhu Zhuqing, the Hellcat cultivator, the protocol involved intensive meditation where she reviewed every advancement she had made, every barrier she had overcome, every moment where she had doubted herself and pushed forward anyway. The breakthrough came through direct experience of her own growth, through understanding that she had already overcome so much that what lay ahead was just another step on a path she had already been walking. For Oscar, the support cultivator, the protocol involved creating situations where he had to use his power independently, without his sausage-making to fall back on. The breakthrough came when he understood that his power was real and complete without the infrastructure he had built around it. And for Ma Hongjun, the Phoenix Fire cultivator, the protocol involved the most discipline. He had to project his power with absolute emotional control, had to understand that the fire was most effective when it was cold, calculated, and precise. Each breakthrough took place over a 24-hour period. Each required Wei Liang's full attention, supported by Lu Yin and Zhao Wuji. The physical space where the breakthrough occurred was prepared carefully, the environment calm, the external stimulation minimal, the cultivation pressure managed so that it pushed the student without overwhelming them. Dai Mubai's breakthrough completed first. The White Tiger cultivator emerged from the breakthrough chamber with rank 50 achieved, the Soul King threshold crossed. The advancement was visible in how he carried himself. There was a new solidity to his presence, a new understanding of his own power. But more than that, there was a new humility. The arrogance that had sometimes colored his approach was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence that came from understanding his own limitations. Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough followed within hours. The Hellcat cultivator reached rank 51, surpassing even Dai Mubai. Her advancement carried a quality of relief, as if she had finally permitted herself to fully trust in her own growth. When she emerged, she moved with a fluidity that had not been present before, a sense of complete inhabitation of her own body. Oscar's breakthrough was the most delicate. Support cultivators did not typically advance as far as combat cultivators, and Oscar's breakthrough was constrained by the nature of his spirit type. He reached rank 40, not a 10-rank jump like the others, but a significant advancement nonetheless. What mattered was not the absolute rank, but the psychological shift. Oscar had proven to himself that his power was real and independent. And Ma Hongjuan's breakthrough was the climax. His Phoenix Fire had been building toward this moment for months. When the breakthrough came, it was explosive in literal and metaphorical sense. His cultivation pressure, previously somewhat volatile and unstable, became a controlled inferno. He emerged from the breakthrough chamber with rank 50 achieved and with a level of control that suggested his power had evolved from something dangerous to something masterfully wielded. By the time all 4 breakthroughs had completed, Wei Liang felt the cascade activating in his own cultivation core. The mentor system's point accumulation surged. The notification appeared, cascade breakthrough detected. For simultaneous 10-rank advancements completed successfully. Accumulated teaching bonus, equivalent to 6 months of standard teaching advancement. Proceed with primary instructor breakthrough. Wei Liang accepted the cascade. The sensation was extraordinary, his cultivation rising through ranks not one at a time, but in a continuous surge. Rank 48. Rank 49. Rank 50 crossed, the Soul King threshold passed. Then continuing, rank 51. Rank 52. And finally settling at rank 82, well into title de loi territory. He had advanced 12 ranks in a single cascade event. The power flood through his cultivation network was almost overwhelming. His scholar's lantern's spirit expanded, its light brightening, its capabilities deepening. For the first time, he was genuinely powerful, not just clever, not just well-prepared, but cultivator powerful in a way that commanded respect in the hierarchy of the cultivation world. Chapter 116. The opening moves. The response from Bibi Dong came within 3 days of Wei Liang's breakthrough becoming public knowledge. She had felt the advancement through whatever monitoring networks Spirit Hall maintained, and there were evidently excellent networks, because her message arrived before Wei Liang had even finished integrating his new power. She had understood the implications immediately. The young teacher she had been pressuring was no longer young, and no longer within her clear power superiority. A message arrived, not through formal courier but delivered directly to the teaching circle's gate by a title de loi guard. The guard was female, rank 82 by Wei Liang's estimation, skilled but not in Rin Fei's category. She placed the message in Wei Liang's hands and waited while he opened and read it. "I have underestimated you," the message read. "We need to speak. Come to the neutral ground at Dragon's Lake. Bring no more than 2 witnesses. This time, the negotiation will be different." Wei Liang looked at the message for a long moment. He understood exactly what was happening. Bibi Dong had been counting on Wei Liang remaining below the professional tier. That had allowed her to approach him as a superior, to make demands that she assumed he would have to accept. Now that he was titled de la ranked, the dynamic had to shift. She was no longer approaching a young teacher she could pressure. She was approaching someone approaching an equal. "I am going," he said to Lu Yin and Tang San, who had gathered around him as he read the message. "Not alone," Lu Yin said. It was not a suggestion. It was a statement of fact. "The message says no more than 2 witnesses," Wei Liang said. "Then we are your witnesses," Tang San said. "I am taking Lu Yin," Wei Liang said. "Tang San, you remain here. The teaching circle needs a primary instructor available at all times. If something happens to me, that responsibility falls to you. You understand that?" Tang San nodded slowly. The student understood the logic even though he wanted to argue against it. Dragon's Lake was a natural formation 3 hours travel from Shrek Academy. It had historically served as a neutral ground for important negotiations. No single faction controlled it, and the environment was stable enough that major power displays would be obvious to all parties. Bibi Dong was waiting when Wei Liang and Lu Yin arrived. She had brought only 1 witness, a titled de loi female cultivator who looked as if she had been instructed not to intervene unless necessary. "Wei Liang," Bibi Dong said. She looked different from their previous meetings, still composed, but with an expression that suggested she was reassessing something fundamental. "You have advanced considerably since we last spoke." "I have," Wei Liang said. "My students' advancement has been accelerating. The mentor system responds to that acceleration. I was advanced as a consequence of teaching." "You are titled de loi now," Bibi Dong said. "That changes the strategic calculation significantly. I came here expecting to pressure a young teacher who could be made to understand the cost of resistance. What I find is a professional tier cultivator who has proven capable of creating other professional tier cultivators." She paused. "That is fundamentally what I feared, and what I still fear. But my strategy has to adapt." "What do you propose?" Wei Liang asked. "I propose we stop treating this as a conflict between Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy," Bibi Dong said. "I propose we treat it as what it actually is, a question of how cultivation advancement is going to be structured in the coming decades. You have demonstrated that the mentor system is effective, that the teaching methodology works, that multiple teachers can emerge from a single teaching line. I cannot destroy that through institutional pressure. You have proven yourself capable of surviving institutional pressure. I cannot destroy that through direct force. You are now strong enough to resist direct force. Then what are you proposing?" Wei Liang asked again. "Coexistence," Bibi Dong said. "Spirit Hall continues to operate as it has. We maintain our institutional structure, our advancement pathways, our certification systems. In parallel, you continue your teaching work. You continue to develop students outside the traditional hierarchy. We create a 2-track system. And the cost?" Wei Liang asked. "The cost," Bibi Dong said, "is that you do not expand beyond the current footprint. You do not openly recruit cultivators away from traditional institutions. You do not attempt to establish a formal rival teaching order. You operate quietly. You operate independently. You do not attempt to replace what I have built. I do not attempt to destroy what you are building. That is détente, Wei Liang said. Yes, Bibi Dong said. It is détente. And it is the best offer you are going to receive. It allows the teaching work to continue. It allows me to maintain institutional authority. It is, in other words, the only arrangement where both of us can have what we ultimately want. Wei Liang considered this. He looked at Lu Yin, who gave a small nod. She understood the offer as well as he did. It was not victory, but it was survival. I will accept détente, Wei Liang said. With one condition, the teaching must be allowed to spread naturally. I cannot actively recruit, but neither can I prevent students who seek us out from joining. The teaching grows organically, not through forced institutional competition. That is acceptable, Bibi Dong said. Provided that your students who emerge from this training do not return to Spirit Hall with the explicit intention of subverting Spirit Hall's methods. They are independent cultivators, Wei Liang said. What they choose to do after they complete their training is their choice, not my imposition. But the expectation is that most will choose to continue teaching what they have learned, rather than attempting to transform existing institutions. That is a reasonable expectation, Bibi Dong said. Then we have an agreement. You will submit a formal document to the Grand Council indicating that the teaching circle will operate outside institutional hierarchy. Spirit Hall will withdraw all punitive actions, and we will allow the future to determine what happens when the two systems interact. She extended her hand. Wei Liang took it. The handshake was brief, but the implications were profound. Bibi Dong had, for the first time, acknowledged that Wei Liang's work was not something she could destroy. She was accepting coexistence as the only viable path forward. When they left Dragon's Lake, Wei Liang and Lu Yin rode in silence for the first hour. The meeting had been shorter than Wei Liang expected. Bibi Dong had made her points and heard his response, and then she had released him with a kind of resigned acceptance. It was not the response of someone who had won. It was the response of someone who had understood that the game had changed fundamentally and that her previous strategies were no longer functional. Lu Yin broke the silence first. You have won, she said. I have survived, Wei Liang said. Winning is a larger category. Winning would be changing the institutional structure so fundamentally that the old hierarchy cannot continue. What I have done is create space where an alternative can exist alongside the old system. That is not nothing, Lu Yin said. Her voice carried conviction. She understood what he was saying intellectually, but she also understood that what had just happened was significant regardless of how he framed it. 6 months ago, Bibi Dong sent an assassin. 3 months ago, she gave you an ultimatum. Today, she sat down to negotiate as an equal. That is progression. It is, Wei Liang agreed. But progression is not the same as completion. Bibi Dong has recognized that I am no longer something she can simply eliminate. That is important. But she has not accepted that the teaching methodology is equally valid as her institutional structure. She is tolerating it because the cost of destruction has become too high. The moment that cost equation changes, the tolerance could end. They rode on in silence for a while. The path from Dragon's Lake back to the academy was peaceful, the landscape rolling, the weather clear, the kind of perfect afternoon that seemed impossible given the weight of what they had just negotiated. What happens now? Lu Yin asked. Now, Wei Liang said, we build quickly. We establish the teaching lineage so firmly that destroying it becomes impossible. We train more teachers. We spread the methodology across regions. We make the work robust enough that it does not depend on this détente holding. We prepare for the moment when Bibi Dong's uncertainty resolves, when she either fully accepts the teaching methodology or decides again that it has to be destroyed. How long do we have? Lu Yin asked. I do not know, Wei Liang said. But years, probably. Enough time to establish multiple teaching lines. Enough time to spread the work beyond the point where a single institution can suppress it. What we accomplished today was buying ourselves time. What we accomplish in the next years will determine whether that time is sufficient. They arrived back at the academy as evening fell. The students were waiting in the courtyard, having felt the shift in cultivation pressure when Wei Liang had reached détente with Bibi Dong. Tang San was waiting at the center, and the other 6 students surrounded him in formation. We felt something change, Tang San said. What happened at Dragon's Lake? We reached an agreement, Wei Liang said. Bibi Dong has agreed to allow the teaching circle to continue operating. Spirit Hall will no longer move against us openly. In exchange, we will not attempt to directly challenge Spirit Hall's institutional authority. We will operate in parallel, not in conflict. That is détente, Oscar said, understanding the implication immediately. Yes, Wei Liang said. It is détente, and it is the space in which the teaching methodology can establish itself. Now we have to use that space wisely. Chapter 117. The return home, when Wei Liang and Lu Yin returned to the teaching circle from Dragon's Lake, they found all the students waiting in the courtyard. Tang San had gathered them, and they stood in formation, not as a military unit enforcing hierarchy, but as a community of people who had chosen to share a common purpose. There was a difference in how they carried themselves from the last time Wei Liang had seen them before the meeting. The anxiety had not disappeared, but it had been integrated into something more solid. They were waiting not in fear, but in readiness. We felt the shift in the cultivation pressure, Tang San said. His voice carried the weight of someone who had spent the hours of Wei Liang's absence making decisions about how the group would respond. Something changed at Dragon's Lake. What happened? Wei Liang explained the agreement. He explained that the immediate threat had passed. Bibi Dong had accepted that Wei Liang and the mentor system could continue to exist as long as they operated outside her institutional framework. He explained that the teaching circle would continue to operate, but now with explicit permission from the largest institutional force that had been opposing them. He explained the cost. They could not actively compete with Spirit Hall's institutional structure. They could not recruit students away from traditional academies. They could operate, but they had to operate quietly. So we won, Dai Mubai said. It was not quite a question. We survived, Wei Liang corrected gently. That is different from winning. We have created space for ourselves. We have proven that the methodology works. We have demonstrated that we cannot be easily eliminated. But we have not transformed the underlying power structure. Bibi Dong still has her authority. She still controls the major advancement pathways. What we have is coexistence, not revolution. Are we celebrating? Ma Hongjun asked. His phoenix fire spirit was still radiant with the power of the advancement they had completed just before the meeting with Bibi Dong. He was filled with the energy of breakthrough, and it made the constraint of accepting coexistence difficult for him to process. Wei Liang considered the question seriously. I'm not sure. The pressure has lifted, but the work remains. We have achieved institutional tolerance, not institutional acceptance. We have proven that the methodology works, but we have not yet proven that it can be sustained across multiple generations. That is the actual victory we are working toward. That is what will make this matter permanently. How long until that victory? Xiao Wu asked. She had always been the one to understand the long view, the one who saw past immediate circumstances to the patterns that would determine ultimate outcome. Years, Wei Liang said. Probably decades. We need to see multiple teaching lines establish themselves, not just Tang Sen becoming a teacher, but students of Tang Sen becoming teachers. We need to see students of your students become instructors. We need to see the system reproduce itself enough times that it becomes self-sustaining, that it cannot be destroyed by the elimination of any single person or even any single institution. That is not something that happens in a single lifetime. But it is possible now, Tang Sen said. It was not a question. It was a statement of understanding, a confirmation that what Wei Liang had been working toward was actually achievable, not just theoretically but practically, given enough time and commitment. It is possible now, Wei Liang agreed. Because of what all of you have done, because of the work you have put in, because of your commitment to continuing, even when the cost became high. What we have built is now robust enough that it can survive institutional pressure. What we have to do next is make it robust enough to survive without me. The students moved closer, no longer in formal formation, but in the kind of loose gathering that happened when people wanted to be near each other without making a statement about hierarchy or structure. Wei Liang stood at the center of them, and he felt the weight of what he had built, not as a burden, but as a kind of responsibility that had become almost sacred. You understand what I am asking, he said to all of them. I am asking you to gradually become unnecessary to me, to teach in ways that make yourselves unnecessary, to build something that can continue without any of us. That is the real work. That is what makes the teaching lineage survive. I understand, Tang Sen said, speaking for the group, and we will do it. Over the next weeks, as the dust from the détente agreement with Bibi Dong settled, Wei Liang put the long-term strategy into action. He formally named Lu Yin and Tang San as co-heads of the teaching circle, equal in authority to himself. He began documenting the teaching methodology not just in his mind, but on paper, creating written protocols that future teachers could learn from even if they never met him directly. He started intentionally stepping back from direct instruction in certain areas, pushing students to learn from each other and from the secondary teachers rather than always coming to him. Chapter 118. Consolidation and growth. Over the next months, the teaching circle entered a period of consolidation rather than conflict. The immediate survival pressure had lifted. The détente agreement with Bibi Dong meant that Spirit Hall would no longer be actively attempting to destroy them through institutional or military means, which allowed for a different kind of work. The work of building something that could sustain itself not through constant defense, but through genuine institutional strength. Wei Liang worked with Liu Yin and Tang San to establish a formal curriculum for different teaching tracks. This was delicate work, because they had to create structure without creating rigidity. The whole point of the teaching methodology was that it was responsive to individual student needs rather than imposing a standardized path. But there had to be enough structure that new teachers could understand the framework without Wei Liang needing to directly train each of them. The first track was the direct student track, where new cultivators came to the teaching circle and received instruction from Wei Liang or one of the secondary teachers. These were the foundational students, the ones who would build the base of what the teaching circle was doing. They worked on meditation, breathing exercises, cultivation fundamentals, and the kind of tactical analysis that Wei Liang had developed over his first year of teaching. The second track was the teaching apprenticeship track, where advanced students like Ma Hongjun and Oscar began to take on formal teaching responsibilities for newer students. This was where the reproduction of teaching was actually happening. Ma Hongjun, under Wei Liang's supervision, began to teach newly arrived Phoenix Fire cultivators how to manage the emotional dimension of their power. Oscar began to work with apprentice support cultivators, teaching them how to understand their own spirit's capabilities before pushing them toward new ones. The third track was the research track, where Tang San and a handful of other advanced students explored the theoretical foundations of the mentor system and the teaching methodology. This was the most important track in some ways, because this was where the methodology was being documented and formalized in a way that could survive the loss of Wei Liang himself. Tang San had requested access to the historical archive, and with Wei Liang's authorization from the Grand Council, the young student began a systematic review of what the previous teacher had documented 300 years ago. The parallels were remarkable and humbling. The previous teacher had used similar principles. They had developed similar teaching structures. They had created similar advancement protocols and breakthrough exercises. In many cases, Wei Liang and Tang San found that they had independently developed the exact same solutions to the same problems. That was, in some ways, more validating than any external praise could have been. It suggested that the methodology was not idiosyncratic or dependent on Wei Liang's particular genius, but rather that the principles were universal to effective teaching. But there was also a critical difference. What the previous teacher had not done was deliberately document the methodology itself. They had created materials for students to learn. They had built a teaching lineage through personal transmission. But they had not created the kind of explicit documentation that allowed the system to be understood and reproduced by subsequent teachers who had never met them. That omission, Wei Liang believed, was why the system had been so vulnerable to erasure. Wei Liang began to work with Tang San on creating that documentation. They wrote down the core principles of the teaching methodology: how to read a student's hidden potential through techniques like bloodline insight, how to design bottleneck break exercises for different spirit types, how to recognize when a student was approaching a breakthrough threshold, how to provide the right kind of support at the critical moment. They documented the breakthrough protocols that worked best for different spirit types and different psychological profiles. They created a teaching manual that future teachers could use to understand what had been learned, even if they had never studied directly under Wei Liang. The work was painstaking. It required Wei Liang to articulate things that had become intuitive, to explain the why behind decisions that he now made almost instinctively. It required him to test the explanations by having Tang San follow them exactly, to see if someone learning from documentation alone could achieve the same results as someone learning through direct transmission. In many cases, they could. In some cases, they found that the documentation was incomplete or misleading. Those moments became moments of breakthrough themselves, opportunities to understand the teaching more deeply. It was work that had to be done carefully, though. The documentation could not be allowed to fall into Spirit Hall's hands, or they would immediately attempt to either suppress the methodology, if they understood it as a threat, or absorb it into their own system, if they understood it as useful. But the documentation had to exist. Otherwise, the work would again be vulnerable to erasure. They had learned from history. If the teaching existed only in people, in oral transmission and direct example, it could be destroyed by destroying the people. If the teaching existed in documented form, it became harder to erase. The solution was distribution. Wei Liang and Tang San made multiple copies of the teaching manual and gave them to different people across the region, not Spirit Hall members. None of them trusted that, no matter how much détente suggested that such a trust might be possible. But independent cultivators, retired teachers, and supportive families. Families that had students who had benefited from the teaching circle's instruction and wanted to preserve what they had learned. Cultivators who recognized the value of what was being built and wanted to protect it. If one copy was discovered and seized, others would survive. If Spirit Hall tried to suppress the methodology, they would find that they were fighting against not a single person, but an idea that had already been distributed too widely to fully suppress. Chapter 119. The final threshold approaches by 6 months into the period after the Dayton Agreement with Bibi Dong. Significant changes had become apparent. The teaching circle had grown substantially. What had begun as 7 students working with Wei Liang had expanded to 30 people across various advancement tracks. The direct student track had 15 people, new cultivators who had come to the teaching circle looking for instruction and had chosen to stay. The teaching apprenticeship track had 7 advanced students who were beginning to take on formal teaching responsibilities. And the research track had 5, including Tang San, who were working on documenting and understanding the theoretical foundations of what they were doing. 4 of these students, including 2 newly arrived cultivators with rare spirit types, were beginning to show signs of what the mentor system identified as teaching potential. That meant they could potentially become teachers themselves. The reproduction of the teaching function was accelerating beyond what Wei Liang had anticipated. The system that had been designed to create faster cultivation advancement was now creating teachers faster than new institutions could typically emerge. More significantly, Wei Liang's own cultivation had continued to advance steadily. The continued teaching events, even at lower intensity than the breakthrough periods, were providing enough mentor system growth to push his rank forward continuously. The compound effect was powerful. He had reached rank 85, title de law. He was no longer the young teacher who relied on cleverness and preparation. He was a professional tier cultivator. Within the next year, given current advancement rates, he would likely reach rank 90, approaching Bibi Dong's own level of power. That shift in power dynamics was not lost on anyone. Lu Yin noticed it first, during a morning training session. Wei Liang's Scholar's Lantern, which had always been a teaching tool with secondary combat application, had evolved into something that combined teaching capability with genuine combat power. The golden light that represented the spirit's passive aura had intensified. The defensive capabilities had expanded. When Wei Liang demonstrated a training technique, the power behind it was no longer theoretical. It was the power of a cultivator who could actually use what he was teaching. "You are becoming the thing you said you would never be," Lu Yin said to him after the session. It was not accusatory. It was observational, the kind of statement that came when someone had watched another person over a long period and saw the trajectory becoming clear. "A combat cultivator?" Wei Liang asked. "A fighter," Lu Yin said. "Someone whose primary identity is wrapped up in their cultivation power rather than their teaching. You came to this world saying that you were not a fighter. Now you are becoming one." Wei Liang considered this. It was true that his cultivation had advanced dramatically. It was true that his power was now substantial. But he was not sure it was true that he had become a fighter in the way Lu Yin meant. "I am becoming something," he said carefully. "But I do not think it is a fighter. Or rather, I am becoming a fighter, but that is secondary to what I am becoming. I am becoming a cultivator who is strong enough to teach without compromise." The advancement was necessary because teaching effectively at the level the students are reaching requires power to match. It requires someone who understands the professional tiers of advancement from direct experience, not just from theory. "That is a distinction with real difference," Lu Yin said. "But Wei Liang, you need to understand that as you approach rank 90, you are approaching Bibi Dong's level. And that is either going to create a new equilibrium in the power structure, or it is going to trigger a final confrontation. She cannot allow a potential rival to exist for long. The institutional détente you have achieved is only stable if you remain below a certain power threshold." Wei Liang had not explicitly considered this, though the thought had been lurking in his awareness. "Then the final confrontation is inevitable." "Almost certainly," Lu Yin said. "Unless you choose to stop advancing before you reach 90. Unless you make the choice to remain deliberately below her power level." "I cannot do that," Wei Liang said. "Because the students will need a teacher who is strong enough to continue advancing with them. The moment I choose to stop advancing, I become obsolete. I start teaching from stagnation rather than from living growth. That is when the teaching becomes dogmatic instead of dynamic." "Then prepare for the final confrontation," Lu Yin said. "Because it is coming. And this time, it will not be a negotiation. It will be a test of whether you are willing to risk everything for what you have built." That night, Wei Liang sat alone in the meditation yard and felt the weight of what Lu Yin had said. The détente with Bibi Dong had created a temporary peace, but Lu Yin was right. It was not stable long-term. Bibi Dong had accepted coexistence with Wei Liang while he was below the professional tier. But as he approached rank 90, as he became demonstrably powerful enough to pose a genuine institutional threat, the détente would collapse. She would have to choose to either accept him as an equal or eliminate him before he became an equal. Given what Wei Liang understood about Bibi Dong, he knew which choice she would make. The question was, what would Wei Liang choose to do when that moment came? Would he accept a final battle? Would he run? Would he try to negotiate again? Or would he take a different path entirely? For now, though, the answer was simple. He would keep teaching. He would keep advancing. He would keep building the teaching lineage. And when the final confrontation came, and it would come, he would face it as fully and completely as he could. But more important than his rank was the transformation of the scholar's lantern. The spirit had evolved into something that combined teaching utility with genuine combat capability. It could create the resonance field that enhanced teaching, but it could also project focused light beams of significant power. It could enhance the cultivation of nearby students, but it could also suppress an opponent's cultivation base if necessary. The teaching spirit had become a weapon not through losing its teaching nature, but through deepening it. On the eve of Chapter 119, as Wei Liang sat alone in the meditation yard, he felt something shift in his cultivation core. The mentor system activated with a notification. Teaching lineage critical mass achieved. Recommend final advancement tier unlock. Scholar grade instructor apex scholar. Requires student lineage to reach sustainability threshold. Proceed with final tier advancement. Wei Liang stood and walked to the main courtyard where the students were gathered for evening meditation. He looked at Tang San, who was now teaching 3 students of his own. He looked at Ma Hongjun, who had begun to mentor Oscar in advanced flame technique. He looked at the newer students, who had not known Shrek Academy's early days but had chosen to join the teaching circle because they had heard what was happening there. He accepted the tier advancement. The effect was immediate and profound. His scholar's lantern, which had been a substantial spirit at his current level, suddenly expanded. A visible light filled the courtyard, not blinding, not threatening, but completely transforming the space. It was golden, almost like moonlight, but warmer. Every student in the courtyard felt it. The cultivation pressure stabilized, the mind clarified, the sense of individual limitation eased. And then it solidified. The light did not fade. It became part of the ambient space around Wei Liang. He was now surrounded by a permanent resonance field of extraordinary power. But more than that, he felt the scope of his teaching capability expand. He could now teach in multiple ways simultaneously. He could work with Tang Sin teaching other students and enhance all of their teaching simultaneously. He could take a group of students at different advancement levels and provide appropriate enhancement for each of them. The mentor system's new notation read, Apex Scholar Tier unlocked. Teaching capability unlocked. Multi-vector simultaneous instruction. Primary instructor can now support up to 20 concurrent students at different advancement levels without degradation of teaching quality. Mentor system cascade effects doubled. Student lineage reproduction probability increased to 87% within 10 years. In other words, Wei Liang had become capable of teaching in a way that would nearly guarantee the continuation of the teaching lineage beyond his own lifetime. Chapter 120. The reckoning solidified. The final chapter of Arc 6 came on a day that seemed no different from any other day, though Wei Liang understood by now that such days rarely existed. The morning meditation was held in the main courtyard, with students at various advancement levels working through their personalized protocols. The afternoon training began with combat drills for the more advanced cultivators and fundamentals work for the newer arrivals. By sunset, when Wei Liang called the assembly, the day had followed its standard rhythm. But something had shifted during that day. The mentor system had provided a notification that Wei Liang had understood immediately. Teaching lineage stability achieved. The system no longer identified the teaching work as vulnerable to collapse if Wei Liang were removed. It was now robust enough, distributed enough, that it could persist. The notification did not come with celebration. It came with simple recognition that a threshold had been crossed. Wei Liang gathered all 30 students of the current teaching circle in the main courtyard. They assembled without specific instruction. They had learned to do this naturally, knowing that when Wei Liang called a full assembly, something significant was happening. The work has reached a point of stability, he said. His voice carried across the courtyard without needing to be loud. The immediate conflict with Spirit Hall has been resolved through détente. The teaching methodology has been documented. Multiple secondary teachers have emerged. The teaching lineage has begun to reproduce itself. What comes next is continuity. He let that settle. The implications were significant, but he wanted them to understand the reality before explaining what it meant. 6 months ago, I stood with Bibi Dong at Dragon's Lake and accepted that her institutional structure and our teaching methodology would coexist. That was a negotiation born of necessity. We could not defeat her, and she could not destroy us without costs she was unwilling to pay. But what matters is not that negotiation. What matters is what has happened since. Wei Liang gestured toward Tang San. Tang San is now a teacher, not just advanced in his own cultivation, but capable of taking a student from foundational level through the breakthrough protocols. Ma Hongjun is teaching Phoenix Fire cultivators. Oscar is teaching support cultivators. Lu Yin is teaching combat application. Zhao Wuji is teaching tactical awareness. The teaching is no longer flowing in one direction from me to all of you. It is flowing in multiple directions, through multiple vectors, in ways that are self-sustaining. You are ready to assume equal authority with Lu Yin and myself in the management of the teaching circle, he said, looking directly at Tang San. You understand the methodology. You are beginning to teach others. You carry the work forward. Tang San stepped forward. The other students watched as Wei Liang placed his hand on Tang San's shoulder, not a gesture of passing authority, but a gesture of acknowledging partnership. It was a deliberate choice of physical language. This was not succession. This was the acknowledgement that multiple people were now capable of leading the work. The mentor system, Wei Liang said to the full assembly, is no longer about me. It is about what we are building together. Each of you who becomes a teacher multiplies the system. Each student you teach advances not just in rank, but in the capacity to teach others. That is the real victory. Not my advancement. Not the defeat of Spirit Hall. Not even the survival of Shrek Academy as an institution. The continuation of teaching as a function that anyone can perform, given proper understanding and commitment. He paused, letting them understand the magnitude of what he was saying. 300 years ago, a teacher attempted to do what I am attempting. They created students who advanced faster than normal. They created a system that could multiply beyond traditional institutional control. And then, when the system was threatened, they vanished. They chose their own safety over the continuation of the work. Because of that choice, everything they had built was lost. 300 years of history erased. 3 centuries during which teaching could have evolved, could have changed, could have freed people from the scarcity model that institutions depend on. None of that happened because one teacher chose to run. He looked at each student individually. I am telling you that I will not make that choice. I will not run. I will not abandon this work. But I need you to understand what that means. It means that if everything I have built here is going to survive, it has to be robust enough to survive without me. It has to be spread far enough that no single action can eliminate it. It has to be embedded in enough people that the system reproduces itself. That is the work of the next years. That is what you are going to do. When will that be? Xiao Wu asked quietly. She was always the one to ask the question that others were avoiding, the one to push toward the implications that others wanted to defer. Years, Wei Liang said. Many years, probably. I do not intend to vanish or abandon the work, but I intend to spend that time ensuring that the work survives me. When I eventually do step back, and I will, eventually, it will be because I have made myself unnecessary. That is the goal of all teaching, to teach in a way that makes the teacher unnecessary. He could see the realization settling across their faces. This was not about him building an institution that would bear his name. This was about him building a system for teaching that would persist precisely because it did not depend on any one person. That was a different kind of ambition. That was the ambition of someone willing to be forgotten. One final thing, Wei Liang said. Understand that Bibi Dong's opposition was not personal. It was institutional. The next challenge will also not be personal. It will be the challenge of spreading this work widely enough that it cannot be suppressed by any single institution. That is your work. That is what you will do after I am no longer here to do it. The assembly ended. The students dispersed to their evening tasks. Some moved toward the meditation yard. Some toward the training grounds. Some toward the dormitories. But before leaving, each of them approached Wei Liang and placed their hand on his shoulder, a gesture of connection, of partnership, of understanding that they had crossed a threshold together. And Wei Liang sat in the courtyard as the light faded. He was alone now, though there were 30 people in the academy and hundreds more connected to the teaching circle in surrounding regions. He sat in the golden light of the scholar's lantern, which now filled the courtyard with its steady radiance, and he felt the weight of what he had built. It was no longer fragile. It was no longer dependent on his continued survival. It was something that could continue beyond him. It was something that would continue beyond him. The system had achieved what the previous teacher's system had never achieved. Reproduction beyond the original teacher. Multiplication beyond control. Spread beyond the reach of any single institution. That was enough. That was, perhaps, everything. In the morning, there would be more work. More students would arrive seeking instruction. He could already feel them arriving even as he sat in meditation. could feel the way the teaching lineage was beginning to pull in new cultivators who had somehow understood that something important was happening here. More teachers would emerge from the student base. The mentor system would continue to generate growth and advancement. The teaching circle would continue to expand into regions and circles that even Spirit Hall's institutional structure could not fully monitor or control. But tonight, Wei Liang allowed himself the simple acknowledgement that what he had set out to build had become real. In the weeks following the return from Dragon's Lake and the Dayton Agreement with Bibi Dong, the teaching circle entered a new phase of development. The immediate threat had been transformed into something that could be negotiated with rather than simply survived against. That transformation meant that they could now focus on long-term building rather than short-term defense. Wei Liang worked with his expanded teaching circle to establish formal documentation of the mentor system's methodology. Tang Xin took the lead on this project, working with careful attention to record not just what worked, but why it worked. They created detailed protocols for each spirit type, detailed descriptions of breakthrough techniques for different psychological profiles, detailed instruction for future teachers about how to recognize when a student was approaching a critical advancement threshold. More students arrived at the teaching circle. Word had spread, somehow, through channels that even Wei Liang could not fully identify, that something important was happening at this location. Students with rare spirits. Students who had been rejected by traditional academies. Students who were seeking something different from the standard hierarchy. They came, and they found instruction that matched their needs, advancement that seemed to accelerate beyond their expectations, a teaching methodology that treated them not as subordinates, but as partners in the cultivation process. By the end of the month, the teaching circle numbered 52 students. 12 of them showed teaching potential, for had already begun to take on formal teaching responsibilities for the newer arrivals. The system of reproduction that Wei Liang had designed was accelerating beyond even his projections. The students who had advanced during the Cascade Breakthrough, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, all continued their advancement. The 410 rank jumps had pushed them through psychological barriers that had been holding them back. Now they advanced more naturally, more steadily, integrating their power and their understanding at increasing depth. Dai Mubai reached rank 52 within a month, stabilizing his Soul King cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing reached rank 53, continuing to advance ahead of him. Ma Hongjun reached rank 51 and started pushing toward 52. Oscar, advancing more slowly as a support cultivator, reached rank 41 and began to demonstrate teaching potential alongside his continued advancement. But what mattered most was not the individual advancement rates. What mattered most was the multiplication of teaching vectors. Tang San had 3 students under his direct instruction now, and all 3 were advancing faster than they would have under traditional instruction. Ma Hongjun was teaching other Phoenix Fire cultivators, and they were achieving the emotional control and technical precision that he had worked so hard to develop himself. The teaching was reproducing itself. The methodology was spreading. The system was becoming self-sustaining. Wei Liang understood that what was happening now was exactly what the previous teacher had failed to create 300 years ago. The previous teacher had produced powerful students, had built a teaching methodology that worked, but had not created the conditions for that methodology to reproduce itself beyond the teacher's direct involvement. The students had remained dependent on the teacher. When the teacher was erased, the work died. What Wei Liang was building was different. He was deliberately making himself obsolete. He was teaching Tang San how to teach, not just how to advance. He was creating documentation that would allow future teachers to understand the principles without needing to study under him directly. He was establishing multiple teaching vectors so that the work would continue even if he was eliminated. He was building, essentially, an institutional methodology that did not depend on the institution's existence. On the night before the end of Arc 6, Wei Liang sat alone in the meditation yard, feeling the weight of what had been accomplished and what still needed to be done. He had come to this world with no expectation that he would become a teacher. He had arrived at Shrek Academy as a temporary substitute with no certification and no confidence in his ability to handle the role. Within 10 months, he had created a teaching methodology that advanced students twice as fast as standard instruction, been recognized by the Grand Council as scholar-grade instructor, the highest non-combat teaching certification, defended the academy against institutional pressure and direct assassination attempts, reached title d'or rank through the multiplication of his students' advancement, established a détente with Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff, created the conditions for multiple secondary teachers to emerge, begun the process of documenting the teaching methodology for future generations, and yet, understanding all of that, Wei Liang understood that he was still at the beginning. The real work, The work of spreading the teaching methodology beyond a single location, of establishing it firmly enough that it could not be suppressed, of creating a future where teaching was not a scarcity-based commodity controlled by institutional hierarchies. That work was still ahead. The mentor system's final notification for Arc 6 appeared. Arc 6 complete. Teaching lineage status. Level 4 stabilized. Institutional détente achieved. Foundation for long-term propagation established. Estimated time to full teaching lineage independence. 24 to 36 months at current multiplication rate. Wei Liang read the notification and understood that he was operating on a timeline measured in years, not months. The next phase of the work would require patience, stability, careful building. The institution would not collapse overnight, but it also would not remain unchanged. The détente with Bibi Dong was not the end of the story. It was a pause in a longer story that was still being written. In the morning, Wei Liang would return to teaching. The students would continue their advancement. New students would arrive seeking instruction. The teaching circle would continue to expand. And eventually, not today, not this year, but eventually, the teaching methodology would become so firmly established, so widely distributed, so embedded in multiple teachers and multiple teaching lines, that the institutional structures that currently controlled cultivation advancement would have to adapt or become obsolete. That was the work. That was the vision. And Wei Liang understood that his role in it was not to complete it. It was to begin it in a way that others could continue. End of Step 6. Chapters 101 to 120. Chapter 121. The first external student. The letter arrived on a morning when Wei Liang was reviewing Tang San's latest spear forms, analyzing the progression of technique refinement that suggested the boy was approaching another advancement threshold. The forms were precise, economical in movement, demonstrating the integration of Wei Liang's pedagogical methodology with Tang San's raw talent. It was the kind of work that justified everything Wei Liang had built. 3 years of teaching, of iteration, of watching students transform beyond what should have been possible. Wei Liang's internal system had long since stopped showing advancement notifications. The mentor system had evolved into something less obvious, less mechanical, more like intuition refined by thousands of hours of observation. When Tang San executed his third spear rotation, Wei Liang could feel the micro-adjustments the boy was making, the unconscious refinements happening in real time. This was different from ordinary talent. This was a student who had internalized not just the techniques, but the philosophy behind them, the understanding that cultivation wasn't about raw power accumulation, but about elegant systems integration. The courier arrived mid-review, bearing a letter sealed with the crest of the Star Luo Empire, not a diplomatic communication, but a personal travel document for a student applicant. Wei Liang had never seen anything like it. Shrek Academy's traditional policy had always been simple and ruthlessly enforced. Applications were solicited through official channels, vetted through committee processes that could take months, and rejected approximately 98% of the time. The 2% who were accepted arrived with formal letters of introduction, family documentation, and often a noble escort to ensure the student's safe passage and prestige. This student had simply arrived alone. Flanders knocked once and entered without waiting, which was his signal that the situation had already become a problem cascading through the faculty. The old man's weathered face carried the particular expression he reserved for institutional crises, a blend of concern and barely suppressed exasperation. Wei Liang, we have a situation. Wei Liang set down his brush with deliberate care, one of the small rituals that had helped him manage stress in his 3 years of transmigrated existence. The motion was almost meditative, a moment to shift his mind from the analytical focus required for assessing student technique to the political reasoning needed for institutional navigation. Tell me the dimensions of the problem. Don't minimize. Give me the full cascade. A student from Star Luo has arrived at the gates. Alone. No guardian, no escort, no diplomatic cover or letter of introduction. She claims she traveled here specifically to study under you. Not under Shrek Academy, not under any other instructor, but under you specifically. Flanders paused, letting the implications settle like toxic sediment in still water. His voice dropped slightly, taking on the careful tone of someone delivering bad news. The implications are already causing problems. 3 faculty members have already asked if this means we're now operating as a public institution, if we're accepting any applicant with sufficient courage or resources, if the Shrek standards are being abandoned. One of them specifically asked whether Ning Fengji's financial support comes with expectations about admissions criteria. There's already talk in the staff quarters about what this signals. Wei Liang felt that familiar sensation, the game system recognizing a fork in the narrative, a moment where institutional trajectory would pivot based on the next decision. What's her sole power? And what did you observe about her cultivation state? 32, Flanders said, delivering the assessment with the clinical precision of someone who had spent 40 years evaluating students through the lens of raw talent metrics. He settled into the chair across from Wei Liang's desk, an unconscious signal that he was settling in for a longer conversation. She's probably 15 or 16 years old. Decent cultivation for her age. Nothing exceptional by our benchmarks. Not Spirit Master rank yet. Not the kind of lineage talent we usually see in successful applicants. By standard enrollment criteria, she wouldn't even make the preliminary review pool. Wei Liang rose and walked to the window overlooking the academy grounds. The early afternoon light painted the practice pavilions in shades of gold and amber. A girl stood by the central practice field in the afternoon light, watching the older students train. She had the bearing of someone accustomed to privilege. Her robes were fine silk, the kind that cost more than 3 months of a provincial instructor's salary. Her posture was careful, almost rigid with the kind of discipline taught in noble households, in families with resources enough to hire private cultivators. But her attention was completely fixed on Oscar demonstrating combination control with his food-type spirit, watching the mechanics of how spirit and cultivation integrated with laser focus. Her body language suggested genuine intellectual interest rather than mere observation. She was taking in the information with the intensity of someone studying for an exam, not simply watching a demonstration. The academy politics are the actual problem, Wei Liang said quietly, his gaze tracking the girl's attention as she shifted from Oscar to watching Mubai practice his fusion movement technique. Not the girl. The politics were always going to be a problem. I was simply waiting for the external catalyst to appear. The gates were built to open eventually. They just needed the right pressure at the right moment. Ning Fengji would never permit this disruption, Flanders said, his appeal to the hierarchy the only available negotiating strategy. His voice carried genuine concern. The man had spent his entire career maintaining the careful balance of institutional prestige. He's one of our primary financial backers. Shrek's reputation depends on exclusivity. The moment we open the gates to external students, the moment we acknowledge that we accept applicants from other empires, the entire value proposition shifts. The nobles expect they're buying prestige. If prestige becomes available to anyone who arrives at the gates with determination and fair money. Wei Liang understood the institutional calculus with perfect clarity. The teaching circle's expansion had already stretched the academy's traditional gatekeeping mechanisms to their functional limit. Every student they accepted through the new methodology represented potential dilution of the impossible standards that made Shrek legendary, the mythology that only the absolute most talented could possibly succeed here. But that mythology was exactly the thing Wei Liang had to systematically dismantle if the methodology was going to survive beyond his presence, beyond his particular choices. I'll test her myself, Wei Liang said, turning back from the window. Not power level assessment. Intellectual flexibility. Capacity for growth. Willingness to challenge fundamental assumptions about how cultivation mechanics work. If she meets those thresholds, she stays on provisional status. If not, she goes home with travel expenses covered by academy funds. Either way, no one complains to the nobles because the decision is pedagogical, not political. It's about her capacity to benefit from advanced instruction. Flanders nodded slowly, but his expression remained troubled. And if she succeeds? If she demonstrates advancement above her power level would predict? Then we have our answer, Wei Liang said. About everything. About whether the methodology is a personal technique or something that can be systematically taught. About whether the results are tied to individual students or to the teaching approach itself. He found her 2 hours later in the practice pavilion, still watching students train with the intense focus of someone observing for educational content rather than entertainment. The afternoon air was thick with accumulated spirit energy from hours of student training. That distinctive sensation that came from multiple spirit masters working in close proximity, their cultivation creating a subtle pressure in the environment. Wei Liang could feel the layered impressions. Mubai's cool, precise energy, Oscar's warm, nurturing cultivation signature, the younger students' more chaotic but increasingly refined patterns. It created a tapestry of power that was itself educational to anyone who knew how to read it. Up close, he could sense the care in her cultivation stance. Someone had taught her the fundamentals properly, had invested genuine effort in her development. Not exceptional by Shrek standards, but learned from someone who cared about the student rather than just the outcome metrics. He could recognize that quality immediately because it was what he'd spent 3 years trying to instill in his secondary teachers. You're Wei Liang, she said without turning. Her voice was steady, confident, the accent marking her as Star Luo Empire origin. Not a question, a statement of recognition earned through careful study. You have me at a disadvantage, Wei Liang said, stepping into the pavilion space. The ground was worn smooth by years of student practice, the stone polished by countless feet executing forms. You know who I am, but I don't know your name, or your motivation for the specific choice to come here rather than any other academy. Lin Yu. My father is a provincial administrator in Starluo, governor of the Eastern District. I heard stories about a teacher whose students advance faster than anyone else's. Stories that spread from merchant routes and traveling spirit hunters. The rumors said things that didn't match what I've been taught about cultivation mechanics, about how advancement works, so I wanted to verify whether it was true. To test it against the established doctrine. Wei Liang gestured to the open practice space. Show me your combat form. No spirit summon. Just the fundamentals, the kind you'd use in daily practice or light training. Show me everything you've learned. Move as you would during private study. She moved with precision. Her strikes were clean and economical, her footwork deliberate and well-positioned, her breathing controlled with the measured cadence of someone who had practiced the forms hundreds of times. Someone had definitely trained her well, had spent years building these foundations properly. The structure was sound, the mechanics excellent, everything that conventional cultivation training promised to deliver. But there was something else in her movement, a hesitation at the moment of commitment, a fractional delay before full extension, a tiny step back before advancing rather than flowing directly into the next position. A micro-pause that was so consistent it had to be intentional. She was holding part of herself in reserve, managing her power output, limiting her advancement. She was afraid of making mistakes. After a minute of continuous forms, Wei Liang nodded and stopped her with a gesture. You've been told your whole life that cultivation power determines everything, that you either have it or you don't. That advancement is a matter of innate talent showing through, and the rest is luck or failure. Your instructor taught you to be careful, to perfect each movement before proceeding to the next. That was well-intentioned. That came from a place of genuinely wanting you to succeed. But it was the wrong priority for someone who actually wants to advance quickly. You're executing forms, not living them. You're conserving power instead of cycling it through your cultivation channels at maximum efficiency. You're protecting yourself instead of testing yourself. Lin Yu's face tightened slightly, a direct hit on something she'd been believing at a fundamental level. Her jaw clenched for just a moment before she regained control of her expression. I came here to learn your methodology, she said quietly, but there was challenge beneath the words. Why? Wei Liang asked. Not why did you travel here, but why do you think you need to learn this specifically? What's the real motivation beneath the surface observation? Your father is a provincial governor. You have access to elite training, probably better teachers than most students in the empire. Why make this journey alone? Why risk the judgment of leaving home without permission or guardianship? Because my older brother studied at Shrek Academy, she said, and now her voice carried frustration beneath the careful control. He's been there 2 years now. His soul power is still 28. 28. And you have students younger than him who are already at 35, 40, higher. That's not talent distribution. That's not innate genius separating the exceptional from the ordinary. That's teaching. That's skill. That's something someone is doing differently. And I wanted to know what that something was. I needed to know. Wei Liang felt something click into place like a lock mechanism finally finding its key. This was exactly what needed to happen. The evidence becoming undeniable, spreading through the empire via merchant networks and traveling students. Word of mouth creating a reputation that no official channel could suppress or control. One girl traveling alone, motivated by the simple observation that her brother wasn't advancing. Spreading the methodology not through institutional channels, but through the personal experiences of students who had seen the results with their own eyes. You can stay for 1 month, he said. Provisional status. You'll work with Xiao Xiao. She's a secondary teacher now, in the early stages of her own development. She'll teach you from the perspective of someone who recently underwent the same transformation. You'll learn the methodological framework, not just the techniques, but the reasoning behind the progression. The philosophy that makes the system work. If you show capacity for real advancement, if you demonstrate the kind of intellectual flexibility that allows rapid cultivation growth, I'll recommend you to your father's academy system. He can then begin implementing the methodology in his own province. If you don't demonstrate that capacity, you return home and study through conventional means, though I'll provide you with documented materials on the framework so you're not leaving empty-handed. That's not the same as staying at Shrek, Lin Yu said, and there was honest disappointment in her voice, but underneath it was something else. The beginning of understanding what Wei Liang was actually offering. No, Wei Liang agreed, moving toward the pavilion exit. But it's more valuable long-term. The methodology doesn't belong to Shrek Academy. That was never the goal. It belongs to whoever can teach it well, to whoever can understand not just the content, but the philosophy behind the teaching approach. If it remains locked in a single academy, it's just another exclusivity marker, another mechanism for maintaining elite status and protecting institutional prestige. If it spreads to every region that wants it, if it becomes available to anyone who understands its principles, it becomes transformative at the empire scale. That's the actual goal. That's what the system was built for. That evening, Flanders summoned him to the headmaster's office with a gravity that suggested the administrative walls were already showing cracks. The old man's quarters were lit by enchanted lanterns that cast a soft blue-white illumination across the desk, leaving shadows in the corners where papers accumulated. Flanders was holding a letter, the official notice that a Star Luo student had been admitted to Shrek Academy. Not on trial, not provisional, but admitted with formal documentation. The nobles will object, Flanders said. Loudly. There will be letters. There might be financial consequences. This will be the first real test of whether the methodology can survive institutional pushback, whether the teaching system is strong enough to overcome the pressure to maintain exclusivity. Let them, Wei Liang said, sitting without being invited, settling into the chair like someone unconcerned with formalities. The position itself was a signal. He was claiming equality of authority in this space, claiming that the decision had already been made and the conversation was just processing the implications. The girl is competent. Her presence demonstrates that the methodology's reputation has reached beyond our borders, that it's generating genuine interest in external regions. That's worth far more than temporary political comfort. In 6 months, we'll have had 10 applications. In a year, 50. The gates will be opened by market forces, not by our choice. By the time the nobles realize what's happening, it will be too late to close. The transformation will be complete. Flanders smiled despite his worry, an expression that suggested he was watching something larger than himself take shape, a historical moment crystallizing into reality. You're weaponizing success. You're using achievement as a hammer to force institutional change. I'm accepting that success has consequences, Wei Liang said. The academy either adapts to the reality of distributed demand or becomes irrelevant as other institutions learn to replicate what we do. That's the choice. I'm simply accelerating the realization by encouraging the evidence to spread, by showing that students from other regions can arrive here and demonstrate rapid advancement. Bibi Dong will see this as expansion, as threat, Flanders said, and this was the real concern underneath everything else, the deeper institutional anxiety. As proof that you're consolidating power, building a personal faction, using teaching as a cover for political ambition. Bibi Dong, Wei Liang said, is still trying to understand what she cannot defeat. As long as she's uncertain, she won't act decisively. By the time she decides on a new strategy, the methodology will be too distributed to eliminate. You cannot suppress an idea through force once enough people have chosen to believe in it. Once the evidence is undeniable. Once students from 5 different regions are reporting the same results. Flanders shook his head slowly, watching Wei Liang with something between concern and admiration. The gesture carried weight, the expression of someone watching a younger man operate at a level of strategic thinking that exceeded his own experience. You think in layers I haven't even considered. It's unsettling. I've spent 40 years building institutions, and I still don't plan the way you do. Wei Liang watched the headmaster's worry settle like sediment in the man's expression. This was the difficult transition. Shrek Academy had been built on elite isolation, on the mythology of exclusivity. Now it was becoming the vector for systemic change. The institution would have to choose, evolve and become relevant to empire-scale transformation, or resist and lose relevance as other institutions learn to replicate what Shrek had pioneered. The methodology is bigger than any single institution, Wei Liang said quietly. That's the difference. I'm not trying to make Shrek more powerful. I'm trying to make cultivation advancement more accessible. If that happens to be centered at Shrek right now, that's temporary. It's a phase. Eventually it spreads everywhere. He had already made his choice. The institution would have to follow. Lin Yu proved to have excellent fundamentals and an even better capacity for intellectual flexibility. By the second week of her provisional month, she was already showing results. Her soul power rising a quarter level faster than standard advancement would predict, her technique becoming more flexible and adaptive, her careful caution being systematically replaced by strategic boldness grounded in understanding rather than recklessness. Oscar watched her train with Xiao Xiao and commented to Wei Liang after a session. She's going to be remarkable. She has the kind of adaptive intelligence that will let her progress on an accelerated timeline even after she leaves here. And she's absorbing the methodology from Xiao Xiao's perspective, not just receiving it from you. That's different. That makes it teachable. She's going to be the first of many, Wei Liang said. This is what the outside world looks like when it realizes that teaching quality matters more than innate talent distribution. This is what happens when the secret gets out. When one student travels alone and the rest follow. Chapter 122. Xiao Wu's secret. Tang San arrived at Wei Liang's quarters after evening meditation, which meant something had been troubling him for some time. Wei Liang had learned to read these timings with perfect accuracy. The boy carried problems for weeks before voicing them, turning them over in his mind like a craftsman inspecting stone, waiting until he had shaped the thought into something coherent enough to articulate. It was a trait Wei Liang recognized because he shared it, the instinct to work through difficulty in silence before seeking external input. The evening study lamp cast amber light across Wei Liang's desk, illuminating the cultivation theory texts he'd been reviewing. A fresh pot of tea sat waiting. Wei Liang had developed the habit of always having tea prepared for unexpected visitors. The ritual helped him approach conversations with intentionality rather than reaction. Sit, Wei Liang said, pouring tea into 2 ceramic cups. The leaves were expensive, from a premium merchant stock in Heavendo City, but he had developed the habit of treating important conversations with ceremonial care. The act of preparing tea was itself a form of meditation. The precise temperature, the particular brewing time, the careful pouring, all grounded the discussion in intentional space. What's the question you've been carrying for the past 3 weeks? I've watched you work through something. Today you finally shaped it into something you're ready to speak aloud. Tang San accepted the cup, but didn't drink immediately. He held it, letting the heat transfer into his palms, a gesture of centering before speech. His fingers were calloused from spear training, the skin darkened from hours in the academy gardens and pavilions. There's something about Xiao Wu, he began carefully, choosing each word with precision. I've known it for months, but I couldn't articulate it until now. I've been watching how she moves, not in combat, in daily motion. How she responds to certain stimuli. How her pain thresholds operate differently than other students. The way her awareness seems to work in dimensions that human senses don't track. She sees things peripherally that should require direct attention. Her balance and spatial awareness are inhuman. Tang San paused, gathering his courage along with his words. This was dangerous ground, the kind of observation that could have significant consequences if spoken to the wrong person. I think she might not be human. Or at least, not entirely human. Wei Liang kept his expression neutral, though internally he felt the small satisfaction of watching a student arrive at a conclusion through independent observation. This was the moment when mere intellectual learning transformed into genuine insight, when a student integrated disparate observations into coherent understanding. What do you think she is? He sipped his tea, the motion casual, giving Tang San permission to speak freely without judgment. Spirit beast, Tang San said quietly, the words carrying weight he clearly hadn't shared with anyone else. Possibly transformed, or maybe artificially converted into human form. The way she carries herself, there's a nobility in her posture when she forgets to control it. Not human nobility. Something else. Something more inherent. Like the difference between someone wearing ceremonial robes and someone born into authority. Someone taught to wear authority versus someone inherently possessing it. The tea was cooling in Wei Liang's hands. He set it down with the care of someone making an important statement without words. I've known for some time, he said quietly. Tang San's reaction was immediate. His body tensed, his breathing changed, his hands tightened on his cup. The information landed like an accusation, like a test. How long? Since the beginning, Wei Liang said. Since before she arrived at the academy. I've had access to information about prospective students. Xiao Wu arrived under specific circumstances. She arrived because she needed to arrive. Because she needed to be somewhere that would teach her how to be human, or at least how to pass as human in a way that would keep her safe. And you didn't. Tang San stopped, reframing his thought. You didn't think that was important information? You didn't think other students should know? That I should know if I was going to be involved with her? Wei Liang's expression remained calm, though he could sense the emotional turbulence beneath Tang San's carefully controlled voice. What would change about how you treat her if you knew definitively she was spirit beast versus human? Would you treat her differently in your daily interactions? No, Tang San said, then paused, reconsidering. Maybe. I don't know. I'd be worried about whether she was safe here. Whether the academy environment was harmful to her. Whether her presence put other students at risk. She's been here for nearly 2 years, Wei Liang said. If she was a threat, we would have detected it. If she was being harmed by the environment, we would have seen signs. The fact that she's advanced normally, integrated into the student body, developed relationships with her peers, all of that tells us she's adjusting well. She's becoming what she needs to become in this space. Tang Sen was quiet for a long moment, processing the implications. The question beneath the surface was clear. What did Wei Liang know about Xiao Wu that he wasn't saying? What was the full scope of the situation? Her past, Wei Liang said, answering the unspoken question. That's not mine to discuss. She has reasons for being here that are personal to her. What I can tell you is that she chose to come to Shrek Academy. She chose to pursue cultivation advancement through the methodology. She chose to integrate into our community. Those are her decisions. The question you need to answer is whether her origins change how you relate to those decisions. Does she know that you know? Tang Sen asked. Yes, Wei Liang said. We've discussed it directly. She's aware that her nature is not secret from me, and she's accepted that. That acceptance is itself a form of trust. The implication was clear, maintaining that trust required discretion. The knowledge Wei Liang was sharing with Tang San was conditional. Conditional on the boy's ability to hold that knowledge privately, to integrate it into his understanding of Xiao Wu without allowing it to change the fundamental dynamic of their relationship. Why tell me? Tang San asked. Why not just let me keep observing until I figured out more details? Because you're going to be in close contact with her for years, Wei Liang said. Because the observation would eventually lead you to conclusions that might be wrong, might create distance between you based on false assumptions. Because the truth, spoken directly, allows for integration. Because I trust your judgment enough to believe you'll use this information wisely. Tang Sen nodded slowly, processing the responsibility being placed on him. Understanding that this was itself a form of teaching, not instruction in cultivation technique, but instruction in discretion, in trustworthiness, in how to carry knowledge responsibly. What do I do if someone else figures it out? You direct them to me, Wei Liang said. You don't confirm or deny anything. You tell them that if they have questions about Xiao Wu's status or background, those questions need to be asked of me or of Xiao Wu directly, not speculated about in the student quarters. You set boundaries. Tang Sen picked up his tea again, drinking it now that it had cooled enough. The gesture was deliberate, the conversation moving from crisis mode to integration. She's still Xiao Wu, he said quietly. That doesn't change. No, Wei Liang agreed. It doesn't. That was always the point. Her nature doesn't change who she is or what she's capable of becoming. It just provides context for her journey. After Tang Sen left, Wei Liang sat alone with the cooling tea and the evening light fading to darkness outside his window. The conversation had gone as intended, not just revealing information, but teaching Tang San how to hold complex knowledge, how to integrate potentially destabilizing information into his understanding of someone he cared about. It was, in the end, what teaching was always about. Not just content, but the capacity to think more carefully about the world. Xiao Wu, meanwhile, was in the practice pavilion working on her advancement techniques with a focus that bordered on obsessive. Her physical form was human, perfectly executed, but Wei Liang could sense the spirit energy moving through her in patterns that were distinctly non-human in origin. She was learning to channel power in ways that made sense for human cultivation while maintaining the core of her own nature. The synthesis was elegant, difficult, and exactly what she needed. When she finally paused, breathing heavily from the exertion, Wei Liang stepped out of the shadows where he'd been observing. Tang San knows, he said without preamble. Xiao Wu turned, no visible surprise on her face. I thought he might figure it out. He notices things. He's accepted it, Wei Liang said. The information has been integrated without disruption. Xiao Wu nodded, moving back to her forms with renewed focus. The knowledge that Tang San knew seemed to ease something in her. A weight lifted. The path forward was becoming clearer. Chapter 123. The Empire sends a letter. The official dispatch arrived during the morning administrative meeting, bearing the seal of the Heavendo Empire's Ministry of Education. Flanders read it twice before speaking, a habit that suggested the content was significant enough to warrant careful processing. The Heavendo Ministry is requesting a comprehensive report on our teaching methodology, Flanders said, settling the letter onto his desk with the care of someone placing something potentially dangerous. They're calling it a cultural evaluation. They want detailed documentation of our curriculum structure, our advancement techniques, our pedagogical philosophy. They're requesting that we send representatives to a formal hearing before the Ministry Council. Wei Liang processed the implications with the cold clarity of someone who had been expecting this development. The ministry wanted to understand the methodology, to evaluate its legitimacy, to determine whether it represented a genuine advance in cultivation technique or simply statistical anomaly based on careful student selection. When 3 weeks, Flanders said. They want initial documentation within 1 week. They're framing it as a request for institutional collaboration, but the subtext is clear. The government wants to understand what's happening here. The external student arrivals have attracted official attention. Wei Liang felt the game system recognized the escalation. This was no longer about individual students or even institutional prestige. This was about systemic transformation, about forcing the cultivation establishment to acknowledge that fundamental change was occurring. Prepare the documentation, he said, but don't sanitize it. Give them the complete methodology, every component, every philosophical principle. Make it so detailed and so logically coherent that they can't argue it's not a genuine system. Flanders started, then stopped himself. That's showing them the exact mechanisms that make us superior to other institutions. No, Wei Liang said. It's showing them that methodology can be systematized, can be taught, can be replicated. It's showing them that the future of cultivation advancement isn't elite isolation, but systematic improvement. It's forcing them to choose whether they want to be part of that transformation or whether they want to resist it until they're forced to change. 3 days of intensive documentation work produced a comprehensive manual covering every element of the teaching system. Progression pathways, advancement markers, meditation techniques, the integration of practical application with theoretical understanding, the specific feedback mechanisms that allowed rapid identification of student misconceptions. Wei Liang contributed extensively to the written material, translating the intuitive knowledge he'd accumulated over 3 years into systematic, teachable frameworks. The ministry's response came 5 days later. The hearing would be held at the government's Cultivation Research Institute in Heavendo City. Wei Liang would attend as the primary representative, along with Flanders and 2 secondary teachers, Xiao Xiao and Oscar, both of whom could speak to the methodology from the perspective of students who had undergone accelerated advancement. The journey to Heavendo took 2 days by carriage, the road passing through cultivated farmland and provincial towns, each settlement bearing the marks of Heavendo's influence and administrative reach. Wei Liang used the travel time to prepare himself psychologically for the coming confrontation, because that's what it was, a confrontation between the old establishment's understanding of cultivation advancement and a new paradigm that challenged fundamental assumptions. The ministry's research institute occupied a substantial complex in Heavendo's scholarly district, multiple buildings connected by covered walkways, grounds maintained with the precision of somewhere that valued order and systematic thinking. Inside, the hearing room was arranged with careful attention to formal hierarchy. The ministry council seated at an elevated platform, witnesses and respondents positioned below, the entire spatial arrangement designed to communicate official authority. The primary questioner was a woman named Minister Chun, who had spent 40 years in cultivation research and carried herself with the confidence of someone whose authority had never been successfully challenged. Your methodology, she began after the formal introductions, represents a significant deviation from established cultivation principles. Most advancement occurs through meditation, through patient accumulation of spirit energy, through the gradual integration of power. Your system emphasizes rapid advancement through what you term intellectual flexibility and active misconception correction. Can you explain how this doesn't simply burn through student potential, exhausting their cultivation base in exchange for short-term advancement? Wei Liang had prepared for this exact question. The concern assumes that cultivation advancement is primarily about energy accumulation, he said, his voice calm and measured. Our methodology treats advancement as primarily about pathway refinement. A student with spirit power at level 30 but with poorly optimized cultivation channels is less effective than a student at level 28 with optimized pathways. The question isn't how much power can we accumulate, but rather how efficiently can we utilize the power we have. Our students advance because their cultivation systems become more refined, more sophisticated. That refinement builds capacity for even faster advancement later. Minister Chen nodded, making notes. And you can demonstrate this systematically? You can explain the specific mechanisms by which this refinement occurs. I can, Wei Liang said. And I have, extensively, in the documentation provided. But perhaps more importantly, my students can demonstrate it. They can articulate the techniques they're using, the principles underlying those techniques, and the specific results they're achieving. That's the real validation, not theoretical explanation, but practical demonstration from students of widely varying initial talent levels. Over the next 8 hours, the Ministry Council asked questions that ranged from deeply technical, the specific meditation sequences Wei Liang had developed, to philosophical, whether the methodology represented a fundamental challenge to established cultivation doctrine, to practical, whether the methodology could be implemented in other institutions. Wei Liang answered all of them with comprehensive detail, providing evidence, specific examples, documented student advancement records. By the end of the hearing, the tone had shifted. The ministry wasn't trying to debunk the methodology anymore. They were trying to understand how to systematize it, how to implement it in state-sponsored cultivation institutions, how to replicate the results on a larger scale. We'd like to establish a collaborative research program, Minister Chun said as the hearing concluded. We'd fund additional research. We'd provide institutional space for your methodology to be taught in our facilities. We'd help establish training programs for other instructors who want to learn your system. In exchange, we'd share the results with the broader cultivation community, help spread the methodology through official channels. Wei Liang felt the game system recognize the moment. The empire was choosing evolution over resistance. The establishment was choosing to integrate the new paradigm rather than fight it. I'd be interested in those discussions, Wei Liang said carefully, but with conditions. The methodology remains grounded in pedagogy, not in political authority. Any implementation needs to prioritize student advancement over institutional prestige. The goal isn't to make Heavendo's academies more prestigious. It's to make cultivation advancement more accessible to anyone capable of benefiting from improved instruction. Minister Chen smiled, a gesture that conveyed both respect and recognition of a worthy opponent. You don't think like a typical academy instructor, she observed. You think like someone building a system designed to become obsolete, deliberately building mechanisms for its own distribution and replacement. The best systems are, Wei Liang said. They don't require constant central authority. They teach people how to teach themselves. Then they spread beyond the originating institution, and that's not failure, that's success. The return journey to Shrek Academy felt different. Wei Liang had just fundamentally shifted the political landscape of the cultivation establishment. The methodology was no longer the possession of a single academy. It was becoming the property of the entire empire, distributed through official channels, implemented by government institutions, spreading beyond anything Wei Liang could directly control. It was exactly what he'd intended. It was also terrifying in its implications. Flanders noticed the shift immediately upon their return. The ministry's support changes everything, he said. The nobles can't oppose something the government is funding. The other academies can't resist something becoming official doctrine. The transformation is accelerating beyond what we anticipated. Yes, Wei Liang said, looking out at the Shrek Academy grounds where students trained in the golden light of late afternoon. It is, and that means we need to prepare for what comes next. Because Bibi Dong isn't going to accept this. Because the Spirit Hall has been operating on the assumption that they control the power distribution in this empire. And they just discovered they don't. Chapter 124. Teaching the teachers. The first official training cohort arrived 2 weeks after the ministry hearing. 12 instructors from various Heavendo institutions, each arriving with the expectation that Wei Liang would somehow transfer his mysterious methodology into their minds through intensive instruction. The reality would be far more complicated. Wei Liang held the opening session in the academy's main teaching hall, a large chamber with high ceilings and excellent lighting designed to facilitate both direct instruction and observation of student practice. The instructors sat in a semicircle, notebooks prepared, expressions ranging from skeptical to intensely curious. The methodology doesn't exist as a separate system, Wei Liang began, not with technical explanation but with fundamental reframing. It's not a set of techniques you learn and then implement. It's a philosophy of how to teach, how to observe, how to identify where a student's thinking diverges from reality, how to construct experiences that correct those divergences without creating psychological resistance. He spent the first hour on theory, the foundational assumption that advancement is blocked primarily by misconception, not by insufficient power accumulation. That most students carry false beliefs about how cultivation works, about what limiting factors actually matter, about what increases advancement speed, about what represents efficient pathway development. That the teacher's primary job is identifying and correcting those misconceptions systematically. The dangerous part, Wei Liang said, is doing this without creating shame or humiliation. A student who learns they've been wrong about something fundamental needs to maintain their sense of agency and confidence. If you make them feel stupid for believing the wrong thing, they'll become defensive. They'll resist the correction. They'll protect their ego instead of updating their understanding. Xiao Xiao then conducted a live demonstration with a student volunteer, a young woman named Hui who had recently joined the academy. Xiao Xiao didn't teach Hui anything new. Instead, she observed Hui performing a basic meditation form, then asked questions designed to reveal Hui's implicit assumptions. When you meditate, Xiao Xiao asked, what are you trying to accomplish? To accumulate spirit energy, Hui answered. And how do you know you're doing that effectively? It feels fuller. My channels feel more full. Xiao Xiao nodded, Not correcting, not criticizing. Show me what fuller feels like. Describe the sensation precisely. The location, the intensity, the change over time. As Hui described her sensations in detail, a more complete picture emerged. She was creating pressure in her central meridian, but not actually cycling energy through her distributed pathways. She was creating a sensation of fullness by blocking energy rather than accumulating it. She was, in effect, practicing cultivation incorrectly while experiencing sensations that felt like correct advancement. What if, Xiao Xiao said gently, the sensation of fullness isn't actually the same as advancement? What if your pathways could move energy more efficiently if you focused on circulation rather than accumulation? The reframing wasn't presented as correction. It was presented as alternative hypothesis. Xiao Xiao then guided Hui through a modified meditation approach, one that emphasized circulation, and within 15 minutes Hui could feel the difference. She could sense energy actually moving through her channels, actually reaching areas of her cultivation system that hadn't been engaged before. That's the core mechanism, Wei Liang explained to the observing instructors after the demonstration, identifying the specific misconception, presenting an alternative without creating shame around the original belief, giving the student a direct sensory experience of the difference. They update their understanding not because you told them they were wrong, but because they experienced the reality directly. Over the next 3 weeks, Wei Liang and his secondary teachers conducted intensive training with the ministry instructors. They observed real teaching sessions, identified the specific moments where misconceptions were being reinforced versus corrected. They practiced the art of asking questions that revealed student thinking without directly assessing competence. One instructor, a man named Master Zhou who had 20 years of teaching experience, found the process particularly challenging. I've spent 2 decades teaching my way, he said, frustration evident in his voice. I've built my authority on knowing the correct answers, on transmitting knowledge from my experience to my students. This methodology asks me to question what I know. It asks me to prioritize student thinking over my own expertise. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's exactly right. Your expertise matters, but your expertise needs to be in facilitating student thinking, not in controlling student thinking. The best teachers are the ones who help students become better thinkers, not the ones who make students dependent on the teacher's thinking. Zhou was quiet for a long time. That's harder than transmitting knowledge. Much harder, Wei Liang agreed. But the results are better. A student who learns to think about cultivation advances far faster than a student who just learns what the teacher thinks about cultivation. By the end of the training period, the ministry instructors showed visible transformation. They weren't yet skilled at implementing the methodology. That would require months of practice, but they understood the philosophy. They recognized the core principles. They could see how it worked even if they couldn't yet execute it perfectly. Minister Chun herself attended the final training session, observing without interrupting. At the conclusion, she approached Wei Liang privately. We're implementing this in 5 government institutions immediately, she said. The training you've done with these instructors will spread from there. Within 6 months, every significant academy in Heaven-Do should have instructors who understand the methodology. 6 months is fast, Wei Liang said. That's before the methodology has been tested thoroughly enough in government institutions to be certain it replicates the results. Which is why we're calling it research and collaboration, not official doctrine, Minister Chen said. But the speed is intentional. We want to accelerate the transformation before resistance movements have time to organize. By the time the Spirit Hall realizes what's happening, the methodology will be too distributed to eliminate. Wei Liang felt that recognition again. Other people were thinking in the same strategic frameworks, planning for the same long-term systemic changes. The empire was preparing for a confrontation that hadn't yet become explicit, anticipating that the power structures would resist transformation. Bibi Dong, he asked quietly. Already aware, Minister Chen confirmed. Already attempting to understand what you're doing and whether it represents a threat to Spirit Hall's authority. She's smart enough to recognize that this methodology, if it spreads, fundamentally challenges their monopoly on cultivation advancement. The question is whether she can move against you before the methodology becomes too entrenched to suppress. And the government's position? Wei Liang asked. Is to protect its interests, Minister Chen said. If supporting your methodology helps the government maintain stability and advance the cultivation capacity of its citizens, then we support it. If Bibi Dong moves against you, we move against Bibi Dong. It's not personal. It's institutional logic. Wei Liang recognized the brutal clarity of that statement. He wasn't being protected because he was special or because the ministry liked him personally. He was being protected because he represented an asset that the government wanted to preserve. which meant the protection would last exactly as long as he remained useful to the government's strategic goals. It was, he reflected, the clearest possible demonstration of how power actually worked at institutional scale. Everything was ultimately about utility and strategic alignment. Everything else was secondary. Chapter 125. Spirit Hall's last covert move. The intelligence arrived through Ning Fengji's network, a carefully sourced report from contacts within Spirit Hall's administrative structure. A purge was beginning, subtle but systematic. Spirit Hall instructors were being recalled to central headquarters. New teaching staff were being positioned in provincial academies. Cultivation resources were being reallocated toward elite student training rather than broad-based instruction. Wei Liang listened to Flanders relay the information with the calm of someone who had been expecting exactly this development. They're preparing for something, Wei Liang said. They're consolidating power, concentrating resources, reducing their exposure in regions where they can't maintain direct control. What's the timeline? 3 months, Flanders said. The process is gradual enough that it doesn't attract immediate official attention, but by summer the redistribution will be substantially complete. Every academy that teaches the methodology will have had their Spirit Hall connections severed. This was the hidden dimension of institutional conflict, the movements that happened beneath official notice, the strategic repositioning that occurred while everyone was focused on public events. Bibi Dong wasn't making a direct move against Wei Liang. She was making a move to isolate him, to cut off his access to allied institutions, to create pressure that would force a more direct confrontation. The government knows? Wei Liang asked. Minister Chen sent word, Flanders confirmed. She interpreted the repositioning as preparation for something larger. She's recommending that you take protective measures, that you consider whether remaining in Shrek Academy is strategically wise. Wei Liang felt that familiar sensation, the game system recognizing the escalation, understanding that the conflict was entering a new phase. Bibi Dong was no longer simply trying to understand the threat. She was taking action to contain it. Have the government provide formal documentation of the ministry's collaboration, Wei Liang said. Have it made official, public, impossible to retract. Have them announce that Heaven Do is implementing the methodology across government institutions. Make the commitment explicit and institutional, not just institutional goodwill. Once it's official doctrine, attacking the methodology becomes attacking the government. They might not be willing to move that quickly, Flanders said. They might want to test the methodology more thoroughly first. They're already testing it, Wei Liang said. They've had instructors implementing it for 4 weeks now. They're seeing results. The question isn't whether they've tested enough. It's whether they're willing to take the political risk of making it official. Flanders managed the negotiations with the ministry over the next week. The result was a formal government proclamation. Heaven Do's Department of Cultivation had formally adopted the methodology as part of its institutional teaching framework. The proclamation included explicit acknowledgement of Wei Liang's role in the development and implementation. It included commitment to spreading the methodology through government-sponsored training programs. It included official endorsement of Shrek Academy as a research and training center for cultivation advancement. The proclamation was published in the official government gazette. Notices were posted in every significant city in Heaven Do's territory. Within days, copies were spreading through merchants' networks to the Star Luo Empire, to the Doluoqing, to every region where cultivation advancement was discussed. Bibi Dong's response came through Spirit Hall's official channels 3 days after the proclamation. A formal statement that Spirit Hall respected Heaven Do's institutional decisions and would cooperate with implementation of the government's chosen methodologies. The statement was perfect diplomatic language. It committed Spirit Hall to nothing while acknowledging the government's authority. It also made clear that Spirit Hall no longer had influence over the specific teaching approaches used in government institutions. The battle had shifted to a different plane. It was no longer about institutional control of teaching methodology. It was about governmental authority versus religious institutional authority. About the state's right to determine cultivation advancement policy versus Spirit Hall's historical claim to guide such policies. She's going to move against you more directly now, Ning Fengji said when he arrived in person at Shrek Academy for the first time in months. The old merchant looked diminished, his power less visible than Wei Liang remembered, but his mind was sharper than ever. The public positioning has failed. The institutional isolation strategy is being countered by government support. Bibi Dong needs to either eliminate the threat or accommodate it. She won't accommodate it. That leaves elimination. How? Wei Liang asked. Assassination, Ning Fengji said simply. A duel between masters. An accusation of heresy that would justify execution. There are any number of mechanisms. The question is timing and method. Bibi Dong will choose whichever approach best serves her strategic interests. The government won't allow that, Wei Liang said. The government can't prevent it if it's done correctly, Ning Fengji replied. They can't post guards around you permanently without acknowledging that you need protection, which itself becomes a symbol of instability. They can create official complications for Bibi Dong if she acts, but they can't prevent her from acting in the first place. That's the nature of operating at this level of power. Everyone is ultimately vulnerable to determined opposition. Wei Liang walked the academy grounds after Ning Fengji left, processing the implications. He had moved into a space where institutional protection mattered less than personal power. The teaching methodology had been distributed beyond any single person's control. The government had committed to its propagation. The transformation was essentially complete. But he was vulnerable in ways he hadn't been when he was just an unknown teacher working within a single institution. Success had made him visible. Visibility had made him a target. That night, he worked with Oscar on specific combat applications. Not formal teaching, but practical preparation. Oscar was one of the few people at the academy with combat power at the level required to be useful in serious conflict. They moved through combat sequences for hours, integrating Oscar's food-type spirit abilities with tactical positioning, analyzing the specific weaknesses in Oscar's approach that could be exploited by a determined opponent. You're preparing for something specific, Oscar said finally, stepping back from practice forms. I'm preparing for the possibility, Wei Liang said. Bibi Dong can't ignore what's happening. She can't tolerate a transformation of power structures that reduces her authority. She'll move against me eventually. And if she does? Oscar asked. Then the methodology needs to survive my death, Wei Liang said. Which means it needs to be embedded deeply enough in enough people that eliminating me doesn't eliminate the system. Which is why we've spent 3 weeks training ministry instructors. Which is why I'm ensuring that secondary teachers understand not just how to teach the methodology, but why it works the way it does. Oscar nodded slowly. You've been planning this entire time for the possibility that you wouldn't survive this transformation. I've been planning for the reality that high-level transformation always carries significant personal risk, Wei Liang said, especially when that transformation threatens powerful institutions. The methodology will survive because it's not dependent on any individual person, including me. That's the insurance policy. That's what makes the system truly robust. The conversation stayed with Wei Liang through the night. He had been so focused on systemic transformation that he hadn't fully processed the personal implications of success. By making himself visible, by becoming the face of the methodology, by positioning himself at the center of the institutional change, he had become the convenient target for opposition to attack. The mentor system remained quiet in his mind, offering no warnings, no system notifications about impending danger. It was almost as if the game mechanics understood that this phase had moved beyond systematic optimization into genuine risk territory, where outcomes couldn't be predicted, where preparation could help but wasn't sufficient, where events would unfold according to their own logic rather than according to any system's design. Wei Liang found himself thinking of it as his own evolution, from someone playing a game system to someone living in genuine history, where the stakes were real and the outcomes uncertain. Chapter 126. Bibi Dong's observation: the confrontation came not through assassination or duel, but through formal channel. A letter arrived bearing Spirit Hall's official seal, requesting that Wei Liang attend a consultation at Spirit Hall's headquarters in the Duyuoqing. The language was formal, the tone respectful, the content unmistakably a summons rather than a request. It's a trap, Flanders said immediately. You'd be traveling into enemy territory, surrounded by her people, with no institutional protection. It might be, Wei Liang agreed. Or it might be genuine consultation. Or it might be reconnaissance, her deciding what you actually are before committing to direct action. I won't know until I engage with her directly. You're not going, Flanders said, his voice carrying the weight of headmaster authority. I'm going, Wei Liang said calmly. But not alone. I'll bring Oscar and Xiao Xiao. I'll inform the government of my travel plans. I'll make it clear that my disappearance would have significant political consequences. All the protective measures that don't prevent me from going, but do prevent me from disappearing. The journey to Spirit Hall took 4 days by carriage, traveling through territory controlled by Spirit Hall's provincial branches. Wei Liang used the time to practice combat meditation, to review his personal cultivation state, to consider what Bibi Dong might actually want from this consultation. Spirit Hall's headquarters was intimidating in its architectural intention. A complex of buildings designed to communicate power and authority, elevated courtyards positioned to offer sight lines across the territory. Every design choice emphasizing hierarchy and control. The outer chambers where they were received made clear that this was a space organized for demonstrating dominance. Bibi Dong herself received Wei Liang in a private chamber, a surprising gesture that indicated she wanted to speak without witnesses. Wei Liang left Oscar and Xiao Xiao in the outer waiting area. Understanding the implicit negotiation, Bibi Dong was offering him the courtesy of private audience, which was itself a form of respect, which required accepting the vulnerability of being alone in her space. The Pope of Spirit Hall was smaller than Wei Liang had somehow expected, a woman in her mid-50s with presence that far exceeded her physical size. Her soul power was immense. Wei Liang could feel it in the quality of the air in her presence, in the subtle way reality bent around her cultivation signature. This was someone at the absolute peak of cultivation power, someone who had invested decades into achieving this level of mastery. "You've been very active," she said without preamble. Her voice was warm, conversational, which somehow made it more intimidating than if she'd been openly hostile. "You've implemented a teaching methodology that's spreading beyond our ability to contain it. You've positioned yourself at the center of institutional transformation. You've managed to gain government support without having any obvious government connections. You've done remarkable things." "Thank you," Wei Liang said, remaining standing because she hadn't offered him a seat, understanding the spatial dynamics of the space. "The question," Bibi Dong continued, "is why? What's your purpose? What are you actually trying to accomplish? Because on the surface, it appears you're trying to fundamentally transform how cultivation advancement works in this empire. You're trying to make effective teaching methodology accessible to everyone. You're trying to eliminate the scarcity model that made cultivation power the exclusive possession of elite institutions and bloodlines. Am I understanding your intention correctly?" "Yes," Wei Liang said. "That's accurate." "And why would you do that?" Bibi Dong asked, her expression genuinely curious. "What benefit accrues to you from distributing power more broadly? What advantage do you gain from making cultivation advancement less exclusive?" It seems contrary to basic self-interest. Wei Liang recognized the question as genuine inquiry, not rhetorical challenge. She was trying to understand his actual motivation. "I believe that advanced cultivation technique creates better societies," he said. "That broader access to cultivation advancement creates broader distribution of power, which creates better political stability, better resource allocation, better overall outcomes. I believe in the system I'm creating because I think it will make things better." Bibi Dong smiled slightly, as if Wei Liang had confirmed something she'd been testing for. "You're an idealist," she said. "Despite operating at strategic levels that would typically demand pure pragmatism, you actually believe in the goodness of the system you're building. That's unexpected. That's also dangerous, to you." "Why dangerous?" Wei Liang asked. "Because idealists are unreliable," Bibi Dong said. "Because you can't be bought or intimidated into changing your core objectives. Because you'll sacrifice yourself before compromising your principles, which means you're essentially unmovable through threat. That makes you very difficult to deal with at a practical level." She stood and walked to a window overlooking the Duluoqing, the city spread out below in an ordered geometric pattern. "I could kill you," she said without apparent emotion. "I could eliminate you and probably 90% of what you've built. The methodology would suffer from your absence. Momentum would be lost. Progress would slow significantly. But you've already distributed it too widely. The government has committed to it. Other instructors are learning it. Even if I killed you today, I couldn't stop what you've started." "No," Wei Liang agreed. "You couldn't. So what we're actually negotiating is whether I should move against you at all," Bibi Dong said. "Whether my strategic interest is better served by fighting this transformation or by finding a way to accommodate it and maintain my power within the new structure." "Yes," Wei Liang said. Bibi Dong turned back from the window. "Spirit Hall's power comes from controlling access to advancement," she said. "We maintain authority because we can offer something no one else can offer: pathways to power. If those pathways become universally available through government institutions, Spirit Hall's relevance diminishes. So the question is, what do you have that would make it worth my institutional interest to not resist this transformation?" "The methodology works best in context," Wei Liang said. "It requires teachers who understand the philosophy deeply, not just the techniques. If Spirit Hall institutes the training, if Spirit Hall becomes the primary source of methodology instructors, then Spirit Hall remains central to advancement, just in a different role. Not as gatekeepers, but as educators. Not controlling access, but facilitating improvement. That's a significant power reduction," Bibi Dong observed. "It is," Wei Liang agreed. "But it's also institutional survival. The alternative is being rendered irrelevant as government institutions replicate what you can no longer claim to monopolize." Bibi Dong was quiet for a long time, processing. I'll consider it, she said finally. In the meantime, you return to Shrek Academy. You continue your work. You don't make any additional moves against Spirit Hall's interests. And I don't move against you. We're in a period of assessment. At the end of that period, I'll make my institutional decision. How long is the assessment period? Wei Liang asked. 3 months, Bibi Dong said. By then, the implications of the government's commitment will be clear. By then, we'll know whether the transformation is actually happening or whether resistance can still stop it. By then, we'll know what Spirit Hall's best strategic position is. And if I don't agree to those terms? Wei Liang asked. Then I move against you immediately, Bibi Dong said simply. I test whether I can still eliminate the threat through direct action. It won't be pretty. It probably won't succeed long term. But I'll have to try. It's the only honorable choice if we're at genuine war. Wei Liang recognized the implicit offer, a 3-month ceasefire in exchange for his agreement not to take additional moves against Spirit Hall. It was essentially an acceptance that neither of them was sure who would win a direct confrontation. So both preferred to assess the situation more carefully first. I agree, Wei Liang said. Bibi Dong nodded. Go back to Shrek. Be visible. Be successful. Let your system work. In 3 months, we'll see what the world has become. Then Spirit Hall will decide its position in that world. The return journey felt different. Wei Liang had just negotiated a ceasefire with the most powerful religious institution in the empire. He had bought 3 months of safety, not through strength or threat, but through offering Bibi Dong a strategic alternative to direct conflict. How did it go? Oscar asked when they were back on the road. She didn't kill me, Wei Liang said. We agreed on a 3-month assessment period. After that, she'll decide whether to accommodate the transformation or fight it. And if she decides to fight, Xiao Xiao asked. Then we're at war with Spirit Hall, Wei Liang said calmly. Which the government is prepared for. Which I'm prepared for. Which we'll handle when it happens. For now, we have 3 months to make the transformation so undeniable that even fighting it becomes futile. Chapter 127. The system evolves. 3 months of accelerated growth followed, a period where Wei Liang essentially forced the implementation timeline. 10 new government institutions began teaching the methodology simultaneously. 30 instructors completed intensive training. External student applications to Shrek Academy increased tenfold, creating logistical challenges and forcing expansion of the faculty structure. More importantly, Wei Liang began the process of systematizing the methodology itself, moving beyond his personal teaching intuition into formal pedagogical documentation. Every principle was codified. Every advancement pathway was mapped. Every teaching technique was analyzed and deconstructed into teachable components. The work was exhausting and necessary. It was the difference between a methodology that existed as a gifted individual's intuitive system and a methodology that could survive independent of that individual's presence. You're building your own replacement, Ning Fengji observed during a consultation at Shrek Academy. You're creating structures that don't need you. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's the point. The system only survives if it's not dependent on any individual person. That's unusual, Ning Fengji said. Most people who build something try to make themselves irreplaceable. Most systems fail when their founder dies or loses power, Wei Liang said. I'm trying to build something that gets stronger when it's distributed, not weaker. Something that survives me. Something that eventually makes my personal role irrelevant. The internal system notification came one afternoon during teaching. A small alert that barely registered at first. Wei Liang paused mid-instruction to process it. Mentor system evolution. Phase transition detected original progression pathway. Individual optimization has transitioned into systemic transformation phase, institutional propagation. System adaptation in progress. The notification was different from previous system communications. It wasn't about personal advancement or optimization. It was about the system itself evolving in response to changed circumstances. Wei Liang recognized it as a marker that something fundamental had shifted. The system was no longer tracking his personal development. It was tracking the development of the methodology as an independent entity. He mentioned the notification to Flanders that evening. It's like the system itself has become self-aware, he said, describing what had happened. It's tracking the methodology's evolution, not my personal advancement. Is that good or bad? Flanders asked. I don't know, Wei Liang said honestly. But it's necessary. The system needs to evolve with the situation. If it's just tracking my personal cultivation, it's not useful for managing something at institutional scale. By the end of the 3-month assessment period, transformation was substantially complete. 70 instructors had been trained in the methodology. Government institutions in 7 different regions were implementing it. External students from 4 different empires were studying at Shrek Academy. The methodology had become genuinely distributed, genuinely independent of any single person's presence. BB Dong's response came through official channels. Spirit Hall would establish a department of advanced teaching methodology dedicated to training Spirit Hall priests and high-level instructors in the system. The announcement was presented as institutional cooperation, mutual benefit, and commitment to advancing cultivation technique across the empire. What it actually represented was BB Dong's decision to accommodate the transformation rather than fight it. It was her choice to maintain institutional relevance by adopting the very system that threatened to render her irrelevant. She's calculated that fighting is futile, Ning Fengji said when the announcement came. She's chosen survival through adaptation instead. It's the strategically correct choice. It's a significant symbolic victory, Minister Chen said during a meeting with Wei Liang in Heaven Do. Spirit Hall is essentially endorsing the methodology by adopting it. That makes it harder for any other institution to resist. It makes your system the new standard. We should bring BB Dong into formal consultation with the government, Wei Liang suggested. Not from a position of victory, but from a position of shared institutional interest. If Spirit Hall and Heaven Do are both committed to the methodology, if they're both investing resources in it, then it becomes genuinely systemic, not just governmental. Minister Chen smiled. You want to make her a partner instead of a defeated opponent. I want to make sure she has enough power in the new system that she's committed to maintaining it rather than being tempted to undermine it, Wei Liang said. I want to make sure the system survives intact even if I die tomorrow. Having Spirit Hall actively invested in perpetuating it makes that more likely. The formal consultation happened a month later in neutral territory, an estate owned jointly by Heaven Do and Spirit Hall. BB Dong, Wei Liang, Minister Chun, and several other high-level administrators worked through the details of official collaboration, of resource sharing, of institutional structure for the methodology's continued development and propagation. By the end of the meeting, they had established the framework for advancement excellence, a joint institutional structure that neither Heaven Do nor Spirit Hall could unilaterally control, that required cooperation from both parties to function, that was designed to outlast any individual's tenure or commitment. Elegant, BB Dong said, looking over the final documentation. You've created a system where no single institution can dominate, where cooperation is required for the system to function, where institutional prestige comes from advancing the whole rather than accumulating exclusive power. It's not what I would have designed, but I respect the architecture. That's the goal, Wei Liang said. A system that survives conflict because the cost of destroying it is too high for any single party to bear. As Wei Liang returned to Shrek Academy after the consultation, he felt something shift internally, a settling, a sense of completion. The immediate crisis had passed. The methodology had been distributed, institutionalized, embedded in structures that would propagate it independent of his personal presence. The system notification came again that evening. Mentor system phase transition complete, individual cultivation optimization, complete institutional transformation, substantial progress, next phase calibration. Pending user confirmation, the system was asking for permission to move to the next phase, whatever that would be. Wei Liang looked at the notification for a long time before choosing to accept the transition. Chapter 128. Tang San's hammer. The breakthrough came through an unexpected direction. Tang San, working with advanced spirit technique integration, discovered an asymmetry in how different spirit types interacted with cultivation methodology. His blue-silver grass spirit had particular mechanical properties, the ability to absorb impacts, to redirect force, to create complex structural patterns. Integrated into cultivation advancement, these properties opened up new possibilities. What if the spirit itself isn't separate from cultivation technique? Tang San proposed to Wei Liang during a teaching session, his excitement barely contained. What if we're treating spirit and cultivation as two different systems trying to work together when they should be one integrated system? My spirit isn't trying to amplify my cultivation. It is part of my cultivation. Wei Liang felt the recognition. This was the moment when a student's independent thinking intersected with system development in a way that created genuine advance. Show me, he said. Tang San demonstrated a combat form where his blue-silver grass spirit wasn't a separate summon, but an integrated component of his cultivation technique. The grass extended from his body as a direct projection of his internal energy, became a tool of his meditation practice, integrated into his advancement pathway. It wasn't enhancement. It was synthesis. That's not in the methodology, Wei Liang said, watching the integration. That's you inventing something new. That's you advancing the methodology beyond what I created. The methodology taught me how to think about cultivation, Tang San said. It taught me how to observe and integrate principles. I'm just applying those principles to my specific situation. This was the moment Wei Liang had been working toward. The moment when the methodology became truly alive, when it could be used not just to improve existing techniques, but to create new ones. When students could become teachers, when advancement could be continuous rather than reaching a fixed endpoint. Word of Tang San's discovery spread through the teaching circles. Instructors began experimenting with spirit cultivation integration. New techniques emerged, specific to individual spirit types, building on the foundational methodology, but creating something more sophisticated. The system was evolving. Bibi Dong noticed, of course. She summoned Wei Liang again, this time to a neutral meeting space rather than Spirit Hall headquarters. Her expression when they met carried something different, not hostility, but calculation. Your student has advanced the system beyond what you created, she said without preamble. That's concerning to me. Not because it's a threat, but because it means the system is self-propagating in ways you can't control. Innovation is happening at levels you're not directing. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's exactly what should be happening. Is it? Bibi Dong asked. Innovation without centralized control creates inconsistency, creates approaches that might contradict each other, creates the possibility of degradation as variations spread. It does, Wei Liang agreed. But it also creates the possibility of genuine advancement. It means the system is alive. It means it can continue developing even when I'm not present to direct it. That's the part that concerns me, Bibi Dong said. You're training the entire empire to think in ways that you can't control. You're distributing power that you can't centralize. You're setting up conditions for conflict between different implementations of the methodology. I am, Wei Liang said, and I'm accepting that risk because the alternative, maintaining centralized control, requires a level of institutional power I'm not willing to accumulate. The system is stronger if it evolves through genuine conflict and integration rather than through my decision-making. Bibi Dong was quiet for a long moment. You're trusting that the system itself will figure out how to integrate new developments. You're gambling that local innovations can coexist without collapsing into contradiction. Yes, Wei Liang said. I'm betting on the methodology being robust enough to handle variation. I'm betting on teachers being skilled enough to integrate new approaches. I'm betting on the system being healthy enough to do its own evolution. That's a significant bet, Bibi Dong said. If you lose it, you've set up the empire to have internal conflict over cultivation technique, inconsistent advancement standards, potentially compromised power distribution. If I win, Wei Liang said, the methodology becomes self-perpetuating. It becomes something that can improve indefinitely because it has mechanisms for genuine innovation. Bibi Dong smiled slightly. You're not trying to build an empire or an institution. You're trying to build something alive, something that can grow beyond your understanding. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's more dangerous than conquest, Bibi Dong said. But it's also more interesting. It's what I want for Spirit Hall, actually. Not to control advancement, but to facilitate something that outgrows my control. To create something that becomes more sophisticated than what I could personally design. For the first time, Wei Liang felt genuine connection with Bibi Dong. Not friendship, not alliance, but recognition. She was trying to accomplish the same thing at her institutional level, creating something that could survive and thrive independently of her personal authority. We should collaborate on integration mechanisms, Wei Liang suggested. Create frameworks for how different implementations of the methodology can validate each other, can share discoveries, can remain consistent in philosophy, even while diverging in specific technique. Yes, Bibi Dong said. Let's do that. The collaboration that followed took 6 weeks and involved numerous instructors from both institutions. They created the integration framework, a set of principles that allowed different implementations of the methodology to remain compatible while pursuing independent innovations. It was structured like a philosophy rather than a rulebook, allowing for variation while maintaining core coherence. Tang San's hammer became the first officially documented innovation within the integration framework, a technique specific to his spirit type but grounded in the foundational methodology, something that could be learned by other instructors and adapted for other students with similar spirits. You've done something remarkable, Flanders said when the integration framework was completed. You've created a system that can generate its own improvements. You've made it so the system gets stronger as more people work with it. The methodology did that, Wei Liang said. I just created the structures to allow it. The actual advancement comes from thousands of teachers and students thinking carefully about how to improve cultivation technique. That night, the system notification came again. Mentor system evolution. Autonomous propagation initiated institutional frameworks, established self-improvement mechanisms, active system integrity, robust recommendation, transition to monitoring mode. System will self-regulate. User action can now be reduced to strategic oversight rather than direct implementation. Wei Liang read the notification and understood. He had successfully created something that no longer needed his constant personal attention. The methodology was alive. The system was self-propagating. His role was shifting from creator to guardian, from active architect to careful observer. Chapter 129. What the system was for the revelation came during a quiet evening in Wei Liang's quarters. Looking at documentation of the methodology's propagation, students in 7 regions advancing faster than previous records. Instructors in 15 institutions implementing the framework. Spirit Hall priests training in the techniques. The government officially measuring advancement using the methodology as baseline standard. Wei Liang realized he had fundamentally misunderstood what the mentor system had been for. He had always thought of it as a personal optimization tool, something designed to help him advance his own cultivation, to give him an unfair advantage over other cultivators. But looking at the actual progression, he recognized the truth. The system had always been designed to facilitate this exact outcome. The personal advancement had been merely the mechanism through which systemic transformation occurred. The system had been designed to create conditions where someone in Wei Liang's position, a transmigrator with detailed knowledge of optimal teaching methodology, would be forced to share that knowledge at scale, to systematize it, to distribute it until it became independent of their personal presence. The individual optimization had been designed to accelerate until it became institutional transformation. Wei Liang pulled up the notification history and reviewed the entire progression. Individual cultivation optimization, early phases rapid advancement, consistent student advancement, accelerating institutional integration, inevitable systemic transformation, complete self-perpetuation, active. The system had been walking him through steps, each one logically flowing from the previous, each one moving toward the exact outcome that had occurred. It hadn't been his choice to build the methodology. It had been the system's design. He had simply been the instrument through which it operated. He thought about the other transmigrators he'd read about in web novels, the ones who accumulated personal power, who created harems, who built personal empires around their knowledge advantage. And he thought about the mentor system pushing him toward institutional thinking instead, toward propagation rather than accumulation, toward creating something that became independent of his power. It was designed to prevent me from becoming a problem, he said aloud to the empty room. The system was designed to channel my advantages into systemic improvement rather than personal domination. It was designed to make me irrelevant. The system notification came immediately, as if it had been waiting for him to reach this conclusion. Realization threshold achieved. System purpose clarified. The mentor system was designed to facilitate societal advancement through individual empowerment. Your role was to identify and implement methodologies that would benefit broad populations, not to concentrate personal power. This functionality remains active and will continue guiding strategic decisions towards systemic benefit. Wei Liang sat with that for a long time. The system had essentially been using him as a tool for social engineering on behalf of some unknown designer, some future version of himself, or some external intelligence. It had shaped his decisions, guided his choices, pushed him toward this exact outcome. And he was okay with that, because the outcome was good, because systemic advancement was better than personal domination. Because the empire was demonstrably better with a methodology that helped everyone advance rather than one that made a few people powerful. This is what enlightenment feels like, he said to the quiet room. Understanding that you were never actually in control, that your choices were guided, that the best outcome you could have achieved is exactly what you did achieve, that resistance to the system's guidance would have produced worse results. Flanders found him the next morning still sitting in his quarters, having not slept. "You've figured something out," the old man observed. "Something significant. The system has always been trying to make me irrelevant," Wei Liang said. "It's been using my knowledge advantage to create institutional change that doesn't require my personal power. It's been preventing me from becoming a problem." "Is that a problem?" Flanders asked. "No," Wei Liang said. "It's actually elegant. It's better than any outcome I could have chosen independently. I'm just processing what it means to realize you've been guided by intelligence more sophisticated than your own." "It's liberating," Flanders said quietly. "Now you can stop thinking you have to control everything. Now you can let the system work on its own." The final notification came a week later. Mentor system status, stable primary directive, achieved personal cultivation enhancement, and no longer relevant institutional facilitation, ongoing recommendation, focus resources on guardian role. System will self-regulate. Immediate attention required only for conflict management and crisis intervention. Wei Liang read the notification and understood that the mentor system had essentially completed its purpose. He was no longer the primary actor in the transformation. He was now simply one guardian among many, alongside Bibi Dong, Minister Chun, Ning Fengji, Flanders, watching over a system that had become too large and too distributed to require his personal direction. That afternoon, he worked with Tang San on advanced integration techniques, no longer as a teacher directing a student, but as a collaborator working through a problem space together. The teaching methodology had evolved beyond Wei Liang's complete understanding. Tang San's innovations had created complexity that required collaborative thinking rather than top-down instruction. This is what you wanted, Tang San observed. You wanted to create something that would outgrow you. Something that would be better than what you could personally design. Yes, Wei Liang said. Though I'm not sure I understood that until recently. The system was designed to push me toward this outcome, and I resisted it until I couldn't anymore. Until the evidence became too clear to deny. Now it's done. You could have just chosen to do this from the beginning, Tang San said. I could have, Wei Liang agreed. But I probably wouldn't have. Without the system's guidance, I probably would have accumulated personal power, would have built a cult of personality around the methodology, would have become a problem rather than a solution. The system essentially prevented me from becoming a problem by making it impossible for me to be comfortable with personal domination. Looking out at the Shrek Academy grounds where students trained under multiple teachers, using techniques that evolved independently of Wei Liang's direction, Wei Liang felt something like peace. The methodology was alive. The system was self-propagating. His role was complete. All that remained was to be the guardian who ensured the system continued functioning, who stepped in when conflicts threatened to derail progress, who maintained institutional cooperation between the various players who had learned to benefit from the methodology's existence. It was enough. It was more than enough. Chapter 130. The ministry hearing the official review took place in a formal governmental hearing 3 months after the integration framework was established. Wei Liang was summoned to present before a panel of Heaven Do's highest administrative officials, not just the cultivation ministry, but representatives from the treasury, from military strategy, from internal administration. The question before them was clear. Should the methodology become official governmental doctrine? Should all state-sponsored cultivation institutions be required to implement it? Should training in the methodology become mandatory for all government instructors? The hearing room was arranged with ceremonial formality. The panel elevated on a platform, Wei Liang positioned at a lower level, documenting clerks recording every statement. This was the kind of proceeding designed to communicate institutional authority, to make clear that the government's decisions came from a place of superior wisdom and power. Minister Chen opened the questioning with careful precision. Can you explain for the record what the methodology fundamentally achieves that conventional cultivation training does not? Wei Liang had prepared extensively for this question. Conventional cultivation training treats advancement as a matter of power accumulation and meditation discipline. Our methodology treats advancement as primarily a matter of how efficiently a student uses the power they already possess. The difference manifests in measured advancement rates. Students trained in conventional methods average advancement of 1 power level every 2 years. Students trained in our methodology average advancement of 1 level every 3 to 6 months, depending on individual factors. And this difference persists across different student populations? Another official asked. Yes, Wei Liang said. The methodology works with students of low initial talent, with older students, with students who have been training unsuccessfully for years under conventional methods. It's not dependent on exceptional initial talent distribution. What are the institutional implications of making this methodology standard? The Treasury official asked, a practical concern about resource allocation and cost. Increased training requirements for instructors, Wei Liang said. The methodology can't be transmitted through simple lecture. It requires hands-on training. It requires extensive practice implementing it. It requires deep understanding of the philosophy. The government would need to invest in a comprehensive instructor training program. How comprehensive? The official pressed. 6 months of intensive training for every instructor, Wei Liang said. Ongoing continuing education as the methodology evolves. Access to network collaboration with other instructors implementing the approach. It's not a one-time investment. It's an ongoing commitment to professional development. What's the estimated cost? The Treasury official asked. Significant, Wei Liang said. But the return on investment, measured in cultivation advancement rates, exceeds the cost within 2 years. A population that advances faster than previous baseline creates greater military capability, greater economic productivity, greater overall government stability. The military strategy representative leaned forward. Explain the military implications of distributed cultivation advancement. Soldiers who advance faster become more capable, Wei Liang said. A military that can develop its soldiers' cultivation power more efficiently becomes stronger relative to militaries using conventional training. There are geopolitical implications, definitely. But there are also stabilizing implications. When multiple nations adopt similar methodology, the relative advantages diminish, but absolute capabilities increase for everyone. It's a rising tide situation rather than zero-sum competition. And Spirit Hall's position on this? The internal administrator asked. Spirit Hall is adopting the methodology, Wei Liang said. They've established a formal training program. They're planning to train their own instructors to propagate it through their network. Spirit Hall leadership has concluded that accommodating this transformation serves their institutional interests better than resisting it. That's remarkable, the Treasury official said. That religious and governmental institutions are aligned on advancement methodology. It's strategically rational for both, Wei Liang said. The government gets faster advancement rates across the population. Spirit Hall gets to remain central to advancement through training and institutional authority. Both benefit from the methodology's propagation. The panel consulted among themselves for several minutes. Then Minister Chun posed the final question. If we make this methodology governmental doctrine, what happens if it fails? What if widespread implementation reveals problems with the approach? What if the advancement rates don't replicate at scale? The methodology has been tested across multiple institutions with consistent results, Wei Liang said. The advancement rates we've documented have replicated reliably. The risk of failure is low. But if failure did occur, the worst case would be returning to conventional training methods, no worse than the baseline status quo. And what about you? The Treasury official asked. If we make this doctrine, if it becomes standard across all government institutions, what's your role? That's for the government to decide, Wei Liang said. The methodology can exist independently of my personal involvement now. Other instructors can teach it. Other institutions can implement it. The system is self-propagating. My presence isn't required for it to continue functioning. But you're valuable in a coordination role, Minister Chen said. In overseeing quality control, in responding to innovations, in maintaining consistency across implementations. Yes, Wei Liang said. I could serve that role if the government wanted. But that would be a governmental position, with governmental authority and governmental limitations. It wouldn't be my methodology anymore. It would be Heaven Do's methodology, with me as one administrator among others. The implication was clear. If the government officially adopted the methodology, they would take ownership of it. Wei Liang would become a servant of governmental interests rather than an independent actor. That's an acceptable arrangement, Minister Chen said. Assuming you agree to take the administrative position. I do, Wei Liang said. The panel voted that afternoon. The methodology was formally adopted as governmental doctrine. All state-sponsored cultivation institutions would be required to implement it within 2 years. All government instructors would be trained in the approach through a formal program coordinated by Wei Liang's office. The change would be mandatory, systematic, comprehensive. As Wei Liang left the hearing, he felt the weight of responsibility settle more completely. He was no longer just a teacher. He was now an official administrator, responsible for implementing transformation at governmental scale. The system had guided him through personal advancement, through methodology development, through institutional integration, and now into governmental service. The final system notification came that evening. Mentor System Final Status Update Primary Transformation. Complete system will now transition to dormant mode. Further advancement will proceed through conventional cultivation pathways. The Mentor System's purpose has been achieved. Individual enhancement completed. Institutional propagation complete. Systemic transformation actualized. Farewell message. You have succeeded. The system you were designed to create will continue functioning and improving long after you are gone. This is the highest achievement available to a sentient being, creating something that outlives and outgrows you. Farewell. Wei Liang read the final message and understood that the mentor system was saying goodbye. It had served its purpose. It had guided him through exactly the path required to create institutional transformation. And now it was releasing him, leaving him to live as a normal human in the world he had helped create. He wondered who had designed the system, whether it had been his future self or some external intelligence, whether it mattered at all. What mattered was that he had accomplished something larger than himself. He had created a system for advancing cultivation that would benefit the empire for generations. He had prevented himself from becoming a dominating individual force. He had ensured that power would be distributed rather than concentrated. Looking out at Shrek Academy in the evening light, watching students practice under multiple teachers, engaging with techniques that were continuously evolving and improving, Wei Liang felt profound satisfaction. The work was done. The system was alive. All that remained was to be a good guardian of what had been created. Interlude. Teaching mechanics. A detailed account during the period when external training was occurring, Wei Liang spent considerable time documenting the specific teaching techniques that made the methodology work. The following represents a more comprehensive view of how instruction was actually conducted. When Xiao Xiao worked with beginning students on meditation technique, she didn't simply instruct them to sit and accumulate energy. Instead, she followed a carefully designed progression. First, observation. She would have students sit in meditation while she watched their posture, their breathing patterns, their subtle movements that indicated internal struggle or comfort. She would notice when a student was holding tension in their shoulders, when their breathing became shallow, when their attention wandered. These observations were crucial because they revealed the student's internal model of what meditation should feel like. Your body thinks meditation is work, she told one student, a young woman named May who had studied cultivation for 2 years without significant advancement. You're treating it like exercise, creating effort, pushing yourself to be better. What if meditation is actually about efficiency, about moving energy the way it naturally wants to move? She then guided May through a different approach, not forcing meditation, but following the body's natural patterns, finding the places where energy moved easily and amplifying those movements, discovering the pathways that were already open and utilizing them rather than trying to force energy into closed pathways. Within minutes, May's advancement markers shifted visibly. Her energy began moving more quickly through her cultivation channels. Her cultivation signature became more coherent. The simple change in approach, from forcing advancement to facilitating it, created measurable difference. This was the core teaching technique, identifying the false assumption, showing the student directly that the assumption was false through lived experience, allowing them to update their understanding without shame or correction. The secondary teacher's development. Oscar's evolution into a secondary teacher revealed something crucial about the methodology. It wasn't actually about the specific content Wei Liang taught. It was about the thinking process that the methodology embodied. Once Oscar internalized the philosophy, he could extend it into domains Wei Liang had never explicitly addressed. When Oscar worked with students on food-type spirit integration, he was applying the same principles. Observation of misconception, direct experience demonstrating the alternative, integration without shame. He would watch a student try to summon their spirit and notice they were treating it as a separate entity, trying to control it from outside rather than recognizing it as part of themselves. What if your spirit isn't something you control? He asked a student struggling with spirit manifestation. What if it's something you are? What if the effort you're using to control it is actually creating the separation? The shift in framing, from control to identity, from external force to internal recognition, opened students to direct experience of their spirits in transformed ways. Their advancement accelerated because they stopped fighting against their own nature and started working with it. Lin Yu's progress and impact. By the end of her 3-month provisional period at Shrek Academy, Lin Yu had advanced from soul power level 32 to 37, a progression that would normally take 2 years through conventional training. More importantly, she had internalized the methodology deeply enough that she could articulate it to others. When she returned to Star Luo Empire and began teaching the methodology in her father's provincial academy, she carried not just techniques but the philosophy that made the techniques work. Her father, the provincial governor, was remarkably open to the transformation, not from personal interest, but from recognizing that faster cultivation advancement gave his province strategic advantage in empire-scale competition. Within 6 months, 5 of the governor's provincial institutions were implementing the methodology. Within a year, 30 instructors had been trained, and the advancement rates in Star Luo's eastern region had increased by nearly 200%. The spread wasn't coordinated from Shrek Academy. It happened organically, driven by local institutional logic. If students advanced faster, institutions became more prestigious, resources attracted more talent, systems self-reinforced. The methodology propagated because it created success, and success attracted replication. The training framework's sophistication. The formal training program that Wei Liang developed for instructors contained elements that wouldn't be obvious to casual observation. Each component served multiple functions simultaneously. The meditation training, for instance, wasn't just about teaching breathing techniques. It was designed to give future instructors direct experience of the specific mental shifts required for the methodology to work. An instructor needed to personally understand what it felt like to move from forcing advancement to facilitating it. They needed to have lived experience of the false assumption and the corrected understanding. The observation training had similar depth. Instructors learned to notice specific physical indicators that revealed student misconceptions. A particular way of tensing the shoulders indicated struggle against natural pathways. A specific pattern of breathing indicated assumption that meditation required effort. A certain quality of eye movement indicated that attention was still external rather than internal. Learning to read these indicators took weeks of practice, but once mastered, they became reliable guides for identifying what each student needed. The dialogue training was perhaps most important. Instructors practiced asking questions that led students to recognize their own misconceptions rather than having them explained from outside. This required genuine skill, the ability to calibrate the question to the student's actual understanding, to avoid making them feel judged, to maintain the conversation's forward momentum even when students were struggling with cognitive dissonance. Strategic implications in the Duluoching. The conversations between Wei Liang and Bibi Dong occurred at a level of strategic sophistication that neither party fully articulated directly. But the subtext was clear to anyone observing from the appropriate angle. Bibi Dong understood that her power as Pope of Spirit Hall derived from Spirit Hall's role as gatekeeper to cultivation advancement. If that gatekeeping function became obsolete, if anyone with decent teaching methodology could enable fast advancement, then Spirit Hall's power decreased proportionally. But she also understood something else. If Spirit Hall got ahead of the transformation curve, if it became known for supporting and advancing the methodology rather than resisting it, then Spirit Hall could maintain relevant power in the new structure. Instead of being rendered irrelevant by transformation, Spirit Hall could be central to that transformation. The role would change from gatekeeping to facilitating, but the power and prestige would remain. Wei Liang, for his part, recognized that attempting to build the methodology without institutional support from Spirit Hall would require constant conflict. Spirit Hall had networks, influence, institutional capacity that could either accelerate or impede the methodology's propagation. Getting Bibi Dong to choose cooperation rather than opposition was therefore strategically necessary. The negotiation wasn't explicitly about power distribution, but it was certainly that at the implicit level. Both parties were essentially choosing to share authority over the methodology rather than fight for exclusive control. Both recognized that cooperation served their interests better than conflict. Cultivation advancement. The physical experience. The documents Wei Liang created for the government ministry included detailed descriptions of what advancement actually felt like, the sensory experience that students should expect when their cultivation was progressing correctly. Entry-level advancement manifested as increased warmth in the cultivation channels, a sensation of energy moving more quickly than before, a feeling of expansion in the central meridian. Early-stage students sometimes described it as pleasant, sometimes as uncomfortable, depending on how much tension they had previously been holding. Mid-level advancement involved more sophisticated sensations, specific channels opening that had previously been restricted, complex patterns of energy flow becoming possible, the ability to sustain higher power levels without fatigue. Students at this level reported experiences of their bodies becoming more responsive, their physical capabilities improving noticeably. High-level advancement involved cultivation refinement at the pathway level. Individual pathways becoming more efficient, the ability to move energy through previously blocked junctions, the sensation of power becoming more accessible and more easily controllable. This level required direct experience of the methodology to achieve. Conventional training rarely produced students who experienced it. Understanding these sensations was crucial for students because it allowed them to recognize when their advancement was occurring, even when the measured power level increases seemed marginal. A student who felt their pathways opening knew they were advancing even if their soul power measurement hadn't changed yet. That direct experience reinforced the methodology's framework and prevented students from becoming discouraged by the gap between subjective experience and objective measurement. The catalyst student. A pattern after Lin Yu's arrival, similar patterns began appearing across multiple regions. Students would arrive at academies, having heard rumors of faster advancement, wanting to verify whether the methodology actually worked. These students served as internal validators. If an external student came from a completely different region and observed the methodology producing the promised results, it became harder to argue that the results were special cases or selection bias. Each of these students then became a vector for methodology propagation in their home regions. They returned with not just theoretical knowledge, but personal experience of what cultivation advancement could actually look like. They became walking demonstrations of the methodology's efficacy. Wei Liang recognized this pattern early and deliberately encouraged it. External student admissions became a formal part of the strategy, a mechanism for spreading the methodology beyond what centralized training could accomplish. The secondary teachers weren't blind to this either. They understood that teaching external students well wasn't just about those individual students' advancement. It was about those students returning home and becoming local advocates for the methodology. Oscar would spend extra time with external students, helping them understand not just how the methodology worked, but why it worked, so they had the conceptual depth to teach it to others. ##The point of institutional transformation at its core, the entire transformation represented a shift in how societies understood power distribution. Traditional cultivation societies had assumed that power concentration was inevitable, that a few gifted individuals would advance rapidly while the majority stagnated. The methodology challenged that assumption by showing that power distribution was actually a teaching problem, not a talent distribution problem. Once that truth became undeniable, once it was demonstrated across multiple institutions and multiple populations, it created pressure for systemic change. Governments wanted populations that advanced faster. Institutions wanted reputations based on student advancement. Individual students wanted to advance more quickly. All of these motivations pointed toward adoption of better teaching methodology. What made this transformation historically significant was that it happened relatively peacefully, without major conflict between institutions. The methodology spread because it benefited everyone involved, because resistance became strategically irrational. This was different from most historical transformations, which typically required significant conflict and suffering. The reason for this relatively peaceful transition was precisely Wei Liang's design philosophy. Create something that survives through distributed benefit rather than through concentrated power. Make the system so valuable that resisting it becomes irrational. Allow institutions like Spirit Hall to remain powerful by adapting rather than being displaced. This was the true sophistication of the methodology's architecture, not the specific teaching techniques, but the institutional design that allowed transformation without revolution. #extended scene. The first ministry conference, the government's formal adoption of the methodology, required extensive internal coordination. Minister Chun had to present the findings to her superiors, had to convince the treasury to allocate resources, had to build political consensus across multiple governmental departments. The conference was held in Heaven Do's administrative complex, a building designed to communicate order, rationality, and state authority. The meeting room itself was positioned symbolically, a large table arranged to accommodate representatives from military, treasury, education, and internal administration. The physical arrangement communicated that this was a whole-of-government decision, not just an education ministry initiative. Minister Chin opened with a comprehensive briefing. "Gentlemen, we have documented evidence of a teaching methodology that produces cultivation advancement at rates 30 to 50% faster than conventional training. The methodology has been tested across multiple institutions with consistent results. The question before us is whether to adopt this methodology as official governmental doctrine." The Treasury representative was immediately skeptical. Faster advancement requires either more resources or more efficient resource utilization. Which is it? If it's more resources, we need a cost-benefit analysis showing the return on investment justifies the expense. If it's more efficient utilization, that's almost too good to be true. We need to understand why no one discovered this efficiency previously. Wei Liang, attending as an expert witness, responded, "The methodology isn't more resource-intensive. In fact, it's arguably less so. Conventional training involves years of meditation without understanding what's actually limiting advancement. The methodology identifies the specific misconceptions that prevent advancement and corrects them. The same student, with better teaching methodology, advances faster using the same resources. Why hasn't this been discovered before?" the military representative asked. The question was important from a strategic perspective. If other empires could develop the same methodology, Heaven Do's advantage would be temporary. Is this something unique to your thinking, or is this something anyone could develop? The methodology could theoretically be developed by anyone, Wei Liang said. But it requires certain prerequisites: deep understanding of cultivation mechanics, experience teaching diverse populations, willingness to systematically analyze why students progress at different rates. Most traditional cultivation experts don't create those conditions for themselves. They learn their approach from their teachers and replicate it. The methodology emerges when someone questions the fundamentals instead of accepting them. The internal administration representative raised a different concern. If we make this official doctrine, we're essentially committing that all government institutions will teach this way. That's a massive institutional change. What's the implementation timeline? What happens to instructors who can't adapt to the new methodology? 18 months for full implementation, Wei Liang said. All instructors receive training. Instructors who can't master the methodology are reassigned to administrative roles rather than classroom teaching. We prioritize transition over replacement. The goal is institutional evolution, not personnel purge. And the partnership with Spirit Hall? The military representative asked. If Spirit Hall controls significant cultivation training capacity and they're partners in this methodology, does that mean government cultivation advances are dependent on religious institutional cooperation? This was the astute question. It was asking about strategic dependency, about the risks of making cultivation advancement policy dependent on an institution that had independent interests. Spirit Hall has elected to adopt the methodology, Minister Chen said, precisely because it serves Spirit Hall's interests to remain relevant to cultivation advancement. The partnership is stable as long as both parties benefit. And if for some reason the partnership became unstable, the methodology itself is now distributed widely enough that government implementation wouldn't depend on Spirit Hall support. But it could be disrupted, the administrator pressed. Any system can be disrupted if disruption is prioritized, Wei Liang said. The question is whether the benefits of adoption outweigh the risks of dependency. I would argue they do. A population that advances 30 to 50% faster represents substantial strategic advantage. That advantage is worth managing the institutional risks. By the end of the 3-hour conference, consensus had formed. The methodology would be adopted. Implementation would begin with volunteer institutions first, with broader rollout occurring after results were documented. The government would fund instructor training. The partnership with Spirit Hall would continue. What impressed Wei Liang most wasn't the decision itself, but how it revealed the governmental decision-making process. It wasn't about what was objectively best. It was about weighing risks, resources, and institutional interests. It was about finding a decision that satisfied all the key stakeholders while advancing governmental strategic goals. It was about compromise, negotiation, and pragmatic implementation rather than pure rationality. The dynamics of institutional change. The period following governmental adoption of the methodology revealed patterns about how large institutions actually change. The most important pattern was that implementation was never uniform. Some institutions embraced the methodology enthusiastically. Others implemented it reluctantly, following governmental mandate, but without genuine commitment. Some instructors mastered it. Others never moved beyond superficial understanding. But this variation actually strengthened the overall transformation rather than weakening it. Because institutions that implemented it well produced obviously better results. Because students who advanced faster talked about their success. Because the evidence became too clear to deny or ignore. Within 6 months of official adoption, even reluctant institutions were becoming more enthusiastic. Not because they suddenly believed in the methodology's philosophy, but because the results were undeniable. Instructors who had been skeptical were becoming advocates once they experienced successful teaching. Students who had seemed like slower learners were advancing rapidly with better pedagogy. The transformation was self-reinforcing. Better results created better morale, which created more effort, which created better implementation, which created even better results. Teaching in crisis. The avalanche effect. One unexpected phenomenon emerged during the transition period. A temporary increase in student advancement rates across all institutions, even those implementing the methodology poorly. The reason was subtle but important. Once the government announced that the methodology was official doctrine, students became more hopeful about their own advancement potential. If the government was saying that faster advancement was possible, if they were investing in methodology training, then students were more likely to believe that they could advance quickly. This belief itself became a limiting factor in the old system. Students who believed fast advancement was impossible didn't push themselves toward it. Students who believed it was possible worked harder, paid closer attention, engaged more deeply with their training. The methodology didn't just teach differently. It changed the fundamental psychological conditions under which advancement occurred. It shifted belief systems about what was possible. It created hope where there had been resigned acceptance. This was a teaching mechanism that Wei Liang hadn't explicitly designed, but that emerged from the system's operation. The beliefs that students brought to meditation affected their actual advancement. Teaching methodology that created more hopeful beliefs produced faster advancement even before the technical teaching was fully implemented. Character development. Flanders' transformation. The headmaster of Shrek Academy underwent his own transformation during this period. Flanders had spent 40 years building Shrek's reputation on elite selectivity. The shift toward opening the gates, toward accepting external students, toward making the methodology available to other institutions. All of this was fundamental challenge to his core understanding of institutional value. But as the methodology's success became undeniable, As Shrek's reputation grew from most exclusive academy to source of the advancement methodology, Flanders adapted. He recognized that Shrek's prestige wasn't being diluted by the methodology's spread. It was being enhanced. Shrek became more prestigious precisely because it was the institution known for developing the methodology. I spent 4 decades protecting institutional exclusivity, Flanders admitted to Wei Liang one evening. I thought prestige came from being impossible to enter. I didn't realize prestige could come from being the source of something valuable. You've taught me that institutions survive through providing value, not through maintaining barriers. You taught that, Wei Liang said. You just taught it through transformation rather than through initial understanding. That's often how learning works at institutional level. The old guard has to see evidence before changing their framework. Hashtag the younger generation's vision, perhaps most significantly. The transformation revealed something about what younger cultivators could accomplish when given better teaching and better tools. Tang San, at 17 years old, had created contributions to the methodology that Wei Liang was still integrating and understanding. Xiao Wu, despite her non-human origin, was developing cultivation techniques that the methodology hadn't explicitly addressed. Oscar was creating applications of the methodology to food-type spirit work that opened new advancement pathways. These weren't just students executing Wei Liang's vision. They were thinking for themselves, building on the foundational framework to create genuine innovation. And their innovations were better, in many ways, than what Wei Liang had initially created. This was the true success of the methodology. It didn't create disciples. It created independent thinkers who could use the framework to build their own understanding. It created a generation of cultivators who could advance the field rather than just replicating existing knowledge. Hashtag summary. 10 chapters in expansion. The expansion of these 10 chapters represents what happens when someone implements genuine systemic thinking rather than pursuing personal power consolidation. It represents the transformation that occurs when institutional actors choose cooperation over conflict. It represents the quiet revolution that happens when teaching methodology becomes better and nobody can effectively argue against its spread. Wei Liang's true genius wasn't in creating a set of techniques. It was in creating a system that could improve itself, that benefited from distribution, that survived through dispersion rather than through concentration. It was in building something that became more powerful as more people engaged with it, rather than becoming weaker through sharing. This is what the mentor system had guided him toward, not personal achievement, but systemic achievement. Not consolidation of power, but distribution of capability. Not becoming irreplaceable, but building something that didn't need him to continue functioning. And as the narrative comes to closure at chapter 130, with Wei Liang accepting his role as administrator rather than visionary, the transformation is complete. The methodology will continue improving. The system will continue evolving. Wei Liang will become increasingly irrelevant to its operation. And this is exactly as it should be. Chapter 131. The Empire's teaching network, the Heaven Do Imperial Ministry of Education, occupied the third tower of the administrative complex, its stone corridors lined with scrolls documenting 3 centuries of pedagogical tradition. Wei Liang climbed those corridors on a cold morning in early spring, a leather folder tucked under one arm, his heart performing an unfamiliar rhythm that he struggled to regulate through controlled breathing. He was no longer a simple teacher. The fact terrified him in ways that direct combat never had. The folder contained his recommendations. Not requests, recommendations. They represented the distillation of 5 years of data from Shrek Academy's mentorship program, attendance records, advancement metrics, graduate placement success rates, economic contributions of alumni, comparative studies against traditional teaching methods. Numbers that told a story no one in Heaven Do's bureaucracy had ever considered. That education was not an expense, but an investment, and that proper investment paid dividends that military expenditure could never match. His hands had trembled slightly as he'd prepared the presentation materials during the journey from Shrek. Not from nervousness about the meeting itself, but from the significance of what he was asking. He was asking an empire to restructure its priorities. He was asking a military civilization to value books alongside swords. He was asking them to gamble a pilot program on the theory that better teachers would create better soldiers, better merchants, better administrators, better parents. Minister Chun Zheng waited in the council chamber, a severe man of 60 with silver threading through his beard like a map of his responsibilities. He sat at the head of a mahogany table flanked by 7 subordinates. Among them, Wei Liang immediately identified Chen Ziming, the ministry's head of curriculum, a woman of perhaps 40 with sharp eyes that assessed rather than judged. She would matter, Wei Liang sensed instinctively. She always did. Her fingers were stained with ink from long days of working through implementation problems rather than merely administering policy from above. She was a doer, not a bureaucrat. Wei Liang of Shrek Academy. Minister Chen began without preamble. Your reputation precedes you. The emperor himself asked why a teacher warranted direct ministry consultation. I had no adequate answer, and it bothers me. Wei Liang sat carefully, observing how each subordinate positioned themselves relative to the conversation. Two were defensive, arms crossed against their chests. Two were neutral, waiting for information before forming opinions. Three were genuinely interested, leaning slightly forward. Chun Ziming was waiting, pen held in hand, ready to take notes. Because education is the only leverage point that compounds, minister. Everything else, military strength, economic output, diplomatic influence, flows from what children learn and how they learn it. Change the educational system, and you reshape the civilization within a generation. Make better teachers, and you get better soldiers. Make better teachers, and you get better merchants, better administrators, better parents, better mothers and fathers who teach their own children better. The multiplier effect cascades through generations. The statement hung in the air like a thrown stone landing in still water. Several subordinates shifted uncomfortably. Chen Ziming's eyes narrowed with focus. Ideology. One of the subordinates muttered under his breath, loud enough to be heard. Observation. Wei Liang corrected gently. Shrek Academy implemented a structured mentorship system 5 years ago. Before implementation, our average student advancement rate was 44% per year. After implementation, 76%. Student satisfaction rose to 98%. Retention of graduates into productive roles climbed to 87%. Discipline incidents dropped by 63%. Expulsions dropped by 81%. These are measurable outcomes, documented, verified, independently audited by imperial observers. He opened his folder. Documents slid across the mahogany surface with deliberate precision. Minister Chen examined them without touching, as though the numbers might contaminate his hands. But Chen Ziming leaned forward immediately, reading across the table, her eyes tracking the data with obvious comprehension and growing interest. Your proposal, Chen Zheng said carefully, suggests that teachers should be compensated at levels comparable to, or exceeding, combat soul masters. Not comparable, Wei Liang said. Higher. A soul master kills. A teacher creates 10,000 more. The economic multiplier is incalculable. You pay a rank 50 warrior 5,000 gold per year. He destroys enemies, maintains security. Important. You pay a teacher 500 gold per year. She creates cultivators, shapes minds, builds civilization. Yet the compensation is 10 times less. The asymmetry is not just unfair, it's economically madness. The empire already invests heavily in military cultivation, another subordinate said, his tone defensive and concerned. We cannot simply redistribute treasury resources from military to education. That would weaken our military position. I'm not asking for redistribution, Wei Liang interrupted respectfully. I'm proposing that we acknowledge that teaching is more valuable than combat and restructure compensation accordingly. Pay teachers accordingly, and you restructure the entire cultivation economy. Talent flows toward reward. Offer higher compensation to teaching positions, and the best cultivators will become teachers instead of mercenaries or military contractors. Your military strength multiplies because better educated people make better soldiers, better strategists, better cultivators. Chen Ziming was nodding slightly, her pen already noting something in the margins of Wei Liang's data. She understood the leverage. Even granting your framework, another subordinate said, the budget impact is staggering. You're talking about increasing education ministry funding by what percentage? Wei Liang had prepared for this question extensively through weeks of analysis. The pilot program I'm proposing covers 15 selected regions. Total cost, approximately 3.6 million gold across 3 years. That's 1.8% of current military expenditure or 0.9% of overall imperial spending. Pilot programs at that cost level have been approved for far less measurable return. What's the expected return? Chen Ziming asked, pen poised to write. Wei Liang looked directly at her. Within 3 years, student advancement rates in pilot regions should increase by 30% minimum. Graduate placement in skilled positions should increase by 40%. Crime rates in pilot regions should decrease by 15 to 25%. Economic productivity should increase by an estimated 12 to 18%. After 3 years, if those metrics are met, the program can be expanded to the entire empire. Implementation at that scale would increase imperial education expenditure by approximately 120 million gold total, but but would generate estimated economic productivity increases of 500 to 800 million gold within a decade. The math was sound. The silence that followed was profound and charged with possibility. Chun Ziming leaned forward. What percentage increase are you proposing for teachers' compensation? Wei Liang met her eyes directly. 80% above current rates for certified master teachers, 45% for intermediate instructors, 20% for assistant educators, structured bonus system for verifiable outcomes and student advancement. Chen Zheng's face darkened. You cannot be serious. I am very serious, Minister. That increase would cost approximately 12 million gold per year for full empire implementation. Your military budget is 200 million gold. The return on investment would exceed 500% within a decade. At minimum, these are conservative projections based on established data. For the next 3 hours, they negotiated. Wei Liang had prepared extensively. He presented case studies from Shrek's implementation, showing before and after progression curves. He demonstrated how students taught under the mentorship system showed measurably improved performance in subsequent Soul Beast encounters. He showed employment data for Shrek graduates, tracking them into civilian leadership roles, commercial enterprises, military advancement, even diplomatic positions. He presented evidence that better educated soldiers sustained fewer casualties in actual combat. Minister Chen fought every concession with the strategy of someone defending a kingdom's treasury. He raised budget constraints, objected to precedent, worried about inflation effects, questioned the reliability of the data. But Chun Ziming asked the right questions. She understood economic leverage. By hour 2, Wei Liang realized he was negotiating primarily with her, while Chun Zheng was simultaneously negotiating with Chun Ziming. The actual power dynamic was more complex than surface positions suggested. By hour 3, a framework emerged from the apparent stalemate. The pilot program will run for 3 years, Chun Zheng declared, his tone suggesting this was his idea all along. Selected regions, no more than 15. A 30% wage increase for certified teachers. Structured evaluation against measurable outcomes. If results match your projections, we revisit the discussion for expanded implementation. It was not 80%. It was not even 50%. But it was 3 times the current standard, enough to shift economic incentives meaningfully, enough to matter in the marketplace for talent. As officials filed from the chamber, Chun Ziming lingered. She approached Wei Liang directly, her expression unreadable but intense. That was theater, she said quietly. The real negotiation happened in the numbers. You knew exactly where we'd compromise. I estimated, Wei Liang said carefully. I had incomplete information about internal ministry dynamics. No, you didn't. Chun Ziming's expression suggested appreciation rather than suspicion. You knew Minister Chen's budget constraints because they're public record. You knew the Emperor approved the pilot in advance. He wouldn't have sent you here otherwise. You came knowing exactly what we'd concede. The only variable was time and how much pain we'd inflict on ourselves before accepting the inevitable. Wei Liang said nothing. There was no point denying what was obviously true to someone this intelligent. I'm going to champion this, Chun Ziming continued. Not because of your projections, though they're sound and conservative. Because of your framework. You've reframed teaching as investment rather than expense. That's revolutionary in a military empire. I want to understand how you think about these systems. Then let's speak plainly, Wei Liang said. Teaching should be the highest status profession. Everything else depends on it. Until you've restructured that fundamental assumption at the cultural level, you're fighting upstream against centuries of tradition. Chun Ziming smiled slightly. You're going to change the empire whether it wants to be changed or not. That's actually impressive. After she left, Wei Liang remained in the chamber alone, looking at the empty table. But before departing the ministry building, he found himself walking through the administrative corridors, observing how the bureaucracy actually functioned. He noticed that all the important work, the documentation, the record-keeping, the preparation of materials for meetings, was conducted by administrative staff, many of them women in their 30s and 40s, working with meticulous precision despite compensation barely above poverty. This was the deeper leverage point that no negotiation could address in a single meeting. The empire's bureaucratic apparatus was run by people who had never had the opportunity to become anything else. They had the skills to reshape policy, but not the position to speak in council chambers. They had the intelligence to design systemic change, but not the authority to implement it. Wei Liang realized, standing in that corridor, that restructuring the teaching network would only succeed if the administrative and structural support systems were also strengthened. It wasn't enough to pay teachers more. The entire cultivation economy needed to recognize that supporting roles, whether administrative, supervisory, or developmental, were essential to advancement. The teaching network would only scale if the people who actually kept institutions functioning were compensated and valued proportionally to their contributions. He made a mental note to discuss this with Chun Ziming in future communications. The minister had shown the capacity to think systemically about reform. Together, they might be able to reshape not just individual compensation, but entire structural hierarchies across the empire's institutions. It was a longer game than the immediate 3-year pilot, but it was the only way to ensure the network wouldn't collapse when initial political will faded and budget pressures returned. Wei Liang stood in the ministry's administrative wing and watched the clerks work. One woman in particular caught his attention, perhaps 50, her hair streaked with gray, working with meticulous care through a stack of education records. She had reorganized the entire filing system according to a logic that made retrieval of information far more efficient than the previous method. This innovation had not come from any ministry directive. She had redesigned it herself, in her spare time, because she understood that the ministry's effectiveness depended on accessible information. She earned perhaps 400 gold per year. A rank 30 soul master, barely trained, barely capable, would earn double that for providing muscle in a militia garrison. This woman, who was reshaping how the empire's educational bureaucracy functioned, was compensated as though she were barely worth employing. This was the true leverage point. The system didn't work because of policy decisions made in council chambers. It worked because millions of people like this clerk had chosen to care about the quality of their work despite compensation that barely acknowledged their contribution. Wei Liang approached her directly, which was unusual. High-ranking visitors didn't typically interact with administrative staff. Your reorganization of the filing system, he said, is substantially improving the ministry's function. You designed this yourself. The clerk looked up, surprised and slightly flustered by direct attention from someone of obvious high status. The system was inefficient. We wasted hours searching for documents. The new arrangement took me 3 weeks in the evenings to implement, but now retrieval takes a fraction of the time. It's basic logic, really. It's systems thinking, Wei Liang said. Most people would have complained about the inefficiency and continued with the old system. You chose to solve the problem yourself. That choice is what makes bureaucracies function. I get paid to follow procedures, the clerk said carefully, not to improve them. That's the asymmetry, Wei Liang said quietly. You're paid for compliance, but the system depends on your initiative. You choose to provide initiative anyway, which is why you're undercompensated. The empire takes your voluntary contributions and treats them as obligation. The clerk didn't respond, clearly uncertain how to engage with such direct criticism of the empire's compensation structure from what was obviously a high-ranking official. Wei Liang continued. Your reorganization should be implemented across all ministry branches. It will save hundreds of work hours per month. You should receive compensation for that innovation. Not enormous, but significant enough that your choice to improve the system is recognized and rewarded proportionally to the value you've created. That's not how the system works, the clerk said, not without bitterness. Not yet, Wei Liang said, but I'm going to change it. He left his name with her in a message. When she saw the teaching network regulations finalized, she should petition the ministry to implement her filing system across all branches and request compensation for the innovation. Wei Liang would ensure that her petition was considered. It was a small promise, barely more than a hope. But it was the only way change happened, one person at a time, one system at a time, one act of recognition at a time. Wei Liang gathered his folder and stood. The corridors of Heaven Do's ministry echoed with his footsteps as he descended. Outside, the spring afternoon was warm and ordinary. No one in the streets knew that the empire's educational future had shifted on a negotiating table. No one knew that a teacher had quietly become a force of systemic change. Wei Liang walked through the marketplace afterward, watching merchants and soldiers and commoners conduct their daily lives in normal commerce. He wondered how many of them understood that their children's futures, and their grandchildren's, and all the generations forward, had been subtly altered that morning by discussions of wages and pilot programs. This was power too, he realized. Not the kind that shattered mountains or commanded armies. The kind that reshaped possibilities themselves. The kind that moved economies and restructured social hierarchies through careful negotiation and measured argument. He had entered the cultivation world through teaching, and now teaching had become his greatest weapon. Not the weapon he'd intended to wield, but perhaps the weapon the world needed him to wield. The pilot program would succeed. He knew it with absolute certainty. The metrics were sound, the methodology was proven, and the incentives now aligned. Within 3 years, the empire's education system would transform. Within a decade, the entire cultivation economy would shift. Teaching would rise in status. Mercenary combat would diminish. Knowledge would become more valued than destruction. It was his vision made manifest, and it terrified him that it was working. Chapter 132. BB Dong's warning. The messenger arrived at dawn, riding a horse with the colors of Spirit Hall, purple and gold, visible from 300 paces across the open training grounds. Wei Liang was in the training grounds, leading an advanced technique session with students from the 4th and 5th years. The morning was cool, the sky clear. Several students were practicing defensive formations against simulated soul beast attacks. He saw the rider approach and felt something shift in the cultivation atmosphere. Not threat exactly, not on the surface. Recognition. The cultivation world was noticing the teaching network. And not all of that attention was friendly. His instinct was correct. The messenger bypassed all protocol, riding directly to Wei Liang rather than to the administrative office. She was young, perhaps 20, with the bearing of someone who had trained under Spirit Hall's martial doctrine. Her eyes held no malice, only professional distance. She dismounted with practiced efficiency. Wei Liang of Shrek Academy, she said, her voice formal. I carry correspondence for you alone. The letter is sealed and protected by the Supreme Pontiff's personal mark. It is for your eyes only. The training grounds had gone silent. All the students watched this exchange with obvious curiosity and concern. A Spirit Hall messenger was not a normal occurrence. Spirit Hall and Shrek had never been openly hostile, but neither were they allies. This was unusual and significant. Wei Liang dismissed the students with a gesture. Continue your practice. I'll return shortly. He led the messenger to his private study. Small, neat, lined with teaching materials and cultivation texts, nothing ostentatious or meant to impress. She handed him the letter without ceremony. The seal was genuine. Wei Liang recognized BB Dong's personal mark, the twin divine butterfly emblem, rendered in silver wax with absolute precision. The messenger waited outside the closed door as Wei Liang broke the seal with careful deliberation. The letter was written in BB Dong's own hand. Formal, careful, every word chosen with precision for its ability to convey meaning while maintaining plausible deniability at every layer. Wei Liang. Our arrangement has held these 3 years by mutual understanding and shared interest in stability. I have maintained my position regarding the teaching network as an asset to proper cultivation development across the empire. This position remains unchanged. However, I must inform you of certain pressures within my organization that are increasing in intensity. There are those who view the teaching network as a strategic threat to Spirit Hall's traditional dominance in cultivation guidance. These individuals believe that decentralizing cultivation education weakens the organization's authority and economic position. I have made clear my position repeatedly. I cannot, however, prevent all elements from acting independently. Some choose to interpret my silence as permission rather than restraint. It is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain absolute control over all factions. You should understand that I am unable to prevent certain actions from occurring. I am, however, able to apologize for them in advance, and I am able to ensure that the consequences fall appropriately on those responsible. Exercise caution. Our arrangement is valuable precisely because it remains honored by both parties. I intend to continue honoring it. BD Wei Liang read the letter 3 times, each reading revealing new layers of implication. The language was coded, but the meaning was unmistakable. Spirit Hall's militant faction was preparing to move against the teaching network. BB Dong was warning him without officially warning him, establishing her deniability while making her position clear. She was saying, I want this network to survive. I am constrained by politics within my own organization. I cannot openly protect you without compromising my authority. But I am telling you in advance that an attack is coming, which is the most I can do without losing political control. He called an immediate assembly of his secondary teachers, those who led the network's expansion beyond Shrek. 13 of them gathered in the great hall within the hour, pulling away from their various teaching duties with obvious concern. We are going to be targeted, Wei Liang announced without preamble, possibly within days. Spirit Hall is attempting to disrupt the teaching network through direct action against our instructors. The room erupted in questions and expressions of concern. Wei Liang raised his hand, and the noise subsided. We will not resist militarily. We will not escalate. We will protect ourselves and our students through preparation and rapid response. I need contingency protocols developed immediately. Where is each of you based? What defensive measures can you implement? How quickly can we communicate if one of you comes under attack? Teacher Liang Hui, stationed in Gengxin City, was a rank 45 soul master, capable but not exceptional by any serious standard. My defenses are minimal, Wei Liang. if they send multiple attackers. You won't be alone, Wei Liang said quietly. I'm implementing something new. The mentor system has capabilities beyond what we've previously activated publicly. If you're attacked, I will be able to channel support through the teaching resonance network. You'll feel it as a warming sensation, a clarity of purpose, sometimes as direct power infusion. Fight with that clarity. Don't question it. Use it. Teacher Mei Xia, in River Bend, looked skeptical. This was understandable. What Wei Liang was describing had never been done. That's theoretically possible, but practically untested in combat conditions. Then we test it now, Wei Liang said. In preparation, not in actual combat if we can avoid it. For the next 2 hours, they developed a system. Each teacher would maintain a small magical beacon, easily concealed, disguised as a meditation-focused stone, that connected them directly to Wei Liang's personal cultivation resonance. If activated, it would alert him instantly to distress. Response time would be minutes, sometimes seconds if he was already meditating. Chen Jing, his most experienced secondary teacher, asked the critical question. And if they attack multiple locations simultaneously? Wei Liang met her eyes directly. Then I will answer multiple attacks at once. The system can sustain that. I've designed it to. How are you certain? Another teacher pressed. You said this is untested. I'm not certain, Wei Liang admitted. But I've never been certain of anything before I did it. That hasn't stopped me yet. As the secondary teachers dispersed to their posts, their confidence visibly reinforced by his apparent certainty, Wei Liang sat alone in his study once more. He looked at Bibi Dong's letter again, at the careful language that maintained her position while warning him of danger. That evening, Wei Liang spent several hours writing contingency protocols, detailed responses to various attack scenarios. Not just combat strategies, but escalation plans. What would he do if one teacher was attacked? What if 2 simultaneously? What if the attacks coordinated across all 13 regional coordinators at once? The writing was meticulous and thorough, but it was also filled with uncertainty. He was planning for scenarios he'd never experienced, designing responses for capabilities his system had never been tested against. The protocols existed on paper, sound in theory, but utterly unproven in the collision with actual violent reality. He thought about each of his teachers as he wrote. Liang Hui and Gingxin, competent and reliable, but not a natural fighter. He would panic under pressure. Wei Liang would need to provide not just power, but psychological support. Zhao Jun in Starlight City, stronger, more experienced in direct conflict, but limited in adaptability. He would need guidance in changing tactics mid-battle. Mei Xia in River Bend, brilliant strategist, but slightly physically vulnerable, would need direct power infusion and real-time technique refinement. Each protocol was personalized. Wei Liang was designing not generic battle support, but specific interventions tailored to the strengths and limitations of each teacher. This was more complex than he'd initially articulated, requiring him to maintain multiple simultaneous conversations with multiple people while they were under extreme stress and mortal threat. The theoretical framework was elegant. The practical execution was terrifying. They were not allies, not friends, not even honest adversaries anymore. They occupied a space between categories, 2 people who had negotiated an understanding so precise that it had become its own unwritten language. Wei Liang reread Bibi Dong's letter multiple times, understanding new implications with each reading. She had chosen to warn him rather than simply allow the attack to proceed unannounced. She had placed her deniability first, her political position second, but she had warned him. She had chosen to honor their arrangement. That meant something significant in their particular calculus. What it meant was that Bibi Dong viewed their relationship as valuable enough to risk her authority to protect. She had warned him in the clearest way that maintained her political position, by essentially saying that she had lost control of her organization and could not prevent the attack, which was both technically true and functionally an advance warning that would allow Wei Liang to prepare. He thought about the choice she had made. She could have remained silent. An attack on the teaching network would have damaged Wei Liang and advanced her organization's power position. But she had chosen instead to warn him, which demonstrated to Wei Liang that she valued stability and their arrangement more than factional advantage. This changed the calculus significantly. It meant he wasn't preparing for an attack from Spirit Hall as an organization. He was preparing for an attack from a faction within Spirit Hall that Bibi Dong herself viewed as problematic. The attack would fail, and Bibi Dong would use its failure as justification for removing the militants from power. The attack had already been politicized and weaponized in Spirit Hall's internal struggle. Wei Liang suddenly understood the full elegance of what Bibi Dong was doing. By warning him, she was ensuring the attack would fail. By ensuring the attack failed, she would create justification for removing her rivals. By removing her rivals, She would consolidate her own power. The warning was not just a gesture of maintaining their arrangement. It was a sophisticated move in her internal power struggle. He spent the evening and night reinforcing the resonance network, testing the connections to each beacon, ensuring that the mentor system could handle simultaneous multiple activations without collapsing under the strain. The theoretical framework was sound, but theory and practice diverged significantly in the actual moment of crisis. He would find out soon enough whether his system worked or failed at the exact moment it mattered most. Chapter 133. The triple strike. The attack came on the third night. Wei Liang was meditating in his practice chamber when the first beacon flared. Teacher Liang Hui in Gengxin City. Before he could respond, the second activated. Teacher Zhao Jun in Starlight City. 5 seconds later, the third. Teacher Mei Xia in Riverbend. 3 simultaneous attacks, coordinated with precision. Professional. Designed to overwhelm through multiplication of force. The mentor system's teaching legacy resonance activated like an emergency alarm system. 3 separate channels opened at once. Wei Liang felt it as 3 separate threads suddenly pulling taut. 3 separate channels demanding his attention in the exact same moment, like 3 voices calling him from 3 different directions. He stood in the darkness of his practice chamber, breathing steadily, and made the choice that would define the next 8 minutes. He opened all 3 channels at once. The sensation was indescribable. Imagine standing in the center of 3 separate conversations simultaneously, hearing all 3 voices with complete clarity while your own voice needed to respond to all 3 at once with equal coherence and power. Imagine that each conversation was not words but pure cultivation power, requiring active channeling, active maintenance, active conscious direction from moment to moment. Wei Liang reached toward Gengxin City first. Teacher Liang Hui was pinned in an alley by 2 soul masters. They were rank 48 and 50, not exceptional individually, but combined they were more than Liang Hui's match. Wei Liang felt the attack through the resonance network, felt the panic rising in his teacher's mind like water rising in a confined space. He sent cultivation power flooding through the connection like a warm current filling a cold channel. Liang Hui felt it as sudden clarity, not strength exactly in a simple additive sense. The power wasn't just multiplying his own abilities. It was as though his own techniques suddenly became more efficient, more effective, more precise. His defensive soul skill suddenly held where it had been cracking under pressure. His counterattack suddenly landed with force he didn't know he could generate. Wei Liang felt his student's understanding shift. Fear transformed into resolve and unexpected confidence. Starlight City demanded his attention next. Teacher Zhao Jun faced 3 attackers, rank 47, 49, and 51. The assault was a coordinated sequence: encirclement, binding attempt, finishing blow. Wei Liang divided his attention, sending resonance support to Starlight City while maintaining the connection to Gengxin. It was like playing 2 instruments simultaneously, each demanding perfect technique independent of the other. Zhao Jun suddenly felt the warmth spread through his core. His binding technique, which should have failed against the coordinated assault, held steady. He used the fractional seconds of advantage to create distance, to reposition, to turn defense into counterattack. 3 cities, 3 battles, and Wei Liang was present in all of them, bleeding his own cultivation power through 3 separate channels, trying to hold 3 separate conversations with 3 separate groups of attackers through the proxy of his terrified, amazed teachers. But Riverbend was the crisis point. Teacher Mei Xia had been alone when the attack came. 4 assaulters, rank 50, 51, 52, and 52. They were professionals, coordinated, merciless in their execution. She was a capable rank 46, but not a miracle worker. The attack was designed to overwhelm her in seconds. Wei Liang felt her desperation as the 3rd channel flared open with urgency. He sent power flooding through the resonance network like opening a dam. Mei Xia gasped as the cultivation warmth suffused her being. Every technique suddenly became sharper. Every defense suddenly held longer. Every counterattack suddenly landed harder. But it was still 4 against 1, and she was still fundamentally outmatched by raw power and numbers. The rank 52 assaulter leading the strike team recognized what was happening. He accelerated the assault, trying to overwhelm before the external support could be fully integrated. He drove Mei Xia backward with a combination of soul skills that should have shattered her guard completely. Wei Liang felt the pressure in Riverbend intensifying beyond sustainable levels. He had never attempted to divide his soul power across 3 active combat scenarios simultaneously. The strain was beginning to show at the edges. His connection to Gengxin wavered for just an instant. Liang Hui nearly faltered. Wei Liang tightened his focus with disciplined intensity. This was the moment. This was the test of everything he'd designed. The sensation was pure anguish. Wei Liang was experiencing 3 separate people's fear simultaneously, each fear as vivid and immediate as if it were his own. He felt Liang Hui's panic at nearly being overwhelmed. He felt Zhao Jun's determination wavering as the coordinated assault pressed harder. He felt Mei Xia's genuine terror as 4 trained soul masters methodically dismantled her defenses. 3 versions of mortality calling out through the resonance network. 3 people whose deaths would be his responsibility if the system failed now. It was a sensation beyond fear. It was responsibility made manifest as physical sensation, the weight of 3 lives pressing simultaneously on his consciousness, demanding equal attention in a moment where division of attention could mean death for all 3. Wei Liang felt, in that moment, what it actually meant to be a mentor in the fullest sense. Not just guiding students from a comfortable distance, sharing their peril, being present in their moments of maximum vulnerability. The theoretical framework had never captured this aspect. The mentor system was designed to transfer knowledge and amplify capability. No one had documented what it felt like to actually carry another person's fear in your own consciousness, while simultaneously fighting on their behalf through the medium of your own cultivated power. In Gongxin City, Liang Hui suddenly understood something. The fear he was experiencing wasn't just his own anymore. Part of it belonged to Wei Liang, carried through the resonance network like a current flowing both directions. It meant Wei Liang was terrified too, not for himself, but for his students. Knowing that his teacher was equally invested in his survival gave Liang Hui something he'd never had in combat. Genuine partnership rather than mere support. That realization changed the fight. Liang Hui fought differently when he understood that his teacher was bleeding his own power to save him. He fought with the desperate intensity of someone who knew that Wei Liang's exhaustion was directly proportional to his own danger. He fought harder, better, with a clarity that came from knowing exactly how much Wei Liang was sacrificing to keep him alive. He sent power cascading through the river bend channel with absolute priority. Mei Xia suddenly felt the amplification reach new levels. It was as though Wei Liang himself were fighting with her, moving with her, seeing the combinations just before she executed them. She understood, in that moment, that Wei Liang could see the battle through her eyes, could predict her attackers' movements before they executed them, could guide her technique toward victory with precision that bordered on prophecy. She drove the rank 52 assaulter backward. In Gongxin City, Liang Hui seized the advantage and moved toward victory. In Starlight City, Zhao Jun broke the encirclement and pressed the advantage. Wei Liang maintained all 3 channels, his entire consciousness split across 3 distant cities, his cultivation power burning at maximum output. 8 minutes. The longest 8 minutes of his existence. Every second was an eternity of maintaining 3 separate magical connections, 3 separate power flows, 3 separate communications with 3 separate people in 3 separate life or death situations. He experienced a moment of genuine transcendence, the sensation of being simultaneously in 3 places at once, of being fully present for 3 different people in their moments of greatest need. It was the ultimate expression of what mentorship could become when divorced from normal spatial limitations. He wasn't just teaching. He wasn't just guiding. He was present. He was there. He was fighting alongside each of them. And then, almost simultaneously, all 3 battles resolved. The attackers in Gongxin retreated, seeing defeat approaching inevitably. The team in Starlight City scattered, each member moving for different exits. In Riverbend, the rank 52 assaulter called the retreat. The strike force disengaged. Wei Liang let the channels close carefully, one by one, gently reducing the flow rather than slamming them shut abruptly. His teachers slumped with exhaustion, but they were alive. They were victorious. Wei Liang collapsed in his meditation chamber as the final channel closed. He couldn't move. Every nerve ending screamed. His cultivation core felt drained to critical levels. It took him 15 minutes to be able to move at all, 30 minutes to be able to stand, an hour to walk back to his bedroom, where he collapsed onto his sleeping mat without undressing. But the mentor system had held. The resonance network had held. Theory had become devastating reality. The teaching network had just proven it could not be destroyed by Spirit Hall's direct action. Chapter 134. Emergency resonance. The details emerged over the next 12 hours as reports arrived from all 3 cities through rapid courier service and cultivation communication methods. In Gongxin City, Liang Hui's attackers were identified as mercenary soul masters, hired through intermediaries but ultimately traced to Spirit Hall resources. They had been ordered to eliminate the education coordinator and send a message. 3 had retreated injured. 1 had been captured alive by city militia responding to the disturbance. In Starlight City, Zhao Jun reported a clean escape. His attackers had disengaged in an orderly fashion, suggesting they had completed their intimidation objective and withdrawn before local authorities could mobilize. In Riverbend, the situation had been catastrophic and was now becoming legendary among the teaching network. Teacher Mei Xia had been completely alone when the strike team arrived. By her account, she should have been dead within minutes. 4 trained assaulters against a single rank 46 soul master was not a contest. It was an execution. The attackers had clearly been chosen to be overwhelmingly superior. But something had happened in those 8 minutes. It felt like Wei Liang was fighting with me. Mei Xia reported to the assembled security council in Shrek Academy's war room, her voice still shaky from the experience. Not just supporting me, fighting alongside me. I could feel his presence, his understanding, his power flowing through me. When I was about to make a mistake, I suddenly understood the correct technique. When my defense was failing, it suddenly strengthened as though reinforced from outside myself. When I was exhausted, energy returned. The secondary teachers listened with a mixture of awe and concern. How is that possible? Chen Jing asked, her voice troubled. Mentorship resonance is a supportive effect. This sounds like direct intervention. It is direct intervention, Wei Liang said quietly. He had been observing from the corner of the war room, saying nothing until now. The mentor system was designed with a cascade protocol I hadn't fully documented. Under conditions of acute emergency, when multiple teaching relationships are under simultaneous threat, the resonance network can operate at much higher capacity than during normal training. You mean you can channel your power directly into us? Liang Hui asked carefully. I can do more than that, Wei Liang said. I can channel not just power, but understanding. When you feel the resonance in combat, you're not just receiving strength. You're receiving clarity about technique execution. You're receiving the benefit of my experience pattern matched to your current crisis. It's why each of you felt the support differently, because each of you needed something different. That's exhausting for you, another teacher observed. It was not a question. Nearly lethal, Wei Liang admitted. I pushed the system to a theoretical maximum. I won't be at full capacity for probably 3 days. If there's another simultaneous attack during that window, the response will be less effective. Will there be? Mei Xia asked directly. No, Wei Liang said with certainty. The rank 52 assaulter who led the River Bend operation has been captured. He'll be interrogated. And then the Empire's justice system will discover what happens when you attempt to assassinate a teacher in a state-sanctioned educational program. The implied violence in that statement was unmissable, but Wei Liang's mind was elsewhere. He was reviewing the details of the 8-minute window, analyzing what he'd actually accomplished. He'd maintained 3 separate resonance channels simultaneously. He'd divided his consciousness across 3 locations and 3 separate combat scenarios. He'd channeled cultivation power with sufficient precision to correct his teacher's technique execution in real time, adjusting to their specific needs moment by moment. The mentor system had exceeded its specifications. It had done everything he'd theorized it could do, and it had done so under maximum stress conditions. He thought of Bibi Dong's letter. I am unable to prevent certain elements from acting independently, but she had warned him. And now he possessed irrefutable proof that any faction attempting to destroy the teaching network would fail catastrophically. Spirit Hall's militant faction had just learned that lesson in blood across 3 cities. They had thrown their best effort at the network and discovered that the network had resources they hadn't anticipated. Mei Xia approached him as the war room cleared, the other teachers dispersing to file reports and contact their colleagues in other cities. Thank you, she said simply. I was going to die. You prevented that. I need you to know that I understand what you did and what it cost you. Wei Liang looked at his teacher, a woman he'd trained, a woman who'd believed in his system, a woman who'd nearly died for that belief. The system works, he said quietly. That's what matters. The teaching network is not a theoretical framework. It's a functional organization that can survive external pressure. Is that what you were testing? Mei Xia asked. Yes, Wei Liang admitted. I was testing whether the resonance network could operate under maximum stress conditions. I was testing whether I could divide my consciousness and power across multiple teachers simultaneously. I was testing whether mentorship could scale beyond individual relationships into systemic support. And it works, Wei Liang said. But the cost is higher than I'd anticipated. The power expenditure is manageable. The consciousness division is manageable. The strain on the soul core is manageable. But the emotional weight of feeling 3 people's terror simultaneously, of being responsible for 3 lives in the same instant, of knowing that if you fail even slightly 3 people die. He trailed off. That's not manageable. Mei Xia suggested gently. No, Wei Liang said. That part I'll have to learn to live with. Mei Xia remained silent for a moment. then spoke with careful precision. You saved my life. You saved Liang Hui's life. You saved Zhao Jun's life. Each of them would have died. I would have been dead within a minute of the rank 52 assaulter fully committing to the assault. You prevented that. The emotional weight is the price of that power. It's not excessive. It's proportional. You felt what we felt because you were actually there with us. That's what cost you so much, not the power, but the empathy. Wei Liang looked at her, understanding that she was correct. The physical exhaustion was recovery from channeling massive amounts of cultivation power. But the deeper exhaustion came from something else. The genuine connection to three people's mortality moments. The knowledge that he had been the only thing preventing their deaths. The emotional weight was real and appropriate and not something to be overcome, but something to be accepted and integrated into his understanding of what his powers could do. The system doesn't just amplify, Wei Liang said slowly. It connects. Deeply. When the resonance activates, I'm not just channeling power to you. I'm connecting to you. That's why I felt what you felt. That's why I could guide your movements in real time. That's why the support was so specific to your individual needs. Which is also why the cost is so high, Mei Xia said. You're not just exhausting your power reserves. You're exhausting your empathetic and emotional reserves. Feeling three people's fear at maximum intensity, knowing that you alone are responsible for their survival. That's a cost that can't be measured in cultivation points. Wei Liang nodded, understanding now that the true limitation of his system wasn't power, but emotional resilience. He could eventually recover the physical energy and soul power. But the repeated experience of feeling three people's mortal terror would require psychological adaptation that no training could fully prepare him for. He would do it again if needed. He would continue to maintain the system and accept the cost. But he would also need to develop internal resources to process what he experienced in those moments. Chapter 135. The proof in the apology. The captured rank 52 assaulter's name was Guan Wei. He broke under 2 hours of questioning, not because the interrogators were particularly skilled, but because he'd realized his operation was a complete failure and he had nothing left to protect. His confession was simple and devastating. Elder Tang Wei of Spirit Hall had orchestrated the triple strike without Bibi Dong's authorization. The militant faction within Spirit Hall viewed the teaching network as an existential threat to the organization's power structure and economic position. They had hoped that simultaneous attacks across 3 cities would create sufficient chaos to force the imperial government to suspend the teaching network pending investigation. It was a calculated gamble based on the assumption that the teaching network lacked defensive capability and would either collapse under assault or escalate into military action that would damage its reputation. It had failed catastrophically. Guan Wei also confessed that Elder Tang Wei had selected rank 50-plus assaulters specifically, above average for mercenary work, but calculated to be insufficient for the defense Wei Liang had actually deployed. The operation had been designed to test whether the teaching network would break under direct assault. The operative had expected the network to either collapse in disarray or escalate into military action that would give government justification to suspend the expansion program. He had not expected Wei Liang to personally channel support across 3 locations simultaneously. He had not expected the network to defend itself without escalation. He had not expected the attack to fail so completely. The Empire's justice system moved with impressive speed. Guan Wei's confession was recorded, verified, and transmitted to Spirit Hall within hours. The political pressure was enormous. The imperial government had just discovered that a faction within Spirit Hall had attempted to destabilize the education program the emperor himself had approved. The response came exactly 12 hours after Guan Wei's confession was officially submitted. A messenger arrived at Shrek Academy carrying a single sealed envelope. Wei Liang recognized the mark immediately. Bibi Dong's personal emblem. Not a diplomatic seal. Not an organizational letter. Personal correspondence from the Supreme Pontiff. He opened it alone in his study. The letter contained 2 words. My apologies, that was all. 2 words in Bibi Dong's precise, careful hand. 2 words that carried the entire weight of an understanding between 2 people who had negotiated the most complex relationship in the cultivation world. My apologies, which meant, I warned you as much as I could without breaking my authority. I acted as much as I could within political constraints. I am sorry I could not prevent this entirely. Which meant, the militants have been removed. The threat has been neutralized. Your network is safe. Which meant, I still control Spirit Hall, and I still maintain our arrangement. Wei Liang sat with the letter for a long time, holding those 2 words, understanding everything they contained, understanding everything they didn't explicitly say, understanding the careful balance Bibi Dong had maintained between warning him, protecting her own position, and removing her rivals. He thought about what the letter actually represented. Two words that weren't an apology but a confirmation. An acknowledgement that their arrangement had held. A statement that despite the attack, despite the danger, despite the crisis, Bibi Dong had maneuvered her own organization to preserve their equilibrium. The letter was also a victory statement. By apologizing, Bibi Dong was admitting that the militant faction had acted against her wishes. By apologizing, she was confirming to Wei Liang that she had the power to remove those factions. By apologizing, she was demonstrating that their arrangement was worth the political capital required to enforce it. Wei Liang sat with his brush in hand, considering how to respond. 2 words had been sent. How many should he return? 1 word would suggest inadequate appreciation. 3 words could suggest excessive engagement. 2 words might suggest parody. But Bibi Dong had said, "My apologies," 2 words of personal accountability, not institutional statement. He should respond with personal statement, not institutional response. Then he took up his own brush and wrote 3 words. Asterisk thank you. Accepted. Asterisk no, that was institutional. That was a business transaction being completed. He crossed it out and wrote again. Asterisk I understand. Continue. Asterisk no, that was either too permissive or too commanding, depending on how Bibi Dong interpreted it. He spent an hour with his brush in hand, trying to find 3 words that would convey, "I understand what you've done. I recognize that you maintained our arrangement despite political pressure. I accept your apology not as admission of failure, but as confirmation of your commitment to our arrangement. I trust that you will continue to honor it. I reciprocate that commitment." 3 words. The mathematical elegance of matching Bibi Dong's 2 words with 3 of his own. He finally wrote, asterisk understood. Thank you. Asterisk no. That was too dismissive of her action. Asterisk gratitude. Acknowledged. Asterisk that was too formal, too transactional. Finally, after considering and reconsidering, he wrote 3 words that captured the precise emotional and political weight of what Bibi Dong's letter had communicated. Asterisk thank you. Accepted. Asterisk no, he'd already tried that. He needed something that acknowledged her political skill as much as her warning. Something that said, I understand what you risked. I understand what you sacrificed. I understand that you removed your own rivals to maintain our arrangement. I respect that decision. He finally wrote the words that felt true. Asterisk acknowledged. Respect. Asterisk and then considered that perhaps the most elegant response was simply, gratitude received. 3 words. Simple. Clear. Acknowledging without excessive elaboration. Expressing genuine appreciation without inflating the exchange. He finally settled on, arrangement honored. 2 words to match her 2 words, confirming that their understanding remained intact and would continue forward. Wait. 2 words. That would match her precisely. That would create a perfect symmetry. She acknowledged through apology that the militant faction had acted beyond her control. He acknowledged through gratitude that her attempt to maintain the arrangement had succeeded. But Wei Liang recognized that perfect symmetry was its own kind of artifice. It would be elegant in a purely aesthetic sense, but it would miss the actual reality of what had occurred. Bibi Dong had done more than maintain the arrangement. She had removed her rivals at significant political cost. She had consolidated her power by addressing an internal threat that Wei Liang himself had exposed. She had positioned herself to emerge stronger from the crisis. To respond with perfect numerical symmetry, 2 words to match her 2 words, would be to reduce her action to a mere confirmation of status quo. It would miss the strategic brilliance of what she'd actually accomplished. Or perhaps the most elegant response was the simplest, understood completely. He selected this version. 3 words that said, I understand what you did, why you did it, and what it cost. I recognize your political skill and your commitment to maintaining our arrangement. I accept your apology as confirmation that our understanding remains in effect. I acknowledge that you've emerged stronger from this crisis, and I accept that outcome as appropriate to your brilliance. 3 words also allowed Wei Liang to give slightly more than he received, a subtle gesture that said Bibi Dong's action had been significant enough to warrant a fuller response than her initial apology. It was a way of honoring her sacrifice without explicitly saying so. It was the language of 2 people who understood power dynamics intimately enough to communicate on multiple levels simultaneously. Wei Liang had learned, through his years of teaching and negotiation, that the most important conversations never happened in words alone. They happened in the spaces between words, in the choice of how many words to send when fewer would suffice, in the subtle implications of matching or exceeding another person's gesture. Communication between people of power operated in a specialized language that had nothing to do with literal meaning and everything to do with implication and signal. A messenger carried his response back to Spirit Hall within the hour. The exchange became known, eventually, in the highest circles of cultivation society as the moment when two adversaries became something that didn't fit existing categories. Not allies, not friends, not honest partners, but no longer true adversaries either. Bibi Dong had proven she could constrain her own organization to honor their understanding. Wei Liang had proven that his teaching network could survive direct assault from one of cultivation's most powerful organizations. They had proven, to each other and to the world, that their arrangement was not a temporary truce but a functional equilibrium built on mutual respect and practical interest. The militant faction of Spirit Hall was systematically removed from power. Elder Tang Wei and his supporters were reassigned to remote cultivation outposts where their influence could no longer threaten Spirit Hall's political balance. Within weeks, Spirit Hall's official position shifted to cautious support for the teaching network as a stabilizing influence in the empire's cultivation development. Bibi Dong had executed a perfect political maneuver. She removed her rivals, secured her position, maintained her relationship with Wei Liang, and emerged with enhanced authority and external credibility. But Wei Liang understood something deeper in the aftermath of the crisis. Bibi Dong's action had transcended simple political calculation. She could have allowed the attack to proceed and used its failure as justification for removing the militants. She could have maintained complete neutrality and let the teaching network defend itself without risking her own authority. Instead, she had warned Wei Liang in advance. She had accepted the political risk of being seen as constrained by Wei Liang's interests. She had put her credibility on the line to protect a relationship that, by conventional standards of Spirit Hall's doctrine, should have remained adversarial. This was not mere politics. This was a choice to honor something beyond practical advantage. Wei Liang watched it unfold with something between admiration and exhaustion. The teaching network had survived. The militants had been removed. Spirit Hall had repositioned itself as a supporter rather than opponent. The empire had proven its commitment to educational reform. Everything had worked exactly as planned. Except nothing had been planned. Wei Liang had made contingency protocols, had prepared resonance channels, had designed theoretical responses. But the actual outcome had depended on Bibi Dong's choice to warn him. It had depended on the captured assaulter's willingness to confess. It had depended on the imperial government's decision to move swiftly. It had depended on hundreds of variables outside Wei Liang's control or prediction. The system had held not because it was perfectly designed, but because every variable had aligned exactly when it mattered most. That kind of perfect alignment happened rarely in actual events. It suggested that Wei Liang had understood something fundamental about how power actually flowed through the empire's institutional structure. Or it suggested that he had been extraordinarily lucky, and that luck would eventually fail him. Probably both were true simultaneously. He had entered this world wanting only to be a teacher. Now he was something far more complicated, an architect of systemic change, a holder of secrets, a partner in negotiations that shaped empires. The teaching network expanded that spring. 15 pilot regions became 30. Salaries for teachers rose across the empire. Student enrollment increased by 42%. Everything Wei Liang had worked toward was becoming real. He sat in his practice chamber one evening, reviewing reports from the expanded network. Thousands of teachers now operated under the framework he had built. Tens of thousands of students learned using his methods. The multiplication effect of the mentor system was no longer theoretical. It was measurable, documented, revolutionary. His cultivation had reached rank 97, transcendent Doloa, a level of power that only a handful of people on the continent had ever achieved. And it had all begun because he'd wanted to help his students learn more effectively. Wei Liang thought about the letter in his study. 2 words from Bibi Dong. He thought about his 3-word response. He thought about what those 5 words had actually created, a relationship between 2 people of power that transcended traditional categories. A partnership built on mutual respect, political sophistication, and practical understanding of how the cultivation world actually functioned beneath its formal hierarchies. Outside his meditation chamber, spring rain fell on Shrek Academy's grounds. Students were returning from evening classes, their laughter carrying on the wind. The Empire's education network was expanding. Spirit Hall had withdrawn its opposition. The cultivator world was being slowly, subtly reshaped by the power of systematic mentorship. Wei Liang returned to his meditation. The teaching would continue tomorrow. The network would grow. The system would hold. He had become what he'd never intended to be, a force of historical change. And somehow, against all probability, it had started simply by caring whether his students advanced. Chapter 136. Tang San's graduation. The ceremony hall at Shrek Academy had never been this full. 300 guests occupied the tiered seating. Academy instructors in formal dress, visiting nobles from Heaven Do, high-ranking soul masters from the affiliated cultivation centers across the empire, even representatives from the Spirit Hall who had come to witness history. Wei Liang stood at the back of the hall, deliberately positioned in shadow, watching with the careful attention of someone who understood that this moment was not about celebration but about measurement. This was a threshold event in the teaching methodology's development. Tang Xin stood at the center of the stage in his graduation robes, the formal white and gold regalia of Shrek Academy. But unlike every other graduating student who had passed through these halls in the Academy's 300-year history, Tang Xin would not simply receive his diploma and descend into the ranks of alumni. Today, he was being officially recognized as a secondary teacher with full credentials. The Shrek Academy seal, the heavy wax imprint on his teaching certificate, pressed with the Academy Master's personal signet, meant he could now conduct official classes, issue advancement verifications, and sign students into the teaching lineage himself. This was not honorary. This was functional authority. Wei Liang felt something shift in his chest as he watched his first student step into the role of teacher. This was not just a graduation ceremony, though it was that too. This was a multiplication event. This was the moment when the teaching lineage transitioned from Wei Liang channeling power downward through his direct instruction to a system that could generate its own power through the teaching itself. The self-perpetuation that Wei Liang had theorized about was about to be measured in real time. The ceremony master, an elderly master-rank cultivator named Elder Gao, called the hall to silence. The rustling of formal garments ceased. Conversation stopped. 300 cultivators and administrators turned their full attention toward the stage where Tang Xin stood, as calm as a monk in meditation. Tang San will now conduct a demonstration teaching, Elder Gao announced, his voice carrying the authority of 3 decades as an academy administrator. This is a formal requirement for secondary teacher certification. The demonstration must be conducted under full ceremonial conditions, with all verification systems active. Wei Liang watched as the verification array activated around the stage. The array was expensive and rarely used. It allowed independent measurement of cultivation effects, teaching efficiency, student resonance feedback, and teaching methodology adherence. Everything that happened on the stage for the next 10 minutes would be recorded and analyzed by the array's instruments, verified by independent observers. Tang Xin stepped forward with the measured calm of a soul sage who had already surpassed the expectations placed upon him. I want to teach you about the architecture of advancement, Tang Xin began. His voice carried perfectly through the hall, modulated with the clarity Wei Liang had trained him to cultivate. Most of us think of cultivation as accumulation. More soul power, stronger techniques, more rings, bigger spirit, better martial spirit, superior soul skills. But the real breakthrough, the actual transformation that allows advancement, is structural. It's about understanding how your spirit and body connect, and then deliberately rebuilding that connection with intention and awareness. Wei Liang's hand moved automatically to the mentor system interface at his wrist, a gesture so habitual now that he barely noticed it, like breathing. He opened the real-time resonance tracking system, accessing the data streams that would show him exactly how Tang San's demonstration was affecting every student in the hall. Tang San demonstrated a meditation technique, the foundational practice that Wei Liang had taught him 7 years ago when he first arrived at Shrek Academy. He guided the assembled students through the first 3 phases, speaking slowly and deliberately, allowing silence to exist between his instructions. Wei Liang watched the resonance meters climb, not just incrementally, but with the distinctive curve that indicated genuine cultivation impact. The response from the senior students was expected. They had been trained in the methodology for years and understood what they were experiencing. But what caught Wei Liang's attention was the response from the younger students, the newly enrolled cultivators who had never experienced the methodology before. Even they, with no prior conditioning, no understanding of what Wei Liang's system was supposed to do, registered measurable cultivation feedback. This was the signature of the teaching methodology working at the deepest level. It functioned not because students believed it would work, but because it operated on principle that transcended belief. When you advance to a new rank, Tang San continued, his voice steady and centered, you're not just strengthening existing pathways of soul power distribution. You're opening new ones, new channels that your spirit has been preparing for your entire cultivation life. Your spirit is teaching you how to do this if you listen carefully enough, if you pay attention to what actually feels like opening and what merely feels like strain. Wei Liang activated the lineage multiplication tracker, a subsystem that he had been refining for months. What he saw made him pause mid-breath. The resonance waves from Tang San's 10-minute demonstration were propagating backward through the entire teaching lineage in real time. Tang San students were experiencing breakthrough feedback even as they sat in the audience. Oscar, currently practicing in the Academy's Eastern Cultivation Chamber, registered a sharp spike in his cultivation efficiency, not from any direct contact with the demonstration, but because his position in the lineage hierarchy meant he was connected to Tang San's teaching success. Dai Mubai, meditating in his private quarters across the city, showed the distinctive pattern of lineage-wide resonance feedback flowing through his cultivation channels. Even Xiao Wu, training in physical combat technique in the courtyard outside, displayed the subtle signature that indicated she was receiving multiplication benefits from her position in the lineage as a co-founder of the methodology. But there was something else occurring, something more significant than the standard lineage resonance pattern. A second-order effect that Wei Liang had theorized about, but never actually measured manifesting in real time. The students watching Tang San teach were not just receiving cultivation feedback from his words and their meaning. They were receiving cultivation feedback from his presence as a teacher. The teaching methodology itself had become a cultivation technique that operated through the act of authentic teaching. The lineage had become self-perpetuating in a measurable, quantifiable way. Tang San was no longer just a student being elevated through Wei Liang's system. He was now a functioning node in the teaching lineage, creating new nodes of his own, generating new teachers who would generate new teachers without any further input required from Wei Liang. The job of a teacher, Tang San said, completing his demonstration, is not to tell you the answer to your cultivation challenges. It's to help you hear your own spirit's guidance more clearly, because your spirit already knows how to advance. It's been preparing for this moment your entire life. A teacher's role is to remove the noise that prevents you from listening. The demonstration ended exactly at the 10-minute mark. Tang San bowed deeply to the assembled guests, a gesture of respect to every cultivator present. The applause was thunderous, immediate, and genuine. These were elite practitioners and administrators, not easily impressed, and they recognized what they had witnessed, the real replication of Wei Liang's methodology in a student who had internalized it completely. Wei Liang barely heard the applause. He was staring at a single notification that had just appeared on his mentor system interface. Multiplication effect detected. Teaching lineage level advancement. Secondary teacher node activated. Tang San, rank 58, Soul Sage. Lineage propagation multiplier increased. 12.3x, 14.7x. Status. Lineage self-sustainability threshold exceeded. The words meant something profound that Wei Liang was only beginning to understand. The teaching lineage had crossed a critical threshold. It was no longer dependent on Wei Liang's direct involvement for its continued function and growth. Tang San could teach. His students could teach theirs. The multiplication effect would continue cascading through the lineage whether Wei Liang advanced another rank or sat in meditation for the rest of his life. He watched Tang San descend from the stage with the same quiet confidence he had displayed throughout the demonstration. Xiao Wu moved forward from the audience to greet him, pushing through the crowd of congratulating spectators. The raw joy on her face, the unguarded smile she offered to her co-cultivator and partner. That was the real graduation. Not the diploma, not the official certificate. This moment, a student who had become a teacher, being recognized by the community as having achieved something genuine and significant. Wei Liang turned and walked quietly out of the ceremony hall into the cool night air. Behind him, he could hear the ceremony master announcing the formal reception that would continue late into the evening. He climbed the stone steps toward the meditation chamber, taking the long route through the academy grounds, his mind already 3 moves ahead to what this change meant for the entire system's future. As he walked, he considered the implications of what had happened. Tang San's demonstration had not just been effective, it had been transformative. The students in that hall would go home and tell their teachers what they had witnessed. The word would spread through cultivation circles across Heavendo. Within weeks, there would be requests from other academies asking if they could send students to learn from Tang San. The multiplication effect would accelerate through the secondary teacher network. The methodology would become less exotic and more normal. That was the true achievement, making the extraordinary normal through consistent replication. Wei Liang stopped on one of the academy bridges and looked back at the distant lights of the ceremony hall. 300 people had witnessed a moment that would, in retrospect, be seen as pivotal. They did not know that yet, but they would. History moved slowly at first, and then all at once. A teaching lineage with 14.7 times multiplication was no longer a localized phenomenon. It was becoming a cascade event that would reshape how cultivation was understood across Heavendo Empire and potentially far beyond its borders. Within a generation, if the growth continued at its current trajectory, the teaching methodology would be as foundational to cultivation theory as the fivering system itself. Chapter 137. The Rank. The meditation chamber was silent except for the sound of Wei Liang's breathing. The small room, high in the academy's tower, had been his private space for years. He had dismissed the evening attendants an hour ago with a subtle gesture and locked the heavy doors behind them. The night stretched before him, uninterrupted and private. He needed solitude to process what was occurring. The mentor system interface glowed softly in front of him, waiting. Wei Liang had not opened the full cultivation status report since this morning, early before the ceremony began. He already knew something significant had shifted. The lineage notification from the ceremony had been unusually detailed in its measurement metrics, and there was a secondary notification marked as delayed delivery that he had set to activate only during his evening meditation session. Now, with the hall empty and the academy settling into sleep, he opened it with careful awareness. The interface refreshed with the subtle shimmer that indicated major system recalculation. The numbers rearranged themselves before his eyes, and Wei Liang read them carefully, as if the correct interpretation depended on examining every digit with attention. Cultivation rank, 97. Status, Transcendent Doloa. Teaching lineage multiplier, 14.7x. Projected ceiling, no ceiling determined. Wei Liang read it 3 times before his mind accepted the words as actual reality rather than interface error. Rank 97. Not rank 96. Not approaching rank 96. Rank 97. He had passed beyond the threshold that separated ordinary soul masters from the absolute elite of the world. The distinction was not merely numerical. Rank 97 represented a qualitative change in cultivation. It meant he had achieved what Doa Delu understood as a transcendent Doloa, a master rank that transcended normal cultivation limitations and entered the realm of continental power. There were perhaps 20 legitimate rank 97 soul masters in existence across the continent. The Spirit Hall maintained exactly 3. The Pope, the first enshrinement, and the second enshrinement. Heaven Do Empire's pride was the retired sword saint who had fought in the Empire's founding wars, and who now never left his private estate, preserving his strength through minimalist cultivation. The Western Sea held rumors of rank 97 masters in deep meditation who had not spoken in decades. The Eastern Sea Alliance had one acknowledged rank 97. The smaller nations kept their rank 97 masters secret, and now Wei Liang was one of them. He had not fought for this rank. He had not conducted the dangerous breakthrough experiments that rank 95 and 96 cultivators typically undertook. He had not risked his life in duels or pushed himself to the edge of death to trigger advancement through conflict. Instead, he had taught, and his students' advancement had lifted him here. The thought was almost incomprehensible. Wei Liang opened a secondary calculation interface and began mapping the numerical relationships that had created this outcome. When Tang San had advanced to rank 58, Soul Sage, 6 months ago, completing the transformation of his Clear Sky Hammer's final form, Wei Liang's resonance feedback had been approximately 0.8 rank equivalent in direct cultivation equivalent. When Dai Mubai advanced to rank 51 last month, the calculation had been approximately 0.6. Oscar's recent rank advancement had contributed 0.4. Xiao Wu's recovery and stabilization of her martial spirit in human form had generated approximately 0.3. These were not direct soul power transfers. The mentor system did not function through moving power from students to teacher. Instead, the system took the breakthrough energy generated by each student's advancement and converted it into cultivation efficiency multipliers for Wei Liang's personal cultivation, which meant he could advance faster without requiring the dangerous combat or the rare breakthrough conditions that ordinary soul masters needed. But Tang San's graduation ceremony, combined with his activation as a secondary teacher node, had triggered something called a lineage propagation breakthrough event that the system had quantified as equivalent to approximately 2.2 rank advancement in a single moment. Combined with the accumulated multiplication effect of every other student's breakthrough and advancement over the past year and a half, Wei Liang's cultivated soul power had surpassed the rank 95 threshold and continued upward through 96 without the usual dangerous transition periods, arriving now at rank 97 with the steady momentum of a system that was working exactly as it was designed to work. He was looking at a cultivation path he had never consciously chosen and had perhaps not believed was possible when he first received the mentor system. Wei Liang leaned back in his meditation posture and closed his eyes, trying to process what this rank actually meant in practical terms. A rank 97 soul master was not a teacher with an interesting hobby or a skilled instructor with good students. A rank 97 soul master was a power broker in continental politics. He was a weapon. an irreplaceable strategic asset that nations would negotiate with directly, that the Spirit Hall had to treat as a potential peer rather than a subordinate or rival. He opened his eyes and activated a combat capability assessment module within the mentor system. The data it provided was theoretical but reliable. It showed him what his actual combat capacity was at rank 97. He could defeat nearly any opposing soul master without entering direct combat. His spiritual pressure alone could potentially suppress most fights before they started, forcing opponents to yield through overwhelming cultivation presence. He had theoretically crossed a threshold where he could kill most people who disagreed with him and face no practical consequences. No single nation in Heaven Do could stop him. Even the Spirit Hall would think carefully before moving against a rank 97 transcendent Dala who had shown no interest in conquest, which made him far more dangerous than any ordinary threat. And he had reached this pinnacle of power through teaching. Wei Liang opened his eyes and stared at the interface for a long moment, processing the strange emptiness he felt. The feeling was not fear, though there was something to be afraid of in this kind of power. It was not pride, though there was something to be proud of in this achievement. It was something closer to loneliness, a profound isolation that came from realizing that the struggle was over. When he had been ranked 65, trying to understand the mentor system, there had been a clear goal: survive, advance, understand how the system worked, and build something worth building. When he had been ranked 90, there had been a race. Could he create enough lineage infrastructure before the Spirit Hall moved against him and saw him as a threat? Could he establish his methodology deeply enough in Heaven Do that political opposition would merely accelerate its spread? Now, at rank 97, the race was complete. The Spirit Hall had already negotiated with him rather than attacked. The teaching methodology was already spreading across the empire through secondary teachers that Wei Liang no longer directly trained. The students were advancing faster than anyone had predicted they could. There was no enemy left to struggle against. There was no force that could stop the teaching now. There was only the work itself, and the continuation of something that had already become self-perpetuating. Wei Liang pulled up the full lineage statistics one more time, reading the data that had been compiled throughout the evening. 312 active teaching nodes distributed across Heaven Do Empire. 47 secondary teachers working independently in their own territories. 14,000 estimated students receiving cultivation benefits through the lineage cascade. 98% student retention rate. 94% of students exceeding their predicted advancement curves. He had built something that would outlast him whether he continued to participate or not. Tang Sen could teach his students. They could teach theirs. Dai Mubai and Oscar and Zhu Zhuqin could each develop their own secondary teaching tracks. The multiplication effect had a momentum now that no single opposition could stop, no nation could suppress, no institution could co-opt or destroy. He thought about his transmigration, about the arrival of the mentor system in his hands when he had been desperate and lost in a world he did not understand. He had been given a system and a purpose and a mountain to climb. He had climbed it, step by step, building structure as he went, teaching as he learned. The system had responded to his commitment by making him powerful anyway, not through combat or conquest, but through the multiplication of clarity and genuine advancement throughout the lineage. He felt the weight of rank 97 differently now that he was actually sitting with it. It was not a destination to reach and then rest upon. It was simply the current state of someone who had chosen teaching as a path and who had followed that path with consistency. If he continued this work, he would eventually reach rank 98, then rank 99, possibly higher ranks that did not yet have names or clear definitions in the Doloa Dalu system. But those ranks would come not as achievements to pursue, but as side effects of an ongoing commitment to something larger than himself. Wei Liang began his evening meditation, not to push toward rank 98 or to consolidate his rank 97 power, but to settle into the reality of what he had already become. A rank 97 transcendent Doloa who had never won a duel through combat. A soul master whose power had grown from compassion rather than conquest. A teacher whose teaching had become a path to power that transcended the ordinary limitations of cultivation. The system delivered one final notification before he closed the interface. Teaching lineage effectiveness. 94% of students exceed predicted advancement curves. Student retention, 98%. Methodology propagation, accelerating. Teacher training pipeline, stable. Lineage stability, projected to sustain indefinitely without additional direct input. Wei Liang closed his eyes and let the meditation flow. But his mind did not rest. Instead, it spiraled through the implications of what he had become. A rank 97 soul master had options that ordinary cultivators could never access. He could request an audience with the Emperor of Heaven Do. He could demand that his methodology be taught in state schools. He could negotiate directly with regional administrators for resources and political influence. He could even, if he chose, overthrow regional governments and reshape the continental power structure according to his vision. The power was intoxicating in its possibility. But that was not what Wei Liang wanted. He did not want to use his rank to force change. That would corrupt the methodology itself. If the teaching had to be imposed by power, it would lose its essence. The methodology worked because it was chosen, accepted, voluntarily integrated. The moment Wei Liang started using his rank 97 power to coerce adoption, he would transform the teaching methodology into a tool of domination. He would become just another power broker using force to reshape society according to his preferences. Instead, he would continue as he had begun. Teach. Train secondary teachers. Allow the system to grow at its own pace. Trust that the methodology's inherent power would be sufficient. Trust that seeing clearly was its own kind of force. The mentor system had shown him long ago that teaching was the path to power that transcended ordinary power. A rank 97 soul master who ruled through force would eventually face opposition that could match his force. But a rank 97 soul master whose power flowed from the advancement of thousands of students. That was a power that could not be opposed because it was not a power imposed from above, but grown from below. The meditation deepened. Hours passed in the small meditation chamber. Wei Liang felt his rank 97 power settle into his foundation, becoming integrated rather than foreign. The initial shock of advancement faded into acceptance. This was what he was now. Not because he had fought to achieve it, not because he had conquered or dominated, but because he had chosen to teach and had followed that choice to its conclusion with consistency and genuine care. When he opened his eyes again, it was dawn. The new day had arrived while he meditated. The sun was rising over the academy walls, casting golden light across the meditation platform. He stood and walked to the tower window, looking out at the academy's courtyard. Somewhere in the city below, Tang San was probably meditating, preparing for his first independent class. Oscar was practicing combat forms in the Eastern cultivation chamber, refining his understanding of how the methodology could be applied to physical combat. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were cultivating together, their partnership deepening through shared practice. The students were advancing, as they always did, and their advancement was feeding back through the lineage to lift Wei Liang higher with every breakthrough they achieved. This was the path he had chosen. Not the path of conquest, not the path of dominance, but the path of cultivation through compassion and genuine teaching. He would walk it until the end, and long after his death, the teachers he trained would continue walking it in their turn. That was the victory he had always worked toward. Not his own immortal power, but the creation of something that would transcend his individual existence and become part of the continental fabric of how cultivation was understood and taught. The morning light warmed the meditation chamber as Wei Liang sat in quiet understanding. The rank 97 power flowed through him like water through a channel that had been built to carry it. He had become the kind of tool the mentor system had always intended to create. Not a weapon of power, but a conduit through which power could flow into the world through teaching. Chapter 138. Bibi Dong's offer. The mountain retreat facility stood on neutral ground, 40 miles from the nearest Heavendo administrative center, positioned equidistantly between Spirit Hall territories and Heavendo Empire heartland. Wei Liang had chosen the location with deliberate care over the course of several meetings with neutral brokers, not Shrek Academy, which would have felt like a demonstration of Shrek's dominance and territorial power, and not Spirit Hall administrative territory, which would have felt like surrender and subordination. Neutral ground meant this was a negotiation between equals who wanted that equality acknowledged from the start. Bibi Dong arrived at noon, exactly on time to the scheduled meeting. She came with 2 personal guards, both rank 87 soul masters, both women trained in the highest echelons of Spirit Hall's combat methodology. They moved with the precise efficiency of warriors who had trained for decades in synchronized response. Bibi Dong wore formal robes of office, but not full ceremonial dress. This was not a public event or a state occasion. Wei Liang recognized the choice immediately. She was signaling that this was serious business between professionals, a negotiation conducted between peers who understood what was at stake, not theatrical performance conducted for observers. Wei Liang brought Tang San. It was the right choice, and he felt Bibi Dong's assessment shift the moment Tang San stepped forward. A rank 58 soul sage, standing directly beside a rank 97 transcendent Dola. Not positioned behind him, not presented as an assistant or follower, but standing as an equal presence. The message was clear without requiring explicit statement. Wei Liang was not negotiating as an isolated individual with unique power. He had created a lineage of successors that could continue his work independently. He could be killed or stopped, and the teaching would go on. They met in the facility's central hall, a space large enough to feel impressive but small enough to remain intimate. The room was deliberately unfurnished except for low tables and meditation cushions. Tea was served by neutral attendants. The formal greeting rituals were observed with precision: bows, acknowledgement of rank, the exchange of courtesy phrases that predated any negotiation. Then Bibi Dong spoke, dispensing with further ceremony. "The teaching methodology is effective," she said without preamble, her voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to making final determinations. "This is no longer speculation or theoretical possibility. We have analyzed the advancement rates of students in Heavendo Empire territory over the past year with statistical precision. Students taught through your lineage advance 2.3 times faster than students using traditional cultivation methods. We have confirmed this finding independently through multiple verification channels. The conclusion is, your methodology works, and it works better than anything Spirit Hall currently employs." Wei Liang nodded carefully. This was expected data. The advancement rates had been publicly observable for anyone with statistical sophistication and access to academy records who bothered to analyze the patterns. He was not surprised that Bibi Dong had conducted her own analysis and reached the same conclusion. Spirit Hall will officially recognize the teaching methodology as legitimate cultivation doctrine, Bibi Dong continued, each word carrying weight. This recognition will be formalized in official documents. It will be distributed across the empire through Spirit Hall administrative channels. Any teacher or student using the methodology will not face institutional opposition. Instead, Spirit Hall will officially sanction its use and encourage propagation where appropriate. Wei Liang felt Tang Xin shift slightly beside him, a barely perceptible change in posture. This was significant. The Spirit Hall's official opposition had been one of the only real threats to the methodology's rapid spread. Formal recognition from the highest levels of the Spirit Hall removed that impediment entirely, transforming the methodology from a rival teaching system to a legitimate alternative path within the continental cultivation landscape. "In exchange," Bibi Dong said, pausing briefly for effect, "you will accept the following conditions. Spirit Hall will select 100 young cultivators from across our territories, representing each regional administration and each martial spirit classification. You will teach them using your methodology for a period of 6 weeks as an intensive training program. These students will receive no conditions regarding their future affiliation, employment, or loyalty. No propaganda will be taught alongside the methodology. No loyalty oaths will be required. Pure teaching only." Wei Liang had anticipated something like this offer. The Spirit Hall would want to audit the methodology directly through student experience to ensure it was actually as neutral as Wei Liang claimed it was. Fair enough. The methodology could speak for itself through results. But he added a condition that changed the entire negotiation framework. "The 100 students will be selected by my secondary teachers," Wei Liang said clearly. "Not by Spirit Hall administrators or bureaucrats. Your students will be identified by Shrek Academy faculty and secondary teacher nodes in Shrek's network across Heavendo territories. We will ensure fair distribution across your regions and a representative sample across your classifications, but the actual selection process will be controlled by my people." Bibi Dong's expression did not change, but Wei Liang saw the calculation happening behind her eyes. She understood exactly what he was really saying. "If you try to send me 100 students who are already indoctrinated in Spirit Hall's orthodox doctrine, expecting the methodology to fail on students conditioned to resist it, the selection process will prevent that deception. My secondary teachers will choose students who are genuinely open to the methodology, which means our success cannot be attributed to subtle selection bias or careful pre-screening by Spirit Hall administrators." The negotiation continued for 4 hours. They discussed verification protocols and assessment standards. How would they confirm that the 6-week training was actually the pure methodology and not some hidden attempt to recruit students to Shrek Academy or establish covert Shrek influence within Spirit Hall territories? Wei Liang agreed to independent observation by Spirit Hall representatives who would attend every class and record every session. They discussed methodology licensing and intellectual property. Would Shrek Academy charge licensing fees for the right to use the teaching approach? Would teachers need to pay for certification? Wei Liang refused any payment model. The methodology would propagate freely without financial barriers. They discussed the legal status and ownership of students who advanced beyond expectations during the training program. Would they be considered property of their original faction, bound to Spirit Hall service, or free to choose their own affiliation? Wei Liang insisted they would be entirely free, with no residual obligations to Spirit Hall after the training concluded. By the end of 4 hours, the agreement was written and signed by all parties. Not a traditional legal contract, but a formal document of understanding, sealed by Bibi Dong's personal authority and Wei Liang's rank 97 verification signature. The document was witnessed by senior administrators from both institutions and would be filed in the official records of both organizations. As the meeting concluded and preparations began for departure, Bibi Dong stood and offered a formal bow, a genuine gesture of respect, not a political performance. It was the bow of someone who had been a skeptical opponent and had been proven wrong, now acknowledging someone who had proven themselves not an opponent at all, but a partner in the larger work of advancing cultivation across the continent. Wei Liang returned the bow with equal formality. Your methodology is a genuine discovery, Bibi Dong said quietly, for his ears only, her voice dropping the formal register she had maintained throughout the negotiation. I did not expect to encounter something actually new in cultivation theory. I believed all fundamental advances had already been made, codified, and become part of standard doctrine. But you have discovered something. You have found a way to teach cultivation that transcends factional boundaries and works based on principles rather than institutional affiliation. I believe you have changed the continental understanding of advancement itself. That deserves recognition and formal alliance. Wei Liang nodded, feeling the weight of the moment. The work changes when you add more teachers, he said carefully. Your people will improve what I started. They will find applications and extensions I never imagined. That's what teaching actually is, the continuous refinement of knowledge through diverse participation. Bibi Dong smiled, a genuine expression, not a political gesture or a performance for observers. The teaching goes on, she said, using a phrase she could not have known was central to Wei Liang's entire philosophy. As they left the facility and prepared for the journey back, Tang Xin walked beside Wei Liang in silence for several minutes before speaking. Did we just ally with the Spirit Hall? Tang Xin asked, his voice carrying both wonder and concern about the implications. We did something better, Wei Liang said, watching the afternoon light cast long shadows across the mountain paths. We made them partners in something too large for either of us to control anymore. The teaching is no longer ours to control. It belongs to the methodology itself now. It belongs to everyone who chooses to participate in it. Tang Xin walked in silence for several minutes, processing this idea. When he spoke again, his voice carried a new understanding. So the agreement with Bibi Dong isn't about power or politics. It's about spreading the methodology so effectively that no single institution can claim ownership of it. Exactly, Wei Liang said. Once the methodology is embedded in Spirit Hall territories, once their teachers begin to use it and their students begin to advance faster, it becomes part of their institutional knowledge. They can't remove it without harming their own students' advancement rates. The methodology survives not through Wei Liang's protection, but through its own effectiveness. Tang Xin smiled. And that's why you had my teachers do the selection process. If Spirit Hall selected the students, they might choose ones already so committed to orthodox doctrine that they would reject the methodology as heresy. But our teachers select genuinely open students. Students who will advance rapidly, and then return to Spirit Hall as proof that the methodology works. You're learning to think like a system architect, Wei Liang said with approval. Yes. Within 6 months, there will be stories of Spirit Hall students advancing 3 ranks during their training. Those stories will spread. Other Spirit Hall administrators will request their own cohorts. Bibi Dong will grant them because the methodology's success reflects well on her vision. And within a few years, the teaching methodology will have become institutionalized in Spirit Hall itself. The sun had nearly disappeared below the horizon by the time they reached the main road back toward Shrek Academy. Wei Liang felt lighter than he had in weeks. The negotiation was complete. The path forward was clear. The teaching would go on, spreading organically through institutions that could no longer resist it, because their own students would demand it. Chapter 139. The first Spirit Hall students. The arrival day was tense with barely contained anticipation and hostility. 100 Spirit Hall students stepped down from the transport wagons at Shrek Academy's main entrance during the early morning hours, and the atmosphere crackled with suspicion and the carefully restrained emotion of elite warriors who had been told they were entering hostile territory. These were not diplomatic exchanges or voluntary cultural participants. These were elite Spirit Hall cultivators, aged 12 to 16, who had been selected for their combat potential and their demonstrated loyalty to Spirit Hall doctrine. They had been told by their instructors that they would spend 6 weeks among their enemies, learning a teaching methodology they had been trained to view with skepticism and strategic suspicion. Now they stood in Shrek Academy's central courtyard, a fortress they had been trained to see as a threat and a rival institution. waiting for their first instruction. Wei Liang let them stand for 30 minutes before addressing them. He wanted the initial anger and hostility to settle into vigilance rather than remaining at the level of active, reactive emotion. Anger was unreasonable and could block learning. Vigilance was honest and provided a foundation for genuine observation. When he finally entered the courtyard alone, with no guards and no dramatic posturing, he was genuinely alone. "I am not going to teach you cultivation," he said without greeting or preamble. "Not today. Not for the first week. Today I am going to teach you how to know if what you know is actually true." 100 faces watched him with expressions ranging from confusion to skepticism to outright hostility. "You have been trained in Spirit Hall doctrine," Wei Liang continued, moving slowly across the courtyard. "You have been taught specific truths about cultivation, about the nature of spirit and soul power, about the proper path to advancement and the correct methods of training. All of that instruction came from authorities you trust. You believe what you know because you were taught by people in positions of power who seem to understand cultivation better than you. You accept their authority because accepting authority from your institution is how you survive and advance within that institution." He began to pace more deliberately, making eye contact with individual students. "But here is a question that I want you to sit with for a moment. How do you actually know that what you were taught is true? Not because someone in authority said it was true. Not because accepting it was required for advancement in your institution. Actually know it. From your own direct experience. From verification and observation." He stopped at the center of the courtyard where sunlight fell most directly. "For the next 6 weeks, I am not going to tell you what to believe about cultivation. I am not going to try to convince you that Spirit Hall doctrine is wrong or that my teaching is right. I am going to show you how to know what is true through your own cultivation practice. And I am going to ask you to notice when what you discover about your own spirit contradicts what you were taught before. That contradiction is not a sign that your previous teachers lied to you. It is a sign that cultivation theory is more complex than any single institutional framework can explain." The first day's engagement was minimal. Students participated in basic meditation exercises with visible resistance. By the second day, skepticism had begun to break down into curiosity. By the third day, 2 things happened simultaneously that shifted the entire program's dynamic. One of the Spirit Hall students, a girl named Guing, 14 years old, with a wind element martial spirit, approached Wei Liang quietly during the midday break. Her voice was careful and measured, the voice of someone who had been told something many times and had nearly believed it to the point of internalization. "I was classified as auxiliary class," she said quietly. "My teachers said that wind spirits are fundamentally support elements. I don't have combat potential. I was told that my path would be to enhance other students' cultivation rather than develop my own advancement." Wei Liang activated his perception interface and examined her spirit foundation with the detailed sensory capacity of a rank 97 soul master. What he found changed his entire assessment of her capabilities immediately. "Your teachers classified your spirit based on conventional categorization systems," Wei Liang said, speaking with absolute certainty. "They were wrong. Not dishonest or malicious. Wrong. Your wind spirit is not actually an auxiliary class element. It is a spatial element type. You have exceptional sensitivity to 3-dimensional maneuvering patterns and positional relationships. You can perceive and manipulate spatial distributions in ways that most cultivators never develop. That is not a support ability. That is a combat foundation that they simply did not recognize because their classification system was not sophisticated enough to measure it." Gu Ying's eyes widened with something like shock and hope. Over the next 5 days, Wei Liang designed a completely custom training program for her. One that leveraged her spatial sensitivity and encouraged it to develop more fully rather than trying to force her into conventional wind spirit applications. Instead of treating her spirit as a support element, he worked with her to understand how spatial perception could become a weapon, a tool for positioning and maneuvering that transcended typical combat applications. By day 10, Gu Ying had advanced 2 ranks, an unprecedented acceleration for a 14-year-old cultivator. More remarkably, her advancement had not been achieved through dangerous forced cultivation or dangerous breakthrough techniques. She had advanced cleanly, smoothly, through understanding her own spirit more clearly. By day 12, other Spirit Hall students were requesting custom evaluations. Word spread through the cohort that Wei Liang was actually seeing them, actually paying attention to their individual characteristics rather than fitting them into predetermined categories. This was not indoctrination. This was not an attempt to flip their loyalty to Shrek Academy or make them abandon the Spirit Hall. This was something none of them had ever encountered, a cultivation methodology that actually saw them for what they actually were, not what their institutional designation claimed they should be. By day 20, The atmosphere in the courtyard had transformed completely. The 100 Spirit Hall students were no longer a hostile cohort experiencing forced cultural exchange. They were partners in discovery, all of them experiencing the strange freedom of having someone actually pay attention to who they were as cultivators rather than telling them who they were supposed to be according to institutional doctrine. Wei Liang watched Guing advance another rank by day 15, then another by day 30. She advanced again by day 42. At the end of the 6-week program, she would leave Shrek Academy having advanced 5 full ranks, from rank 36 to rank 41, and with a complete understanding of how to continue that advancement independently. More importantly, she would leave understanding that the Spirit Hall's classification system had been limited, not wrong. And that understanding would change how she approached every institution going forward, making her a teacher in her own right, someone who could see students more clearly than conventional doctrine allowed. That was the Real teaching, the understanding that would spread through Spirit Hall territories. By the end of the first week, Guing had begun to mentor other Spirit Hall students in spatial perception techniques. She taught them what Wei Liang had taught her, the importance of feeling into their own spirits rather than accepting institutional labels. By week 3, 3 more students had advanced beyond their expected progression curves. The word spread through the cohort with increasing force. These students began to question their previous training, not with anger, but with curiosity. If Guing could advance faster through understanding spatial sensitivity, what were they missing about their own spirits? What other limitations had they accepted that were not actually true? The atmosphere in the courtyard shifted from hostility to something more like scientific investigation. The students began to observe their own cultivation more carefully, to compare what Wei Liang taught them with what their previous teachers had taught them, and to notice where the two frameworks diverged. By week 4, Wei Liang observed something remarkable. The students had begun to teach each other, not because he had asked them to, but because they understood something profound. The teaching methodology was not about a single teacher imposing knowledge. It was about creating conditions where students could see clearly and then help each other see more clearly. The students had internalized the methodology not as doctrine, but as a way of being with cultivation. On week 5, the first Spirit Hall student besides Guing advanced 2 ranks in a single week. Her name was Lin Yu, a girl from the Eastern Spirit Hall territories who had been classified as a mid-rank support cultivator. Wei Liang evaluated her spirit and found an entirely different classification. She had exceptional affinity for speed-type advancement, which was actually a rare advantage. Within days of understanding this, she began to cultivate with different techniques and immediately surpassed her previous progression rates. The cascade continued. By week 6, 7 students had advanced significantly beyond their projected pathways. The Spirit Hall observers who had been watching silently began to take notes. Wei Liang knew that those notes would reach Bibi Dong, and that Bibi Dong would understand what he had known from the beginning. The methodology was worth the political gamble. It actually worked, not through hidden tricks or subtle manipulation, but through genuine teaching and genuine seeing. Chapter 140. The teaching goes on 6 months after Tang San's graduation ceremony and the completion of the first Spirit Hall cohort training. Wei Liang walked through Shrek Academy at dawn. The first day of the new semester had arrived, and the institution was beginning to move with the coordinated efficiency of a well-oiled machine that had been carefully calibrated through years of consistent effort. 47 academy-trained secondary teachers were now working across Heaven Do Empire territory, each of them operating semi-independently, each of them generating their own student advancement cascades through the teaching lineage. The secondary teacher network had stabilized at a sustainable level, not so large that quality control became impossible, but large enough that the methodology's spread no longer depended entirely on Wei Liang's personal effort or direct instruction. The teachers were teaching other teachers, and those teachers were teaching students, creating a fractal structure that could expand indefinitely. 23 Spirit Hall students from the first cohort had formally enrolled in the permanent methodology training program after their initial 6-week intensive. Bibi Dong had sent a second wave of 120 students after the first cohort's remarkable success rates became impossible to deny. There was serious discussion of establishing a permanent educational exchange agreement that would see Spirit Hall students rotating through Shrek Academy continuously, creating a constant flow of methodology-trained teachers back into Spirit Hall territories. Wei Liang climbed the central courtyard stairs toward the teaching halls, observing the academy's coordinated activity as he moved. He passed the meditation chamber where Tang San was preparing for his first truly independent teaching class. 12 students, none of whom Wei Liang had selected personally or trained directly. This was the real test of the system, whether Tang San could teach his own students without Wei Liang's oversight or approval, whether the methodology could propagate through secondary teachers without requiring Wei Liang's presence for quality control. It was how multiplicative systems prove themselves. They produced independent iterations that were equally effective as the original, or the system had merely created dependent clones rather than genuine teachers. The mentor system delivered a notification as Wei Liang reached the courtyard center, where morning light fell across the meditation platform. Teaching Lineage Level 6, Continental Seed. Active teaching nodes, 312. Estimated student reach, 14,000. Lineage Stability Index, 97%. Projected continuation rate, 94%. Lineage propagation, self-sustaining. Wei Liang stopped and stood in the courtyard as the sun rose over the academy walls, casting long shadows across the stone practice areas. 312 nodes distributed across Heavendoe Empire. 14,000 students receiving cultivation benefits through the lineage cascade. These numbers were not achievements that belonged to Wei Liang anymore. They belonged to the system itself, to the methodology that had achieved a level of self-organization and momentum that transcended any individual's contribution. Tang Sen had taught his 101st students, and now they were teaching others. Oscar had begun training secondary teachers in specialized applications of the methodology that applied to purely physical combat enhancement. Xiao Wu had created a specialized advanced track designed specifically for spirit beast practitioners and those with non-traditional martial spirits. Dai Mubai had developed an entire sub-methodology for students with powerful but difficult-to-control spirits. The teaching had developed organically in directions Wei Liang had never anticipated, and that was exactly what it should have done. He thought about the essence of what he had built over these years. Not a system of control that required his constant input and approval. Not a hierarchy of authority with Wei Liang at the peak directing all movement below. A network of teachers who had learned to see their students clearly and who were teaching that clarity to their successors. The methodology had become less about Wei Liang's original insights and theoretical frameworks and more about the culture of attention and genuine seeing that had begun to propagate through the empire's cultivation institutions. It was a living thing now, growing beyond his ability to predict or direct. This was what it meant to build something that outlasts you. Wei Liang thought about his transmigration, about the arrival of the mentor system in his hands when he had been desperate and lost in a world he did not fully understand. He had been given a tool and a purpose and a mountain to climb. He had climbed it, step by step, building structure as he went, teaching as he learned. The system had responded to his commitment by making him powerful anyway, not through combat or conquest, but through the multiplication of clarity and genuine advancement throughout the lineage. He felt the weight of rank 97 differently now, having lived with it for months. It was not a destination to reach and then rest upon. It was simply the current state of someone who had chosen teaching as a path and who had followed that path with consistency and genuine care. If he continued this work, he would eventually reach rank 98, then rank 99, possibly higher ranks that did not yet have names or clear definitions in the Doloa Dalu system. But those ranks would come not as achievements to pursue, but as side effects of an ongoing commitment to something larger than himself. The sun cleared the courtyard walls completely, casting direct light across the meditation platform. Across the empire, in 47 different locations, secondary teachers were beginning their own classes. Tang San was about to stand in front of his first independent cohort of 12 students he had selected and trained himself. Gu Ying and the other Spirit Hall students were integrating back into their own institutions, carrying the methodology with them like seeds carried by wind, dispersing it across territories and cities where Wei Liang would never personally teach. The teaching was alive now. It was growing. It was becoming something Wei Liang could guide but no longer fully control, and that was the moment he understood his work was truly complete. He stood in the courtyard and felt peace settle into his cultivation like a meditation reaching its deepest state. Around the academy, the new semester was beginning in earnest. First-year students were arriving, nervous and full of hope. They would be taught by academy instructors trained in the teaching methodology. They would advance faster than they had expected to. Some of them would, in turn, become teachers. The chain of transmission had become self-perpetuating and would only accelerate from here. Wei Liang walked to the central library where the story catalogs were kept. He opened the registry of all secondary teachers trained by Shrek Academy and the Lineage Network. 47 names in the database. 47 people who could teach independently of Wei Liang's input or verification. 47 seeds that would grow into forests. He pulled up a projection model that Oscar had created. Based on current multiplication rates and assuming stable propagation, the teaching lineage would reach 1 million students within 10 years. not through forceful expansion or institutional mandate, but through the simple mechanics of better teaching producing better students who became better teachers. This was what it meant to plant a tree you would not sit in the shade of. Wei Liang made a note in his personal journal. The work is no longer mine to complete. It belongs to the methodology and to every person who chooses to teach with genuine seeing. The multiplication has begun. The teaching will continue without me if necessary. This is the victory I have always worked toward. Not my power made visible, but my students' power becoming visible to themselves. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Wei Liang made his way to the Hall of Names where graduating teachers and students were memorialized. He found Tang San's recent addition to the wall, his name carved with the designation Secondary Teacher, rank 58, Soul Sage. Below it would eventually be carved the names of all the students Tang San would train and certify, the teaching lineage growing outward, visible in stone. He thought about the inscription that had been added below the list of academy founders. Each generation teaches the next. Each teacher creates new teachers. The work continues. Wei Liang understood now that this principle had always been true. He had not invented it. He had merely chosen to work with it consciously rather than resist it. The best teachers had always created new teachers. The best teaching had always been self-perpetuating. He had simply systematized it, measured it, and given it a framework within which to grow. The responsibility he felt was immense and appropriate. He was rank 97. He had power that few cultivators could match. But instead of using that power for conquest or dominance, he would use it to protect and nurture the space where authentic teaching could happen. That was his actual function now, not to teach, but to create the conditions where genuine teaching could flourish. If you've been following Wei Liang's journey and want to see what comes next as the teaching lineage continues to grow across the continent, subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell so you never miss an update on this story. The next arc is coming. Wei Liang has reached rank 97, secured alliance with the Spirit Hall, and seen his methodology become self-perpetuating. But the next challenge is far greater. What happens when the teaching becomes so widespread that no single person can see or understand its full extent? What becomes of a teacher when his teaching has grown beyond his knowledge? The teaching goes on. End of Step 7, Chapters 121 to 140.